nog niet meer aangeraakt. What is
Patty.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Learn how to talk to their parents. Find a way.
Look at the thing.
It's generally run.
It's like me echt programma doorsturen.
Heb ik helaas.
Sibling.
Je moet eigenlijk kijken dat ik dat doe. Sowieso, dit is ook interessant. Leuk is, maar...
Kan je me zeggen wat het is in plaats van het is leuk interessant?
Nou, is het... boosting is eigenlijk hebben. En dus is het dat je het niet meer om door in te kunnen sleutelen. Dus je kent ze zitten die foutjes zou staan. En dat is het. Dat is het. Ja. Dat is technologie wat heel belangrijk is. En dat voor heel veel dingen geïnformeerd om de boosting is de minste te krijgen. Dus dat is het. Goed, zowel de dagelijks leven van Katherine.
Yeah, I was worried about it. I went to the conference a year ago.
Zie je bakje even gewoon de stoel? Dat is de telefoon. Ze moesten wel lang zitten. Ik ben ook al wel zo goed.
Ik kan ook het verder wat Jawel. Mag wel voor mij. Nee. Ja.
good?
Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay, we're ready to get started, everyone. Thank you. Hi. Hi. Hello? Hello? Maybe we want to close that door over there. Oh, guys, I don't have a clicker. Oh, thank you. Hello. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Again, I saw most of you yesterday, but some of you I haven't seen yet. Welcome to the 2024 GRIN2B Family and Research Weekend. Welcome to everyone watching at home, which hopefully is a bunch of people. Once again, I'm Marfia-Ash, President and founder of GRIN2B Foundation. So thank you to all of our families for being here and our speakers. We know that attending this event is a big time and financial commitment. And we also know that there were a lot of airline issues. So thank you for just making it here. We only had a couple people that aren't here now because of the crazy outages. So I want to thank everyone who helped make this event possible. We've been planning this event for a year, and it's a huge effort to put it all together. So our board of directors, Donna, Carol, Brittany, Phil, who's unfortunately not here, Lauren, and then our two newest board members, Dan and Travis. Thank you all. Our amazing planning committee of GRIN2B moms, Dianna, Beth, Jenny, Amanda, Estella. Amanda, are you here? She not here yet? Okay. Just wanted to shout her out. Amanda provided the balloon backdrop for us and many of the items in your gift bags. Special thanks to Dr. Kristen Park, who let us ship boxes to her house. She runs, if you didn't already know, she runs the Grease Center of Excellence across the street at the Children's Hospital. And also thank you to our intern, Damaris, who did many, many things behind the scenes for us. I also want to thank our executive director, Alyssa Taylor Bustillo. Wave your hand, Alyssa, if you haven't met her. Alyssa started with us at the end of June, so she got thrown right into crazy, crazy conference crunch time planning. But I would not be standing here if she hadn't come and helped me. So if you didn't know, she is our first paid employee. We have been an all volunteer-run organization since 2017. Everyone on our board is a GRIN2B parent. We all work full-time. We all take care of our multiple children. And then we've been doing this in what little free time we have. So we're very happy that now we have Alyssa to help take some of the load off and take us to the next level. Let's see, and then of course I need to thank our sponsors, an event like this is a lot to put on. It's quite an expense, and we're very, very grateful for all of our sponsors, many of whom have supported us for many years. And then just a quick note that my mouth is getting very dry, so if someone could bring me a water, that would be great. Okay, so this is the third conference we've hosted, and it's incredible to see so many new faces. I'm so happy to know that a family can receive a diagnosis and attend an educational conference in the same year. Okay, so now raise your hand if you've been to a GRIN conference before. Okay, that's more than I thought. Now raise your hand if this is your very first GRIN conference. Ooh, lots of newbies. Okay, raise your hand if your child was diagnosed within the last year. Okay, okay. I want to make sure I connect with all of you, so come find me if you haven't talked to me yet. So let me get my water. Thank you, Brittany. let me tell you a little bit about myself. So this is my family. Hopefully many of you can relate to people not looking at the camera when we take pictures. I don't know that we ever have a picture where we're all looking at the camera. So that's my husband, Phil. He is on our board, and we've been married, it'll be 20 years in October, and he's also our tech guy. So you may have heard his name because we're constantly calling him about tech issues, and he's the one who's set up our live stream. So thank you to Phil for everything he's doing from home. He would have been here, but our childcare fell through. So my 3 kids are Zach, Lucy, and Alex, and Lucy is my child with GRIN2B. I do work as a project manager full-time in Chicago, and in my little free time, I like to overthink, do Pilates, write, and do crossword puzzles. Okay, so this November will be the 10th anniversary of Lucy's GRIN2B diagnosis. 2014 was a bleak time to receive a GRIN2B diagnosis. None of this existed back then. So this is GRIN2B Foundation's origin story. It all starts with this lovely lady, Lucy Katherine Ash. She is the reason we're all here today. So she was born 2013, so she's 11 now, and it was a totally typical birth. We had 0 concerns. She was our second kid, so we were not really checking the milestones off. We were pretty relaxed parents. She did sleep a lot, which later we realized was probably a symptom of her low muscle tone, but we just thought it was awesome. Like, oh, she slept through the night. That's great. Who cares? Finally, around 7 months old, we really couldn't ignore it anymore, that she was not meeting milestones, and we took her to our pediatrician, who thankfully was amazing and validated our concerns and agreed like immediately that yes, we need to start seeing specialists and get her checked out, and she qualified for all the therapy. And then we started doing, we started going through the rounds of testing. So she was diagnosed with GRIN2B related neurodevelopmental disorder in November 2014 when she was 18 months old. But at that time, there was not a disorder name. Oh, wait, sorry, I went ahead of myself. We were simply told at that time that she just had a mutation on her GRIN2B gene. So we sat in the geneticist's office that day after Thanksgiving 2014, and he told us GRIN2B was very rare, and there were only 10 cases. At that time, Lucy was the only one with her specific variant. So he handed us these 2 papers about GRIN2B and said the cases in these papers were consistent with her symptoms: developmental delays, irregular EEGs, vision issues, low muscle tone. We were not given any concrete information about her future, just that she would likely have some form of intellectual disability and develop behavioral problems. But we had no idea what to do next. We knew nothing about rare disease. We were not surprised that she had a diagnosis. By that point, it was clear that something was going on. But I assumed naively that we'd be given some kind of guidebook or next steps. I have not ever said this out loud before, but reading these 2 papers, which only talked about the negative symptoms our daughter was going to face, truly broke me. All I could see was a bleak future laid out before us. So I've been an anxious person my whole life. It's just a part of who I am. But after floundering for several years post Lucy's diagnosis, I eventually made a choice that the only way forward was through. I wanted to find a way to be happy with this life. So I kept waiting and waiting for someone else to get organized and start a foundation or take charge. But eventually I realized I couldn't wait any longer, and I guess I just had to do it myself. I knew we needed to find more families, so I wrote an article for The Mighty in 2016, and I just kept putting one foot in front of the other. So if you haven't gotten there yet, I'm asking you to make a similar choice. Embrace this life. It doesn't mean we give up. It just means that while we fight for a better tomorrow, we try to make our peace with today. So I've developed a lot of coping mechanisms over the years, and one is relying on quotes for inspiration. Look at where you are, look at where you started. So look around this room, look at where we are. We have 30 families from 4 countries, as well as 26 medical professionals here for a weekend of connection and learning. Let me tell you about where we started. So, as I said, Lucy gets diagnosed in 2014. At that same year, Charlie, a little boy in Alabama, got diagnosed. And this picture here is Charlie's amazing mom, Donna, who is our vice president. Donna is the person who started the GRIN2B parent support group on Facebook that I think most of us know and love. And so I found Donna just several days after Lucy was diagnosed and became the second person to join that parent support group. So at that time, there were no organizations for GRIN2B or any GRIN disorder at all. There were no websites with info, no awareness, no fundraising, no conferences, no hope for treatments, no real obvious ways for families to connect. Okay, sorry. So, okay, and then here is where we are in 2024. So we, GRIN2B Foundation, just celebrated our 7-year anniversary. We've added 2 new board members and hired our first staff position. We've hosted 3 conferences. We've supported additional GRIN conferences. We support over 650 families worldwide. We've funded over $350,000 in research. We have our patient assistance grant program. We have resources, committees, events, fundraisers, our awareness week, and we'll talk more about all our programs and initiatives tomorrow. And very excitingly, we have clinical trial now, which you'll hear about more today. And then something we're really proud of is that last year we funded and launched the first North American GRIN Center of Excellence right here at Children's Hospital Colorado. And we are working behind the scenes to hopefully get more centers across the United States. So stay tuned. Okay, so now though we were the first GRIN organization to form, I am super happy and relieved that we're not the only one. Truly, this work could not be done by any one organization. We are blessed to be connected to a wide network of GRIN2B and GRIN and GRI disorder advocacy groups, and there's actually many more than what I put on this slide. I don't like making slides, so I got kind of lazy. And then we are also connected to rare disorder groups, researchers, institutions, and then now we're connected to some pharmaceutical companies. So all of this is to say we're headed in a very positive direction. There's still a long road ahead. So we have to work together to support each other, spread awareness about GRIN disorders, and move the needle on treatments and cures. We all have a responsibility to our children and families first and foremost. The minute your child was diagnosed, you became part of something bigger. Our GRIN2B family, our GRIN family, our GRI family. Last year, we completed our first 5-year strategic plan, and developing this plan was a labor of love we hope provides you with a detailed framework of how we will operate over the next 5 years. We'll continue to focus our attention on our 3 pillars: support, awareness, and research. And we'll talk more specifically about some of that tomorrow and throughout the weekend. And there is a QR code in your yellow folder that will take you right to the strategic plan. It's on our website as well. So right now, we just need you all to be the change. There are lots of ways to get involved, which we're gonna go over. But what I want to focus on right now is patient registries and surveys. So if you haven't already, you're going to be asked to do a lot of surveys. And people will ask me how they should prioritize them, and I'm just going to tell you, you just need to do them all. I would love to tell you there's a hack or a shortcut, but I have not found any after 10 years. So we have this list we've created. It's in your folder. These are the main ones that we want you to focus on. Our contact registry, the GRIN variant registry, Simon Searchlight's Registry. All of these people are here and will be speaking today or tomorrow. Everyone's got a booth or a table. This is a great weekend to ask questions about the registries. And then once you've done that, keep in mind that there's always going to be more. There's going to be more surveys if you join a clinical trial, if you participate in a research study such as Caitlin Hudak's study. There's going to be some other studies you're going to hear about today that if you join, which we want you to join studies, you're always going to be asked to do more surveys. So unfortunately, it's just never going to end. So just make your peace with that. And then I do want to say that we are also going to ask you to do another survey specifically for GRIN2B Foundation. There is a flyer for it in your yellow folder. It's our caregiver priority survey. It should be short, and it's just to help us help you. We want to know what symptoms are important to you to help us prioritize future studies. So I know that was a lot. This is a lot of information. Today is going to be a lot of information. Keep in mind, we're live streaming, we're recording. You'll be able to go back and watch stuff. Take extra breaks if you need it. I really encourage that. Don't feel like you have to power through and watch every single thing today. Our ultimate goal for this weekend is for you to learn from the researchers and learn from each other. So we highly encourage you to step outside and have private conversations. We really want you to leave with a full heart and an abundance of energy to get involved. So I'm going to leave you all with one final quote. May we not just grieve, but give. May we not just ache, but act. Thank you all. Okay, and then our next speaker, I'm going to intro, but real quick, I just want to give you a couple reminders. Tonight we're doing our dinner, which will be in here. And so at the end of the day, we'll need to immediately leave so that they can reorganize this for the dinner. So we can't really linger in here after the last session. And then there will be a cash bar, I assume, out there in the hall. So just remember that. And then also we have a very tight schedule today. We started late because of some tech issues. Hopefully we can make that up. But the main thing is that we're not going to have time for questions in between each speaker. So we're going to have to hold the questions until the Q&A segment. So write your questions down. Okay. And then now I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Madeline Cheney. Madeline is the host and creator of the popular and well-loved podcast, The Rare Life, which was launched in May 2020 after her son Kimball was diagnosed with a rare syndrome. The Rare Life provides support, community, and healing for fellow parents of children with rare conditions throughout the world and has an extremely loyal listener base. I highly recommend giving it a listen. And Madeline has a reputation for her honesty and grace when speaking about sensitive and relevant topics related to having a child with disabilities and medical complexities. So check out her podcast. And Madeline, you're welcome to come up.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here. Brought my husband here who does IT for work, which is super helpful. There's a lot of stuff with the podcast too. Yeah, it's great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so as she already said, I am the host and creator of the Rare Life podcast, which is also now a nonprofit, which helps us create this free resource and receive the funding we need. And I'm very impressed with everything that Liz has done. It's so cool to hear about the origin of this group. It's incredible. We don't have anything like this for my son's syndrome, so maybe that'll be a project I do when I get tired of this. But so it's a podcast and community for parents of children with rare conditions, and so It's just been really cool to feel a part of the greater community. She talked about the GRIN communities, but for me, I also love to think of like the whole thing, the rare disease community, as part of my people. So the guests on there are mostly other parents in the community, because I believe we can gain so much from each other and learn from each other. And it gives us the needed solidarity and community that makes an otherwise very lonely journey a lot harder to go through. And it also is based on the goal of helping us heal. It's been a really cool experience to encourage guests on my show to talk really freely and openly and honestly about the challenges and the joys and our experiences. And then to hear listeners talk about the way that heals, that helps them find healing from their traumatic experiences and the grief that they're experiencing. There's nothing quite like hearing someone talk about something that you're going through or have been through, and to feel understood in that way. And then lastly, also the goal of being able to learn from each other, because again, I think we can learn so much. So we're 4 years in, so we have 9 seasons and 170 episodes, and so there's lots to choose from. We're trying to cover all possible topics that are relevant for you, whether you have a child with CDPX1 like my son, or GRIN2B, or any other rare disease. Okay, so this is my why. I got kind of choked up when she was showing her daughter. Kimball is the little guy with long blonde hair. He's a boy. And his big sister, Wendy. Kimball was born with a rare genetic syndrome called CDPX1. And it completely changed our lives for the better, and it was also very difficult. Let's see. So I also found out after we learned his diagnosis that I'm the carrier for his syndrome. And so that will come into play. I'll share a story related to that later. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but that's really affected our lives as well. And I think it's interesting how these diagnoses feel like they can really put their fingers in like every single possible way of our lives. So Wendy's 8, Kimball's 6, and we live in Utah, so it wasn't too far to come here. It feels actually very similar. And for my work, I run the Rare Life, and my husband Justin's a programmer, which again makes it really nice for tech stuff. Okay, so my topic today, I know it's a little different than what was shared, and I realized this was a better angle to go at. It really is the same thing, but I wanted to talk about the pull that we have as disability parents to control things. And I'll get into kind of what I've learned from my experiences of being Kimball's mom, as well as things that I've learned from other parents as I've interviewed them and been able to talk to them, and then just life experience in general, because I think the desire to control things that we may not have true control over is something that's kind of universal and we can all struggle with in every area of our lives. Okay, so I just wanted to go through this little exercise. So true or false, when we find out our child has disabilities, life feels out of control. And from every parent I've talked to, that's true. And I think it's something that we know that disabilities happen, and we know technically that they can happen to us and our family and our child, but I think it's something that we never think will happen to us personally. And obviously everyone in this room, at least all the parents, we've been reminded that that's not true. Hard things can happen to everyone. And that it changes everything in our lives. It really can flip your whole world upside down. I think it's interesting too when I talk to parents and they share their stories, there's always a before and after, and that's usually where we start the episodes that are more focused on the story of their diagnosis, where this was my life before, and then this is the moment that we found out, and everything was different after that point, because it really does change so much. So then true or false, when life feels out of control, we try to reclaim control. I think that's true. And then when we try to reclaim control, sometimes we try to control things we don't actually have control over. And I think that's true for everyone, but I do think that when you have a child with a disability, that can be something that we tend to do more than other people. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that our children rely on us in a way that non-disabled children don't. That's something that was really apparent to me since I did have a non-disabled child first, and then the ways that, the pressures that were put upon me to help my son progress and survive and just to live was just so different than it was for my daughter who came first. And so I think that pressure that we have on us, it does tend to make us want to, like, we feel like we need to control everything, and so we try to control everything when maybe some things are not completely in our control. And I think that comes from internal pressure because we want to help our children progress, and we obviously want their success. And I think it also can come externally from therapists or doctors or just society as a whole. And not like with malicious intent, but I just think that it happens. One example of this is a mom that I interviewed named Dianna, and she had a son, her first son was disabled, and then she had her second son who was non-disabled, and she was telling me about how that experience was so eye-opening for her because she did so many therapies, and she still does, so many therapies for her first son, Isaac, and so many doctor's appointments and so many interventions to help him just do basic things that everyone else just does. And then when she had her second son, she was like, he's just doing it. Like, I don't have to do anything, or very little at least compared to that. And she was like, I felt so pressured by therapists. I felt in some ways, sometimes inadvertently shamed for not doing the exercises enough and not helping him progress. And well, he's plateaued. Like, what are you doing wrong? Or what am I, she was doing that internally and externally. And so it was very eye-opening for her to recognize the amount of pressure that was put upon her in contrast to her non-disabled child. And then true or false, life is harder when we try to control things we don't actually have control over. And again, I think that just creates a lot of burden on us as the parents if we feel like we need to just control everything and help our children survive and thrive. Yeah, I mean, obviously we can influence that we want to, but just the illusion that we have complete control over that can make it a way harder burden on us. And then I think it also leads to burnout a lot faster when we do feel this crushing pressure on us to fix everything and make it better. And I think it can make it so we lose sight of what matters most and that connection with our child as like a parent-to-child relationship. And then, on the other side of this, life is better when we release illusions of control and instead focus our energy on things we can control. And to me, that is just recognizing our job as parents, and that is to love them and support them and do what we can and what feels right for us to be in that role. And to resist the urge to feel like it's our job to fix them. And obviously there's a lot, this is kind of a gray area, and it's kind of complex and complicated, and we obviously want to help our children thrive and be their best versions of themselves. But I think keeping it within the context of our job as parents, first and foremost, to support and love them can be really centering and help us with that. Again, I've struggled with this a ton, so this is a good reminder for me too. Okay, so this was a video that I found on social media, and it was with like the heading of like, this is what happens when we try to control things that we actually can't, and I thought it was kind of funny. So, shows this guy trying to mop up the whole ocean. And he's doing it with zeal, and he's trying so hard, and you look at him, he's so proud of his efforts, but obviously we can see like that's not the best use of his energy. So while we're talking today, I just want us to consider, what oceans am I trying to mop up, the proverbial oceans? What puddles can I work on mopping up instead that we have a much better chance at mopping up? And what can I do with these oceans instead of trying to mop them up? Okay, so I had a little activity planned, and it includes needing paper and pens or your phone if that's what you prefer to use, or a computer. So I just wanted to take a couple minutes to allow you to make a list of statements about your child's diagnosis and disabilities and every way that it affects you, your family, or your child. And so ideas with this would be aspects that they're living with right now, aspects that might come up in the future, aspects that you fear, including maybe illogical fears, impacts on your relationships with your partner, other children, siblings, best friends in society, etc. impacts on your health, both mental, emotional, and physical, and how you have felt about it. So I'm gonna give you like 60 seconds just to brain dump, like do it as quickly as you can without thinking too much about it. Don't overthink things, and just jot down all the ways you can think that it impacts you. Okay, so obviously you probably could write more than that. At least I could if I were doing this activity. But go ahead and stop right there, and you can do more later if you want to continue this. But now, oh, here's my dump without overthinking. Okay, so now make some kind of mark. If it's on your phone, obviously this won't work as well, but if you want to like highlight it a certain color, just take another 30 seconds to star the things that you can control, circle the things that you cannot control, and maybe a question mark if you're like, I don't know, this is kind of a gray area, I'm not really sure if I control this or I can't. So go ahead and do this for another like 30 seconds. Okay, so again, I'm sorry, I wish we had like tons of time for you to be able to take a little more time to do this, but hopefully it at least got you thinking about this and evaluating this, because I think a lot of times we are acting as if we have control over something that we may not truly have control over, and maybe don't recognize the things that we really do have control over, and it can be helpful to kind of sit with that and be conscious about it instead of letting that remain unconscious to us. Okay, so I just wanted to go through 2 examples of what may have been on a list, and I'm not saying it was on your list, but if it was, just so that it can help us, like you can think about the other things on your list too as we're talking if this is not super relevant to you. And so the first example is the ambulatory status of a child, which in other words, whether they walk or not. So the scenario here would be my child cannot walk and I want my child to walk, which I know is a pretty common thing within the disability community as a whole. Okay, so true or false? If I try hard enough and do enough, then she will walk. If I don't do these things, then she will not walk. And so I just want you to kind of sit with this for a second and kind of evaluate, like, what do you believe about this? Do you think that's true, or do you think that's not true? Which I've been told things exactly like this from our child's therapist at different times. Like the pressure was so immense, like if you don't do these things, he will never walk. And so I think it's important to think about it, like, is that true? And I think we can recognize that this isn't necessarily true, but we may subconsciously believe it or have someone tell it to us, and so we believe that. And I think it might be true, and I think it just depends on our child. It depends on a lot of factors, including things that we cannot control, and that might be if they are physically able to ever be able to walk. And a lot of parents, I think, go into this not really knowing. And so it's like, well, maybe they'll be able to walk, and we'll try this therapy, and we'll try that therapy, and we'll do the therapy with them all the time, and we'll work so hard without really knowing for sure what that will bring. And so I think recognizing that, I'm not trying to say we should help our children to walk or we shouldn't, I'm not like trying to have a stance on that, but just as an example of like we need to recognize how much control we truly have over stuff like this. And so, do I truly have control over whether my child eventually walks? And I would say no, because I don't think that's true control. Can I influence whether my child eventually walks? Maybe, probably, maybe, if depending on those factors that we can't necessarily control. And so I think recognizing the difference between influence and control is really important. And so going back to my carrier status with my son's syndrome, I've learned this through a lot of fertility issues that we've had because of that. And so I had the belief that if I just got pregnant enough times, then I'd be able to have a child. And that was kind of what the doctors told us too, because they're like, well, it's a 1 in 4 chance of your child having symptoms. And so we were doing that. We were trying to have a baby, so I was getting pregnant, and I kept losing it and losing it and losing it. And so I had to come to terms like, do I truly have control over this? Do I have control over having another child? Because I thought I did. Like, statistically, I should, from what they know about the genetics, but do I truly have control over this? And I don't, is what I had to conclude. And I had to ask myself, like, can I influence whether I have this 3rd child? Like, maybe I can do enough to have that happen. If I just got pregnant like 30 times, like maybe one of those would work, but maybe not. And so recognizing that, we also looked into doing IVF to prevent that gene being passed to see if that would work. So we were doing the first steps of that, and I came to realize, like, even if I do IVF and I could do it for 10 years, I still can't control whether or not my body would take that. Like, I don't know. We don't know everything. And so recognizing that I could influence it but not necessarily control it helped me make the decision, you know, I think we're done. I think we're going to embrace the 2 children that we have, and I'm just actually going to release this completely. And I'm not saying that that is always the decision that we come to with different things regarding our children or other things in our lives, but I do think it's important just the distinction between realizing, do I truly have control over this, or am I just having some amount of influence that may or may not come to what I want? And so I think, like, when we're deciding whether or not we want to have put forth our efforts and try to influence something like this, we do need to look at the cost-benefit analysis, which I had to do in my case as well with our fertility issues. The first thing, I think it's important for us to examine our why, to see, like, how much does this matter to me? Why do I want this so bad? Some common whys with the ambulatory example might be for greater independence, for greater convenience, and for the experience of being able to walk, which I think are all very valid reasons. And so we need to go deeper than that and be like, well, why do I want these things? And it might be, I want my child to be able to walk so they can be happy. Or I want my child to be able to walk so I can be happy. Or I want my child to be able to walk so we can have a good life. And I think with these reasons, which I think are very common, and I think they're grounded in a lot of love for our child and wanting to have a really good life with them, I do think we need to look at that and question whether or not we believe the inverse of these as well. If we believe, if my child cannot walk, they will not be happy. If my child cannot walk, I won't be happy. If my child cannot walk, we will not have a good life. And obviously when we hear those, it's like, oh my gosh, I don't think I believe that, I don't want to believe that. But I do think sometimes we do believe that subconsciously. And in my case with the fertility issues, I was looking at my why. Is this really worth it? All the things that we're going through, all the trauma that I'm going through and my family's going through for this. And my why behind it, I realized was like, I want to be whole, and I want my family to be whole because I really want this other child. And so I had to look at that and think, do I truly think that my family cannot be happy or whole, and I can't be happy or whole without this other child? And I think I did believe that. And so I've been working through with my therapist and coming to the realization of, like, I can be whole and happy without this other child. I did that. Okay, there we go. So I think the question here is, what can I control? I think we can work towards some neutrality, exposing ourselves to families, so going back to the ambulatory life, or ambulatory example, exposing yourselves to families living a full life with a non-ambulatory child and non-ambulatory adults, I think can be really powerful, just recognizing that those other statements we made before aren't necessarily true. And I think, like, it's important too to realize too that, like, that we might want to work towards neutrality, But that doesn't mean you need to be really happy about it. It doesn't mean you need to, like, you can't ever be sad about it. I've been working towards neutrality with our fertility issues. And sometimes I'm like, yeah, this is super great. I love having 2 kids. It's really convenient. Other times I'm really upset about it. And I think that's totally fine and natural. And then with adaptations, I think that's another way that we can look at what we can control with the ambulatory example. We can find solutions and get creative to do things that maybe we thought we couldn't do with a non-walking child and find out what's important to us. There are so many cool things that families have done with this. And then I think working towards supporting our children and reaching their full potential, which again, we don't necessarily know at the beginning. So I think that's a little tricky. We may be supporting them to eventually walk, or maybe it'll be helping them get fitted for their first ever wheelchair, or helping them learn how to assist in wheelchair transfers. So I think looking at like the spectrum of what independence looks like and what it might look like for our family can also help us. That can be something we can control. Okay, so the other example here I want to go through is grief. And so maybe you wrote on your list, I'm sad, or I don't like that this is what our child has to go through, or what our family has to go through. So I'm really upset that our life and my child's life looks so different than I anticipated being. And I'll say all of these statements I've felt before. I don't want to be upset anymore. I'm an awful person for being so unglued. I need to be strong and get over it. If I just look on the bright side enough, I can eliminate this grief and then everything will be better. So those might be beliefs that we have. So do we have control over our grief? Grief is a systemic response to loss. It's not an emotion and it's not a choice. And I think that's like super, my mind was blown when I learned about this from a grief expert named Colin Perry. And I think that that is so telling for us, and it's really important for us to recognize that we don't choose to grieve. This isn't something we're like, yeah, now I'm gonna feel super sad about this because I don't love my child or because I'm not happy. A lot of the times this is a very complex type of grief. And because our child may be right there with us, but we're grieving the life that we had previously and that we anticipated having with our child and the life that we wanted for our child. And I think knowing that our body is literally responding to that loss is very freeing because we don't need to take responsibility for it and think that we're bad for that. Another aspect we need to remember is that grief is non-linear and that it ebbs and flows, and there can be different triggers for that, different things that may come up, like maybe seeing other kids play soccer could bring up the grief of a child being non-walking and be like, well, I wish my child had that. I wish I could have the experience of watching them do that. Or it may be things that are less expected, like being at a conference like this and being around so many other parents that understand and being empowered and feeling so much joy. We may also unexpectedly feel a stab of grief because it's a reminder of that. And I think it's important to recognize that it may be logical at times, and sometimes it may catch you off guard and make you surprised by it. And then in her work, Colin Perry talks about the ways that grief manifests systemically. And I'm just gonna go over this really briefly, but there are 6 ways that she talks about. The first is emotionally, and I think that's what we most often think of when we think of grief. I'm like, I feel grief right now. And so that might be sadness, it may be anger, it may be jealousy or overwhelm. Another one is physically, and so this one's really interesting because I've talked to a lot of parents who have had physical issues with their bodies, especially during the time of diagnosis or high stress. And that can be a grief response or feeling like really tired even though you're getting enough sleep. That's one that I definitely succumb to. I struggle with that one a lot. And really quick too, I want to mention that you may experience 1 or 2 of these. You may experience all of them. It can be sometimes and other times different. But I think it's interesting to keep these in mind and be like, okay, that's grief showing up. That's not me just being crazy and I'm not sure what's going on. And then cognitively is the third one. And so that one actually has a term, it's called grief fog. And so that refers to being just like, oh, I'm losing my keys all the time. I can't remember things I'm usually really good at remembering. Another one can be spiritually, and this is another one that I've heard a lot of parents talk about, and that can be things like, I've had this long-held religious belief, and suddenly I feel so angry towards God. Why is he doing this to me? Why is he doing this to my child? And then socially, and this one might be, I usually like to be with people and suddenly I just want to be alone. I don't want to be around anyone. Or it can be, I can't stand to be alone and I need to be with other people. And then lastly, behaviorally, and that's basically anytime someone's like, well, you're just not acting like yourself, or you recognize that in yourself. Like, I'm just not myself and I want that back. that can be grief showing up in your life. Okay, so what can we influence regarding grief? If we agree that it's systemic, it's a response, we can't necessarily choose whether or not we're experiencing that or not, what can we do to influence that? The number one thing for me is to not moralize it, and I think, again, recognizing that we don't choose it can help with this, but recognizing that grief isn't bad, it doesn't make you a bad parent, it doesn't mean that you don't love your child immensely, it doesn't mean they don't bring you great joy, that those things can coexist, and you're just not a bad person for that one. And then secondly is to accept it when it shows up. And I think giving it space, and if you think of it as a body of water, if it remains still and it just sits there, it can become stagnant, and that's how you think when we usually get stuck in that grief, and I've experienced that a lot, where I was like, no, I don't want to feel grief, I don't like this, I don't want it. I should be happy, I should be grateful for all these things. That's when it really made problems in my life, because it will show up. Whether or not you choose to allow it, it will be there in different ways. And so if you imagine the difference between a pool of water that's very stagnant versus a flowing stream, which if you allow it space and you allow it to move and do what it needs to do, it'll remain healthy and you won't get stuck in that. And so one way to keep grief moving is to ask, what does my grief need right now? And I think sometimes the answer may be surprising, but it can be a lot of different things. And let me, sorry. It's gonna go back here. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to read off some examples that I have for ways that we can help it keep moving. So a few examples of this would be journaling, doing therapy, which I have benefited so much from my therapist, a conversation with a trusted friend, a good cry, snuggles with my child, creating art, a hard workout. I think it can be a million different things, but I think being really cognizant of that and asking yourself that one simple question of like, what does my grief need right now? And trying to give yourself space to do that can be very, very helpful. And I think sometimes it's also like, we're not going to therapy today. We're gonna skip therapy and we're gonna stay home and watch movies with my child. I think things like that are totally, like if you recognize what's happening, I think it can give you permission to do those things that you need to do. Okay, so the last part of the list activity, let's see, let's put that up there. Okay, so I want you to go back to that list that you made at the beginning and make any changes that you may feel you need to make. So if you're like, okay, well, I put on there I can control that, but maybe I can't truly control that. Or you may even add things like, okay, if I put on there that I'm really upset about my father-in-law because he keeps making these insensitive comments, you can put on there, okay, well, maybe I can't really control him making those comments, but what can I do? And you can even add something. So it might be like, I'm gonna try to have a heart-to-heart with him and see if that does anything. But I think recognizing like, I can try to influence it, but at the end of the day, I can't truly control that. So I'm gonna give you a minute to go ahead and revisit that list. Oh, here's our part. Okay, so you can continue to kind of think about that question too and just let it simmer and do whatever you want to do with that. But in conclusion, I just want to reiterate how much of an impact it can make on our lives when we recognize the things that we can't truly control, when we can conscientiously make decisions of what actions you can take to influence things or to control things that are more in your power, and to be able to work on releasing anything in your life that you feel that white-knuckling grip on, and come to that acceptance. Okay, so this is the way we can connect. So I'm on Instagram a lot more than like Facebook, under the _rare_life. If you want to pop in my DMs, I love talking to parents and messaging about things like this. And then the website, therarelife.org, and if you just search The Rare Life on any podcasting apps or on the website, it will come up. So I hope that we can connect there. Thank you so much. This is such an honor.
Oh, forgot. I was the first speaker yesterday, and I forgot not today. We have a different speaker. Please, go ahead. Go.
I don't have the mic yet.
Oh, you should.
We might
Yeah.
be the wrong person. Yeah.
The second one. Oh, that was bad. Sorry about that. Go for it.
I think your mic might still be on.
Okay, well, I guess I will make do without a pointer, which is fine. Okay, so, great. So first of all, thank you all for coming here today. And before I start anything, I would like to thank the GRIN2B Foundation for really allowing me to share about the work that's currently being conducted in our group, the Amy Ramsey group from the University of Toronto. And as just a quick introduction, my name is Lyra. I'm a PhD student from the group. And I would like to acknowledge that actually a lot of the work that I will be sharing today was done by my colleagues, Peter Finney and Phoebe Yan. And without them, we wouldn't really have anything to show. And I'm really excited to be telling you guys about what's to come really in our group. And with that, the title of my talk today will be Gene Replacement Therapy for GRIN1 Disorder. And so I'm sure this disorder needs no introduction, but as a very brief introduction, we know that most patients with GRIN disorder have rare single point mutation in their GRIN genes, and these mutations can affect the NMDA receptor in a range of different ways. For example, it can manifest in a loss of function or a gain of function phenotype, as well as affect how the receptor is being transported within the intended location within the cells. And we know that drug treatments which act directly on NMDA receptors can show mixed results when given to GRIN patients. For example, memantine may work on some gain-of-function variants, but may not work on the other gain-of-function variants. And therefore, I think it's extremely important for us to look at really new approaches which can target the symptoms and go beyond certain types of mutations and work in a more universal manner. And so we believe that gene therapy is an extremely attractive therapy for treating patients with GRIN disorder. And as our group is particularly focused on GRIN1 disorder, for today's talk, I will be focused on how we are considering a gene replacement therapy to rescue NMDA receptor function for GRIN1 disorder. And so just to give more explanation with regards to my last point, as I've mentioned, most GRIN patients have heterozygous mutation, and this means that For example, in the cell, we have our variant genes, and we also have our wild-type functioning genes. And so these produce variant proteins and wild-type proteins, respectively. And then when you can imagine these NMDA receptors are being assembled, they're just taking whatever subunits are available within the cell. And so really what we expect is that a majority of the NMDA receptors should contain at least one of these variant subunits. And unfortunately, as this mutation works in a dominant negative manner, this means that even the presence of one variant protein within the subunit is enough to make the whole subunit to be dysfunctional. And so what we're proposing is that if we were to administer an engineered wild-type gene, we can therefore make the amount of wild-type protein within the cell more readily available. And so now we expect that most of the NMDA receptors that are formed should have functional subunits. And what's important about this strategy is that we can achieve a functional rescue without the need to correct for the mutation itself, and regardless of the type of mutation it is. And this is important as we know that a lot of GRIN patients have mutations that are unique towards themselves. There are some concerns associated with a gene replacement strategy for treating GRIN1 disorder. Firstly is that previously work has shown that if there is too much NMDA receptor activation, this can actually cause a range of negative effects such as cellular toxicity as well as cellular death. So with our approach, if we were to add too much GLIN1, could this lead to too much NMDA receptor activation, therefore leading to this toxicity? And with regards to the second concern, as we know, this is a neurodevelopmental disorder. So if we were to give this treatment for patients at a later age, could we still see some improvements in patient symptoms? So to answer these concerns, with regards to the first issue, we know that in a natural, healthy state, GLIN1 is already in abundance, and so we believe that even if we were to add a bit more excessive wild-type protein, it shouldn't really lead to a lot of NMDA receptor-associated toxicity. And with regards to our second concern, actually a previous PhD student from the lab, Kasia Milnik, has provided us with an answer with regards to this potential issue. And what she did was that she used our GRIN1 knockdown mouse model. And this is just basically these mice were genetically engineered so that they were born with much less GRIN1. As you can see here in the images, the GRIN1 knockdown, they have less of that orange signal, which shows the GRIN1 production within the brain. And what's really unique about this mice is that if we give this mice this certain drug called tamoxifen, it can actually turn back on the gene, which allows for the gene to be functional again. And so what she did was that she gave these mice that were born with less amount of GRIN1, and she showed that there was a rescue of GRIN1 in the mice's brain following this tamoxifen treatment. And you might notice that the amount of GRIN1 in the rescue condition is still much less than what you see in the normal wild type. But she actually showed that even with this small amount of GRIN1 rescue, it could actually relieve these GRIN1 disorder mice from a lot of the behavioral symptoms that they show. And just to summarize everything, she basically showed that there was a rescue in hyperactivity behavior as well as a rescue of cognitive flexibility. And we're really lucky because we have available to us 2 different patient variant mouse lines for us to test this gene replacement strategy. The first one is our Q536R mouse line, which is a loss of function. And we also have a Y647S line, which is an indeterminate phenotype. And you might notice that these are two different mutation types. So really, this provides us with the perfect platform to test our approach and see how different mutations respond to this type of treatment. And so just to tell you guys about our study plan, so our functional GRIN1, we will package it into a virus called AAVs, and then these viruses are delivered into the mice either directly through the brain or via a systemic intravenous injection. And we would like to test our treatment on 4 different GRIN1 patient models, 2 being the ones that I've mentioned beforehand, as well as we have 2 other GRIN1 patient models available to us as we are collaborating with the Coleridge group, who have graciously allowed us to test our treatment on their patient models as well. And so after these mice were given the treatment, we would wait for 4 weeks before conducting an array of tests, including we wanted to see where exactly would this treatment localize in the brain, as well as identify any signs of side effects or toxicity due to the treatment, as well as we would like to see if there is a rescue in the symptoms that are exhibited in these mice. And finally, we wanted to see if our treatment could actually rescue NMDA receptor function in the brain. So first things first, could our gene produce functioning subunits which then can assemble into functioning receptors? To do this, we gave our treatment into the hippocampus of these mice, and this brain region is just the region most commonly associated with learning and memory. And then with help of our collaborator, Patrick Tidball, who's from the Coleridge lab, he conducted a series of tests called electrophysiology, where basically with this technology, you can measure the amount of NMDA receptor function in this specific brain region. And before I go into what our treatment gave, the treatment results, I wanted to point out 2 key markers of NMDA receptor dysfunction in the hippocampus. The first one is in our Q536R model, one of our patient variant models. As you can see here, NMDA receptor activity is much lower as what you can see in a normal wild-type mouse. And you can also see that there is a 50% reduction of synaptic plasticity in these mice. And so these mice were given the treatment, and very surprisingly, we saw an almost complete rescue of NMDA receptor activity, as well as an almost complete rescue of synaptic plasticity in this brain region. So this was really exciting for us. So we wanted to see if we could have the same rescue in our other patient variant mouse model, which, as I've mentioned, is a different mutation type, and as you can see here, has an even more severe effect due to the mutation, as there's almost no detectable NMDA receptor activity, and there is an even more severe loss of synaptic plasticity, up to 60 to 70%, as what you can see in the normal mouse. And using the same treatment plan, these mice were given these virus, and we showed that there was a rescue of NMDA receptor activity, as well as a rescue of synaptic plasticity. And although it wasn't to the same effect as what we saw in the previous mouse line, these things we can optimize with, for example, giving it a higher dose than what was given in this particular study. But what's just really exciting is that we essentially showed that NMDA receptor function is restored in both patient models, and it can work in a more universal way regardless of the type of mutation that these models have. And so ultimately, really, we want to give our treatment systemically using IV so that it's non-invasive and you wouldn't have to do any of the brain surgery part. And the mice that were given this treatment via an IV injection, we essentially showed that the treatment-derived GLIN1 protein was exhibited in a lot of different areas of the brain. And so just to summarize everything that I've told you about today, we showed that the treatment did indeed rescue NMDA receptor function in the hippocampus of these mice, and we showed that through an intravenous delivery, the treatment was localized in a lot of different areas of the brain. And so we believe our strategy has great translational potential and may serve as a one-time treatment for patients with any pathogenic GRIN1 variant. And future steps will include a range of behavioral tests to see if there is a rescue of symptoms, And we hope to optimize the dose as well as the routes of administration so that we can maximize the amount of improvements we see. And so just to really end my talk today, what about GRIN2B disorder? With regards to using a gene replacement strategy for treating GRIN2B disorder, I think it would be really interesting to test this strategy on other patient mouse lines. For example, there is a loss of function GRIN2B E413G mouse line, which was created by the Traynelis group, and I think it would be really interesting for us to test this approach on this mouse line as well. I would like to point out that there are some extra challenges associated with using this specific treatment for GRIN2B disorder. Firstly is that the gene is larger than GRIN1, so this might be an issue when we're trying to package it into these viruses. But there are ways that we can mitigate this risk. Is that one of them being is that you can actually split the gene into two and deliver them separately, and then once they're in the cell, they can recombine and form the full-length gene again. And also, unlike GRIN1, with GLUN2B, the expression of GLUN2B is more tightly regulated, so that if we were to add a bit too much GLUN2B, there is a chance that this would lead to an excessive amount of NMDA receptors. So we would have to consider these things in the future. And lastly, as I've shown earlier, if we were to make the GRIN1 gene fully functioning again during adulthood, this can rescue the symptoms. But we're really lacking in work on GRIN2B mouse models to see if this is also the case with a GRIN2B disorder. So there is a chance that for GRIN2B disorder, there is a specific time window in which the treatment should be given so that it can maximize or even bring about the rescue. So really a lot of more work needs to be done, but we are hopeful that we can start looking into this, hopefully. So knowing these challenges, I think rather than doing a gene replacement strategy, we can instead do a gene knockdown and replacement combination strategy. And what this means is that if you can imagine in the cell, there are the variant proteins as well as the wild-type proteins. With a gene knockdown strategy, you would actually block the production of both and then replace all of them with wild-type. And so essentially with this approach, you wouldn't really change the amount of GLUN2B in the cells, but you would make the wild-type GLUN2B more readily available so that they can form functioning NMDA receptors. And that ends the talk. Once again, I would really like to acknowledge my colleagues Phoebe and Peter, as well as Patrick from the Collingridge Lab. And once again, thank you for allowing me to share the work that's currently being conducted in our group. Thanks.
Okay, just wanted to start by saying what an honor it is to be up here and speak to the families. I've been to a couple of these meetings, and it's really important for us to have a chance to interact with you, and I'm thankful for the time. I also have my disclosures and my funding up here, and I guess the pointers are not really on, but I've highlighted GRIN2B just to comment on how impressed I am with the organization that has been set up with Liz and all the folks who have helped her. And I've sort of watched over the years as it's been more and more impactful. So just wanted to give a shout out on how impressive that is. So on this slide, I've just listed the 10 different receptors in the lower end that can be made from combining the 5 different genes that make up most of the NMDA receptors. These are GRIN1, 2A, B, C, and D, as you know. And this is this receptor is a tetrameric assembly of 2 GRIN1s and 2 GRIN2s. And so you can make 10 different flavors of these. I've boxed in red the ones that include the GLUN2B subunit. I'm going to talk today about the one, the one up, let's just see if we can get this. Right over here, this has 2 copies of GRIN2B. Andrew Penn's going to show some really interesting data on receptors that have a single copy of 2A and 2B later. And in some of our experiments, we work on all of these, but this is a lot easier to express and work on, and so you're going to see some data for that. Now, I have this cartoon up here, and you know, when we give these talks to the parents, we always have a challenge. Many of you don't have a biological background, but some of you do, and of course, we have world experts in the audience, and so I've tried to break a few ideas out into cartoons, and if it's too simple, you know, please forgive me for that. But here is just a cartoon to illustrate the idea that I want you to think of the NMDA receptor as a machine. It's made up of many parts. Each of the subunits has anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 small pieces that make it, but they assemble into components that move and have operations very much just like a mechanical machine in some senses. This receptor is made to sense the neurotransmitter glutamate, binds into a clamshell cleft that closes, creates some rotation from these sort of rigid, semi-autonomous domains. It's sort of like a children's gear set where you get rotation of one and counter rotation of the other. And those rotations of this part of the machine create tension on these linkers that then pull into a part of the machine in the membrane that's made up of these stiff helical rods through the membrane, and they ultimately open a hole in the cell membrane and cations flow through that. And so the job of this receptor in this machine is to bind that green molecule, open up a hole, and inject very precisely current into the cell for a certain amount of time. Not too much, not too little, just the right amount. So the glutamate receptor genes are what we call highly intolerant. And what that means is if we look across a healthy population and we sequence lots of people, you don't find as many normal variation as you would in most of the genes. It's in the top 1 percentile. It's one of the least tolerant genes in the body. And this is an algorithm that had been developed to sort of capture this. This is a more complex ribbon structure of the cartoon I just showed you. You can see some of these domains, these circular domains up here, and clamshells in here. Here's that transmembrane pore that the ions go through. And in blue are the regions that really don't vary in the healthy population. And these tend to be the regions that variants that turn up in patients reside in. So what we want to do is try to understand in our lab as kind of a baseline point of reference what the functional effect is of those different variants that turn up in that blue region of the receptor on receptor function. And I think a nice illustration for the non-biologist is really just this idea of a machine, and we want to ask, could those changes increase, decrease function, or alter it in some other way? And we have these categorizations called gain of function and loss of function that are embedded in the genetics community, used throughout for all the rare diseases. And so I'm just going to give a simple illustration of that. If one were to consider, manufacturing an engine, and on the assembly line, a worker reached in the wrong bin and they grabbed one wrong part and they stuck it on that engine. The engine was manufactured, put in the car was sold. There are 3 outcomes of that mistake. One might be just out of good luck or fortune, that part switch might have made that car faster, more efficient, in some way better at doing the job it was designed to do, and we call that a gain of function. Alternatively, putting on the wrong part might have compromised function. It might have been slower, it might have stalled, might not have run. That would be a loss of function effect. Or that part would have absolutely no discernible effect whatsoever on the vehicle, and we'd say that part, the car is tolerant to a change in that part. And if we just jump over to the receptor, we can take that exact same paradigm, we can apply it to our NMDA receptor if you think about it as a machine. And now we don't have an assembly line worker grabbing a different part. We have a polymerase putting in a wrong base pair, and that base pair dictates all those 1,000 to 1,500 amino acid components, and the wrong one is put in. If one wrong amino acid is put in, that variant, if it were to make that receptor better at what it does, would be gain of function. If it made that receptor worse at what it does, would be loss of function. And if there were no effect, we would say it's tolerant. And I've just sort of imagined, rather than the machine up on the preceding slide, you might have a residue placed right there and asking what it does. And so that's sort of a simple idea of gain of function. Now, it's a gross oversimplification. This receptor, just like a car, is pretty complicated, but it's a useful characterization. It helps clinicians think about stratifying patients for clinical design. It helps folks think about what animal models to make, and it helps in designing treatments. So we've set out to try to do that, and our perspective of that is really on synaptic transmission. And so this is just a cartoon to show you one contact point between two neurons that talk to each other at an excitatory synapse. We've got these vesicles of the neurotransmitter glutamate shown. They're released into this narrow space. It's about 30 nanometers. They encounter receptors. Some of them are the NMDA receptors. And that glutamate that's released, if you sort of look at a time sequence, there's a brief pulse of it. It reaches high concentration. It drops and is removed. And these receptors on the other side of the receiving neuron to that communication could respond with an inward current because, if you think about that machine, that's what it's built to do. It senses glutamate, opens a hole in the membrane, and the cations would flow through, and you would see this slowly developing, slowly decaying current. And this is what's mediated at these junctions, trillions of them per cubic millimeter in your brain, that mediates a signal. So we've set up a number of assays and sort of thought, what do we need to measure to try to estimate what the effect of a variant would be on that signal? And we've spent about a decade thinking through this. We finally came to our final list maybe a year or so ago, and we boiled it down to 6 assays. And it's not a perfect set of 6 assays, and it's not the best set of 6 assays, but it's a pragmatic set of 6 assays that allows us to look in a comparable fashion at all of the variants. And this is thousands of variants. And so we use what are called heterologous expression systems, like frog eggs, mammalian fibroblasts. We can trick these cells into making NMDA receptors. We can do electrophysiology, and we can measure current responses. So we have these 6 assays. Here's a picture of that machine, and just a ballpark of what we measure. We measure the potency of the activating agonist, the neurotransmitter glutamate. There's a co-agonist, glycine. We measure how sensitive the receptor is to different concentrations. There's this important ion that blocks the channel, magnesium, that's really central to its function. We measure that. We measure how many of the receptors make it to the surface of a cell, how likely a receptor that binds this molecule is actually going to open that pore. And then we measure how fast this molecule can come off, because that dictates the timing of our signal. And we've set up a center to do that. We've made a lot of headway in the last year. We've completed this analysis on all 6 of these parameters for about 370 variants. 267 are loaded onto the GRIN portal. We're working to push the rest up there, and we have a partial data set on another 400. And so we're sort of closing in on 700 or 800 of these. Our goal is to do them all and put ourselves out of business and have a lookup table so that every time there's a diagnosis, no work needs to be done. You simply go to the lookup table, and you have this baseline information to begin to think about the variant. So I just have a sentence I wanted to add. If I were in the seat, in the audience, and you were up here giving the talk, I'm a really impatient person, and one of the first things I want to know is, why does this take so long? You've been doing this for 10 years, you've only done 700. I want my diagnosis now. I want to know what's happening. My clinicians want to know. And so I just put up a little timeline. These are complicated assays. I won't read through it, but you can see we need to do all of them. They can take days. Some of them can drag on to one individual working full-time for a couple weeks if the variant is a little bit tricky. And the analysis has an open-ended question mark. Sometimes we go back to the beginning and we restart if things are a little complex. And so there's some time involved in this, and that's why things don't happen instantaneously. So how do we arrive at that call of gain or loss? We have a continuum of effects we see on different variants. Some have huge effects, some have modest effects. There's 6 different ones. Some go up, some go down. And so we came up with statistical criteria over these years. And this is just a distribution. There's about 300 experiments for one of those parameters, the sensitivity to the neurotransmitter. And from that distribution, you all remember the normal distribution at some point. If you don't have a science background in your training, we take that normal distribution and we can come up with statistical confidence intervals for our technical variation, and we can create thresholds for changes that we consider very high confidence, like not, greater than 99% certain that really is a change. Moderate confidence, maybe 95% certain, maybe a 1 in 20 chance we're wrong. And then we created a rubric here where we can call likely loss or gain, possible loss or gain, no effect, complicated where things are changing, but we can't kind of force them into this simple description, and then some other categories. And so we have this statistical process to come about with these. And here's a data slide, and this is not, I'm not expecting anyone to look at numbers. If you just look at the color-coded blocks, you sort of see the outcome of what we do. These are a dozen or so variants up here that are identified in patients, another dozen or so in healthy individuals. We ran all 6 assays. It's green when it's a gain, it's bold when it's a high confidence, regular when it's just modest confidence. And if you sort of look, some of these variants will have multiple parameters that read out as high gain, and we come up with a final call of likely. Others will have multiple parameters that are loss. Some of them will have a mixture. Here's a high loss, a modest gain, a couple other losses, and we have some net algorithms to come up with a sort of a tiebreaker, and then others where they're mixed, like this one up here. A lot of stuff is changing. This is really changing the way the circuit works, but we just can't categorize it in this simple binary system, gain or loss. If you look at the healthy population, this algorithm works pretty well. Nothing ever comes up, and so we don't get any false positives, and so we're confident that it's a robust system. Okay, so what we want to do once we finish out these characterizations is we want to make mouse models like what Lyra was talking about, and try to understand ways to improve new treatments, genetic treatments, pharmacological treatments, and also mechanisms. And so we have 4 models here that we've made at Emory that we're working on. We have a truncation model, and I'm going to talk about 2 of these, a model up in the agonist binding domain, the glutamate binding domain, and another model down around one of those transmembrane rods I mentioned. So the first, and these mice were all made by Hongjae Yuan. Hongjae spoke yesterday, but he's really made these mice and taken the lead on characterizing them, and so it's just want to give that credit. It's been a really productive collaboration. So the first one is this glutamate 413 glycine, E413G. This is in the pocket. Here's glutamate, if you can look in there, bound into its pocket. It's touching a bunch of other points of the protein, and this particular residue makes a bridge through water to touch glutamate, and if that is swapped out to a glycine, you end up with a hole there. And if you look, this is a picture of space fill, and you're really looking from the outside in, and normally in blue, that's actually the molecule glutamate that activates the receptor. When you make the variant, that hole that you can just peek through and see it gets larger, and water goes through that hole. And water begins to enter this cleft and compete with each of these contacts, and it speeds glutamate unbinding. And that makes glutamate about 70 times less potent. And so this is a really strong loss of function variant. This mouse has a lot of phenotypes. I'm just going to show 2 slides of this mouse and a couple slides of the next mouse, and then we'll be done. One of them is an anatomical change, and these little protrusions on one of the appendages of a neuron are referred to as spines. These are the contact sites for the connection from one neuron to the next that I showed you in the cartoon. And what we find is that there is a real change in the geometry of these spines. There's fewer, and they're thinner, and they look as if you've moved back in time to an immature phenotype, and you have less of the ones that look like they are what you would see in an adult. We also have here an electrical recording. This is an NMDA current we've recorded, like that cartoon I drew. In black is the normal response. In red is the response from a neuron in one of these animals, and we see both of the properties that we detected in our 6 assays. We see a faster deactivation. We see a smaller peak. If we did some sort of concentration response, we anticipate we would see that reduced. Here's a plasticity experiment similar to what Lyra had just showed you in the preceding slide, where we stimulate that synapse and we record. And this is a measure of how a synapse can change in response to different patterns of activity. And this is a situation where the synapse gets stronger and stronger. These dots go up and up. But the variant animal does not show that plasticity. So we know right away we probably have some sort of learning deficit. And then we've run a lot of different behavioral assays. I'm just going to show you one. Now, I wanted to really tell you about rescue pharmacology. We had really beautiful data with the genetic introduction of GLUN1, actually fixing long-term deficits that had developed in the animal. And here we're just going to look at a different approach, pharmacology. This is what we call an allosteric potentiator from Sage Therapeutics, experimental compound 550. And what it will do is make the NMDA current bigger when it binds to the receptor. And here we have, in these mice, one of these inward NMDA-mediating currents. We put on a low concentration of 550. The current gets bigger. That just proves these compounds work. It rescues that synaptic plasticity that you just saw, that I just showed you. Here is the reduced plasticity. If we add compound, we restore it to normal levels. And then this is one of the behavioral tests that has a really robust phenotype. This is what we call elevated zero maze. It's just a circular track with 2 parts of the track shielded, and rodents by nature are anxious animals. They don't want to go out in the open. They don't want to become prey. And yet they're curious animals. They have to explore to survive and find food. And so they spend most of their time in this sheltered area. Every now and then they'll sprint out across the open area. And a normal animal might spend 70 or 80% of its time hunkered down in these sheltered areas and 20% sprinting across. And so here we've just counted the number of times one crosses. And you can see a normal animal might cross 5 or 6 times in a 5-minute test period. The E4 and 3G mice never come out of that closed area, and that's consistent with a high anxiety phenotype. There's some other interpretations we could talk about later, offline in the hall or at the questions. But the question would be, could a drug rectify this phenotype? And in red, you see what happens if you inject on 3 consecutive days, a very low concentration of 550. On the first day, you restore the number of arm crossings back to normal, and you continue to have a significant effect, although you're not quite as high as an animal without that mutation. And so this is a nice rescue. We have lots of other data. It's not that the mice are just running crazy now and running out across that. They don't have any other defects that this causes. It really seems to be a rectification of that imbalance. And in other experiments, we can also fix imbalances, and we can also fix that spine deficit when we feed the animals this compound for 2 weeks. And so that's one example of a rescue. Now, in the last couple slides, I just want to give you the flip side. That was a loss of function. This is a really strong, unequivocal gain of function, serine 810 arginine. It's located right above that 4th transmembrane domain in a critical region that controls whether that pore opens or closes. And again, when we made this mouse, we see the same effects at the synapse, at the native receptor that we would have predicted from our 6 assays. We see an increased size of the NMDA receptor response in the S810R mice. Here's a scatter of a number of different experiments. We also see another spine deficit. It's a little difficult to see. We don't have the same system running here that we can quantify the geometry, but if you just look, there are fewer protrusions and there's quite a lot less. And so it's also seems to have impacted the microanatomy. And these mice also display spontaneous seizures to stressful events. And so, for example, if you open a cage and rattle it, the animal will undergo a 20 or 30 second tonic-clonic seizure. So it has a high seizure phenotype. This is what the patient displayed with refractory early onset epileptic encephalopathy. And so the mouse models that feature well. And we also then tested, because of that, a chemoconvulsant, pentyline tetrazole. This is a common test for anticonvulsant agents. We injected this at a dose that will produce about seizures in about half of a normal animal. When we do that, all of the S810 mice undergo seizures compared to about half of the normal mice. And the 810 mice they undergo those seizures more quickly than after injection than the 5 animals that from the normal mice that do show seizures. We've also started some PET imaging on these animals, and I'm not going to go into that at all. But it's consistent also with an epileptic phenotype. So on the last slide here, we just have the rescue pharmacology. Radiprodil is a very selective GLUN2B inhibitor, and this is a GLUN2B gain of function, and so you might imagine this compound could be very effective at reducing the overactivation. Radiprodil binds at a place we know quite a lot about, and there's a lot of work done on compounds like radiprodil, so it's a well understood phenomenon. And we've also, of course, tested that the variant didn't destroy the ability of this compound to inhibit the receptor. This is just increasing inhibition with increasing concentrations of radiprodil for a normal receptor and the mutant receptor, a little bit less potent, but still effective. And then this is the currents from a normal mouse showing radiprodil will block that synaptic current and will also block synaptic current in the mouse having the S810R. And so when we take this compound and we inject it with the chemoconvulsant, that allows us to ask the question, can block of the 2B receptor actually rescue the phenotype of overactivation, which we think drives the epilepsy? And in this simple model, all of the S810R mice that were injected, 10 out of 10, show a tonic-clonic seizure, whereas about 5 of the mice that received radiprodil are protected. They don't undergo any seizure in the test period. And of the remaining 10 that do undergo a seizure, if we look at how long it takes that seizure to develop, there's quite a delay, almost a 3-fold delay in the time to reach that seizure. And so these are taken as evidence that radiprodil should protect against the seizure, which makes sense. It's blocking the 2B receptor selectively, 2B's overactive, and so you ought to be able to mitigate some of the problems with a block. So those are some of the things that we do with the models. These mouse models are really useful for looking at many other aspects of treatment and trying to piece together mechanism. So just a couple of take-home points. I wanted to tell you a little bit about the functional analysis, how we do it, why we do it, how long it takes. And then I wanted to show you these 2 mouse models where these models in vivo match what the 6 assays we developed show, and they give us an opportunity to look at rescue pharmacology. And these are just a couple of early ideas showing what we like to call proof of concept. These compounds are not necessarily, well, radiprodil has been in man, and you'll hear about the honeycomb trial. But the 550 compound's experimental tool. But once you show something's possible, then you have a chance to begin to look at compounds that actually are going to go into man. So appreciate your attention. Again, a real honor to just have a chance to talk to the parents. And want to comment, Johannes Lemke was the first to describe that 810R. And again, the mice were made from Hongjie Yuan. Stephen Lang did the PET scan. A lot of people in the lab have done all of the other assays. And then I have my disclosures and support. And really appreciative to GRIN2B Foundation. They actually supported the production of these mice.
Hello? Can you hear me? Real quick, Lonnie, just a second. I just wanted to say that since we did start late due to some technical issues, I was just going to ask if the rest of the speakers, if you don't mind, like just trimming a little bit. We need to make up some time. We don't want to miss out on break and lunch. And worst case, we may, if we have to shift someone to the afternoon, we'll make it work. But if you all could just maybe just go, I don't know, summarize a teeny bit faster. Thanks.
So now she tells me you never should tell a scientist to give a short talk. Anyway, first of all, I'd like to thank the GRIN2B Foundation. I'd like to thank the organizers. I know a lot of people have put a lot of time and effort into this. I want to thank Phil and Liz in particular. But I also want you guys to know that these meetings for us scientists, are really motivational and they're inspirational. And already the people in my lab are exhausted for how much I'm asking them to do, and I'm going to go back and say, do more. So it's very inspirational. So the title of my talk is a little different than in the program, and but anyway, you're now learning a lot about neurons, this fundamental unit in the brain. And you've learned a lot about this process of how neurons talk to each other via this process called synaptic transmission, right? So here's this presynaptic neuron. Contains glutamate as its neurotransmitter. It's going to release that. And that glutamate's going to interact with many receptors, but one of the more prominent ones is the NMDA receptor, which we're very interested in. And of course, the NMDA receptor plays a critical role in all brain functions, and there's consequences when it doesn't work correctly. So recently, 6 years ago, I decided to expand my lab. I've worked a long time on NMDA receptors, and I decided to add into our abilities to use a fish, zebrafish, to study NMDA receptors. And our goal was to define how NMDA receptors and GRIN variants contribute to early brain development and brain function to develop novel approaches to treat clinical phenotypes, right? So we kind of wanted to go outside the box of thinking of just NMDA receptor molecules that interact with NMDA receptors. And so as science proceeds, you're going to discover that science always goes much slower than you would like and what we would like. And so we've made progress, but we're far from really achieving our goal. But you may ask a real simple question. Why study zebrafish? Zebrafish, I mean, the human brain is this complex organ. Zebrafish, why study zebrafish? What's the sense behind that? Well, there's a number of reasons, and the first one is this brain has billions of neurons. This brain has only 100,000, so it's a lot simpler to look at. Now you may say a mouse, but a mouse also has millions of neurons versus an animal that only has 100,000. So it's going to be a lot easier for us to go in and see what's going on. Now another thing, genes are largely conserved. So they're very similar, so many of the processes that go on in the human brain also go on in the zebrafish brain. Now, here's a number of advantages. There's many additionals. I'm not going to go I'm just going to give you a few examples of this. And so one of them is rapid development and well-characterized larval behavior. So here's the time course for zebrafish. And so here's the time course for development. So at day 0, there's an egg. That's this egg right here. Everything's done externally too, so that's an experimentally huge advantage. This is an egg, it gets fertilized, and it goes through this process of development. And by 3 days of age, it's finished embryonic development, and it's a pretty sophisticated creature at this point. And it can carry out pretty complex behaviors. And what we're going to do is use behaviors as an index of the brain. So we want to see how it affects the behaviors. We say, okay, something's wrong with the brain. And now we want to go in and look at those 100,000 neurons and figure out what's wrong. Okay, so that's our general strategy. So, and they develop very rapidly. So we're talking many of our experiments occur over this limited time frame. So it saves a lot of effort. I'm going to show you one experiment that goes out here that's very relevant to GRIN2B. So here we're doing one of our behavioral assays. We have many going on now in the lab, but here's one, and it's a social interaction assay. So we have there's 10 lanes, they're all the same here. And what we do is we just put a fish in here, a test fish in this lane, and then the fish can swim up and down here as much as they'd like. And at one end, we have a glass plate, and they can see that fish here. And at the other end, there's no glass plate. Okay, so it's just an assay to see how well that fish is going to interact with another fish. And what's already known in the literature is that at a young age, at 1 week, post-fertilization. They pretty much just randomly swim around. But then with development, and by three weeks post-fertilization, 21 days post-fertilization, they now show a social preference. They prefer to be around this other fish. It's called shoaling. I mean, many of you have seen fish swimming around in schools, and we're looking at the development of that process, a social interaction process, right? Which in terms of neurodevelopmental disease is a really key index. A hallmark of neurodevelopmental disease is a lack of social interaction. So what we did is we knocked out that GRIN2B gene. So these fish that we're testing now no longer have the GRIN2B gene. So again, as I just pointed out, in wild type, if you look at the social preference, you see there's no social preference at young ages, and then with development, it starts showing a social preference. In contrast to these fish that lack GRIN2B, they show no developmental change in social preference, okay? So that would indicate that at a behavioral level, we've now detected something's wrong with the nervous system, okay? Now, and so we have this behavior to assay it, and now what we want to do is go in and say, what's different? What's changed? What can we learn about how the brain is altered? Oh, and again, the social interaction deficits are hallmarks of neurodevelopmental disorders. To diagnose autism, they use a social interaction assay. That is how clinically autism is predominantly assayed. Okay, so now the next step is we say, okay, now we've got all these diverse genetic tools and the brain is smaller in size. Okay, so now we want to start looking at what's different with the brain. Again, the zebrafish have these really powerful genetic tools. Here's their brain. We can image their whole brain. And we can have these genetic tools. The red ones, these neurons here are what are called interneurons, and the green ones are called the excitatory neurons. So it doesn't matter, they're just two different types of neurons that are critical to the brain function. We can go in and quantify those two populations, and we can say what's different with the wild type brain. And what we found, very interestingly, was that there was one particular point in the brain that was changed. It was called the subpallium preoptic area. It doesn't matter. What's really interesting is it's part of the social interaction circuit, but it's also the birthplace for GABAergic interneurons. So it's nothing really to do, I shouldn't say it's nothing to do with NMDA receptors, but it's more an indirect outcome. So maybe we should be thinking about the role of GABAergic interneurons in neurodevelopmental disorders. And again, we're continuing to pursue these experiments to ask that question. How does GLUN2B affect the development of GABAergic interneurons? So here's another example of the advantages of zebrafish, and this was work that was initiated by a postdoc in my lab, Amalia Napoli. So just a reminder, you're going to hear a lot about brain dysfunction, and there's a distinction. There's two types of nervous systems. One is called the central nervous system, and that includes the brain and the spinal cord. That's in yellow here. There's another nervous system. It's called the peripheral nervous system. And it includes cranial nerves, spinal nerves, and I think really extremely relevant to GRIN families is it includes the enteric nervous system, which innervates the gut. And it also encodes or encompasses the autonomic nervous system. So again, when you have talented people in your lab, they make interesting discoveries. So I have this postdoc, Amalia. She discovered, again, these are fish. We're just looking at fish, and we have two types here. We have wild type, and we have GRIN1. So these are fish that do not have any NMDA receptors. They're a nice starting point to look at. Ultimately, we want to look at the GLUN2 subspecificity, but it's a nice starting point. But what she saw was that the pigmentation in wild type, or the pigmentation in these fish, was much darker than in these fish. So somehow the absence of the NMDA receptor was contributing to the change in this pigmentation. Okay, interesting observation one. Interesting observation two is that she looked at the cranial facial features of these fish, And she noted again that they were different from the wild-type fish. Okay? So what's interesting about these two observations is that both of these phenotypes, pigmentation and cranial facial features, are derived from a unique cell type called the neural crest. Okay? And I'm going to tell you right now, we're really excited about this, and I'm going to show you some preliminary data. And what is neural crest? Again, I'm not going to get into it. What it does is it's a specialized cell type that forms a bunch of different types of tissues. Okay? And so why would you care about this? Well, one of them is sensory neurons, and one of the hallmarks of kids with GRIN2B disorders is hypersensitivity. So somehow we think these changes in the development of the sensory neurons might have an impact. It also encodes, or they also generate, the autonomic nervous system. Neural storms are a very prevalent feature of kids with GRIN2B. And it also encodes the enteric nervous system, and that's innervates the guts. So again, we think these are really relevant to GRIN2B kids, and we're in the midst of trying to define this. And I'm just going to show one experiment, and this is in the gut of zebrafish. So here again is a fish. Here you can see its gut. It's kind of large at the beginning, gets smaller as you move on. And here's an image of the gut, and what we're using is I don't think these colors match up as well here, but this should be green here, so it's just a marker of enteric neurons. So these are the neurons that innervate the gut, these enteric neurons. And you can see throughout this gut here, so again, this is wild type, throughout this gut, the enteric nervous system is, these enteric neurons are present throughout the gut, okay? This has been seen before, pretty rational. But then we did the same experiment with these fish lacking NMDA receptors, and we did it also using a drug called MK801. And MK801 is basically going to block NMDA receptors. So both of these experiments are going to basically remove NMDA receptors from the picture, and we found a really interesting phenotype. Innervation of the gut in this anterior part was almost completely absent in both of these conditions. And we can see some neurons coming back, and then only in the very far posterior part of the gut do we start seeing it. So what's the significance of this to you? I don't know. We're in the midst of doing the same experiments for GRIN2A, 2B, 2C, 2D. But again, I think many of you know the challenge with your children is oftentimes gut-related, and we think that this could be part of the mechanisms that contribute to it. And we're also now got a fluorescent assay to track the mobility of the gut, to assay gut motility. It's kind of hard to see here. It's also hard for me to see because I got to lean way over here. But the head is right here. And this fish, and so these fish, we feed them fluorescent beads, and they ingest these fluorescent beads, and then we can track them as they go down the gut. So here's some fluorescent beads further down the gut here. So we're actually doing this as a functional assay now to see how NMDA receptors, this misregulation of the enteric neurons in the gut, contribute to the functional outcome. Do they lead to constipation, or do they lead to slower flow of material through the intestine, or the gut of the fish? This is what we're very interested in. So just some quick take-home messages. Zebrafish are a useful model to study NMDA receptor in vivo, and again, we can study the human things are conserved, circuitry is conserved, nervous system is more accessible. So there's a lot of advantages to studying zebrafish. We can understand mechanism underlying the development of phenotypes, like somehow GABAergic interneurons are important to the social interaction deficit. And so it kind of pushes us to think about new approaches to target the clinical phenotype. And finally, NMDA receptors modulate the development of neural crest. This is a novel finding, and we think it will have far-reaching impacts in terms of understanding how GRIN disorder, or how disruptions in GRIN genes ultimately can affect other body parts, including the autonomic nervous system and the enteric nervous system. And so finally, I'd just like to thank people in my lab. There's a large cluster of people who are working on variants in NMDA receptors. I've already mentioned Amalia and Christy. She's working on the enteric nervous system. I'd like to thank my funding sources. And finally, I'd also like to thank Austin's Purpose. Austin here, I had the pleasure of meeting Austin. He's a GRIN2A patient. He has severe epilepsy. His foundation, or the foundation here, donated money to my lab. And because of that, we were able to buy this microscope. You can see it says Austin's Purpose down there. Again, because he has seizures, the student working on this, we do a lot of work on seizures with this, again with zebrafish. But many of the things we're doing now with the gut and all that are being done by this microscope. And it's really invaluable, incredibly helpful to have this microscope in the lab. And again, it's just the contribution and support from the families who have GRIN disorders. That's it.
Ta-da, okay. Well, I want to thank Liz and the whole foundation for all the work they do and for including me. And it's really a pleasure and an honor to get to talk a little bit about what we do. I'm gonna mainly give a broad overview. And I realize that most people in the audience are parents, so I've tried to include some more explanatory slides and not much raw data. So, for example, we've already seen this a couple of times. Neurons communicate with each other through synapses, and synaptic vesicles release neurotransmitters such as glutamate. At glutamatergic synapses, there are glutamate receptors on the postsynaptic side. There's many different subtypes. NMDA receptors are one such subtype. This is just a cartoon showing the same thing that you've seen multiple times, but hopefully it makes a little bit of sense that when one neuron fires, it kind of spits out or releases glutamate, and that's the way it communicates with the postsynaptic cell. You can actually, those are cartoons or artists' renditions. You can also use electron microscopy to look at very high magnification at a synapse. This is many of the excitatory synapses, the majority occur on spines. So the postsynaptic machinery, I don't know if the thing works, but what you see is a spine, and on the, there's a presynaptic terminal with synaptic vesicles adjacent. There's also a fuzzy electron-dense substance called the postsynaptic density that's along the end of the spine. That is where the receptors and many of the postsynaptic proteins aggregate. And it's really important for the proper localization, not only of glutamate receptors, but many other adhesion molecules, scaffolding proteins, signaling molecules, so that there's efficient synaptic transmission and downstream signaling. So I'm telling you that because that's what we study. I've studied glutamate receptors for over 30 years, and, but I also study other postsynaptic proteins. And this is a simplified cartoon that points out on the postsynaptic side, there's many different types of proteins. I've drawn the circles around the proteins that we study. And I also want to make the point to everybody in the room that I thought Steve did a beautiful job of explaining how NMDA receptors themselves act as machines, and they're highly modulated, and if a little part doesn't work, then you can either get gain of function or loss of function. But really, the glutamate receptors are one part of a big signaling complex. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind, that it's not the receptors in isolation, but their interaction and ultimately downstream signaling that can have a big effect on neuronal morphology, on synaptic plasticity, et cetera. So you've seen variations on this. NMDA receptors are tetramers. They're made up of 4 subunits. A typical NMDA receptor would have 2 gluin-1 subunits and 2 gluin-2 subunits. This is GRIN2B meeting. So gluin2B is the protein that's encoded by GRIN2B. So sometimes I say them interchangeably because I'm used to talking about the protein, which is gluin2B, but the gene's GRIN2B. I always show the old-fashioned cartoon because I'm an outlier here. I don't study the biophysics. I'm not a geneticist. Instead, I use biochemical and cell biology approaches to study the proteins themselves and how they get where they're supposed to go so that they can perform their job. And we know that the C-terminal domain is very important for that, for the receptors and for many of the other proteins actually as well. You often will see this. Steve had some of these images. They're like spectacular structural biologists who work on NMDA receptors and have solved the structure. But it's always important for me, because of what we do, to point out that they lop off the C-terminal domain to solve the structure. And the C-terminal domain is important. We know it's important because decades ago, people showed using mice, if you have no GRIN2B, if the GRIN2B is knocked out, the mice don't live. And if you knock in GRIN2B without the tail, the mice don't live. So knock-ins of 2A and 2B that remove the tail phenocopy the knockouts. So we know they're important, but they're rather mysterious. They don't have a known structure. And the genetics of them is they're much more tolerant. Steve did a nice job of talking about how there are certain regions of the NMDA receptors that are very sensitive. The C-terminal domain isn't such a domain. It has a lot of variation in the unaffected populations. So for us to study it, we have to look very carefully at the databases, look at NOMAD versus ClinVar versus some of the patients to figure out if we're looking at a variant that might possibly be pathogenic. So just to remind people that this is once again a cartoon, that NMDA receptors are proteins. They have to get where they're going. And that's really a multi-step process that relies on trafficking machinery. Once it gets to the cell surface, there's lateral diffusion. At a synapse, it needs to be like scaffolded there and retained or aggregated at the synapse. We study some of the variants that are in the tail that have effects. I'm not going to show those data because I don't think it pertains to many of the families here. But there are regions that are incredibly important in the gluin2B tail. We have variants in the CAMK2 binding region that we're studying and that are in patients and not in NOMAD. And at the extreme C-terminus, there's variants that we're studying that are in patient databases but not in NOMAD. And some of them have huge effects, either mistargeting or just total destabilization of the protein. Once again, making the point that NMDA receptors are part of this big glutamatergic signaling pathway that has tons of proteins. The genetics have been so revelatory in the last 10 to 15 years because sequencing has gotten cheaper and faster and more patients get sequenced. And what it's revealed is that there are many sensitive genes that have a single point mutation, in some cases can be highly penetrant and cause neurodevelopmental disorders. I drew the blue dot, the blue box around GRIN2B, and it's highly significantly associated with disorders. But once again, it falls in pathways, so that's why there's so many genes that are related that might have similar clinical presentation, but be a different gene. I don't know that this was just to once again reiterate that the DNA has the mutation, and then it's transcribed a message and translated to protein, and then you end up with NMDA receptors that have a mistake. At the message level, it's like the recipe where you have codons that encode certain amino acids. Basically, the proteins are made up of amino acids. So a mistake at the DNA level, the functional consequence is a mistake at the protein level, usually at the level of a different amino acid or a truncation where just a whole big chunk of amino acids are missing. If you look at the GRIN portal, and it shows that the vast majority of 2B patients are from missense variants. However, there's a significant subpopulation that are truncating variants. And those, I don't know if your children, if you have like an amino acid, a number, and an asterisk, that's a truncating variant depiction of a genetic level. So once again, this is just a really super simplified way to explain. If you have a mutation, you might get a protein that's not quite right, has amino acid difference, but you also might get no protein. And because there's 2 alleles, that's already been discussed, you might end up with half as much GLUN2B as you should have. If you have no GLUN2B, that doesn't happen. You guys have 2 alleles, and the patients have 1 wild type. So what are we doing? Like I said, we spend a lot of time with rare variants in the C-terminal domains, but we also study truncated proteins, and our thinking is if you were going to do a mouse model, probably the largest subpopulation of patients would be the haploinsufficiency, having half as much GLUN2B. So we also are studying the GLUN2B knockout het. And and this is just reiterating there's truncating mutations. Oh, right. So this is Rihanna. I have several people from my lab. You want to raise your hand? Yeah, she's from my lab. She just did that. I don't want you guys, don't take too much to heart of the actual numbers. I just had her literally this week look in NOMAD versus ClinVar, so this is kind of a rough chop. But it's to make the point that if you look in NOMAD, which is unaffected database, versus ClinVar, which is affected database, and just look at the variants that appear, and look at truncations, that GRIN1 in NOMAD, there's a lot of truncations. So they mentioned this earlier. GRIN1 can, if you have half as much GRIN1 in your patient, then you're going to end up in the unaffected population. But 2A and 2B, it flip-flops. So having half as much is a problem, right? And GRIN2D is even more stark. GRIN2D can very much tolerate haploinsufficiency. So we're doing some basic biochemistry on the het mouse. We find that 2B is decreased, as you would expect. We thought there might be some compensation from the other subunits, and we didn't find that. We quantified it. There actually looks like there's a little bit less GLUN1 in the mouse, but it's not significant. So we're now looking at we're using littermate controls, so it's time consuming. We're looking at different developmental stages. What we also did was look at wild type littermates versus GLUN2B hets that have half as much protein, and we just sent them to the NIH sequencing core, phenotyping core. So certainly, there's no bias here. We just sent them, and it was interesting. They did have some differences in chemistries and some of the blood workup, and they also had, let's see if we have, yeah, I do have the quantitation at the bottom, enlarged heart and spleen. So there were some peripheral organ differences between the wild types and the hets. We also are collaborating actively with Jill Silverman at UC Davis, who's an expert in behavioral phenotyping. And we've already given the tissue to a collaborator, Bautista, Dr. Bautista, who's going to do EM and look at synaptic structure, and also at the ultrastructure level, looking at expression of NMDA receptors in different regions that are listed there: amygdala, hippocampus, and frontal cortex. So that's very much in progress. The other thing we're doing is we're very focused on the truncations. Steve and Hongji have made the 847 mouse. We already have knocked it into iPSCs and are looking at the truncated protein from a protein level if it is expressed. We are making the 519 mouse. I've been in contact with parents of both 847 parents and 519 parents. So we know that they're very much affiliated with this group, and we're very interested in how these mice. The ultimate question is when you have a truncation, especially if it's not in the last exon, is the message stable or is it degraded? And is the protein stable or is it degraded? And if there's any protein that's expressed, does it behave normally or is it dominant negative? Rihanna also did this for me this week. I thought since there's a bunch of parents here, we went through Searchlight, we meaning Rihanna, and just for GRIN2B shows where these various stops are. These are patients that are in the Searchlight database, and because we're very interested in doing some work on truncations, we are trying to focus on some of the variants that affect the most patients that we have contact with. So take a look at that. And if anyone wants to talk to us, we're not studying these yet, but we're trying to focus on these animal models that might represent the most patients. All right, so we made and Sehun's here, and Hey Young's here. So both of them have been working on, Hey Young is working on the 519 project with those mice that are in progress being generated, but also the biochemistry. And the 847 mice is work with Sehun. And these are not the mice. These are actually using cDNA to express the partial protein. And what they found is when you express the truncated protein, either in hex cells or in neurons, you get a smaller piece because it's truncated, but they're stable. And this wasn't necessarily going to be true. Like I said, we have point mutations that totally destabilize the protein. But like I said, the million-dollar question is really at the message level under the endogenous promoter, and we're working on that. And I've tried to go through it quickly, but to tell what we're doing, if people want to talk to me later, one of the things I'm most excited about, because I've been working on this, banging my head against the wall for years, is we're really it's really gonna happen. We're gonna try to have this translational program, collaborating with Sarah Nadi. She's clinical. She's a neurologist, epileptologist at NINDS. Audrey, who's director of the NIMH Behavioral Phenotyping Core. I've already published with these guys previously, but now we're writing a clinical protocol. We've already gone through a couple of the stages. It's not finalized yet, but it's very much in progress. And then we'll be able to bring in patients and for sure tissue, but we'll also be able to harmonize data that we collect with Colorado or Leipzig or Rotterdam or Columbia. And so we're really hoping to play a bigger role in being a conduit from clinical all the way to the basic. So that's kind of the goals, and that's my group. People in red contributed, and I think I mentioned everybody except Marta. She's no longer in the lab, but she did much of the work on the single missense variants. That's it.
We're gonna go to break now because we're still off schedule, and I'm gonna steal, don't kill me, 5 minutes from your break. So break is now 20 minutes, so we can try to get a little bit back on track. So go get some snacks. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was like, oh yeah, that's close. Anyway.
So I work more on the kind of phenotypic data collection and researcher ways. So any of
So
the
could
like
after
data
this meeting,
reports.
I just contact you, and you and I have a Zoom, and figure out what each other do.
Oh, absolutely.
That would help me.
Yeah. And we'll be here. We're probably collecting blood draws, but our supplies are. Yes. We're related.
Are you? Most, I expect you to say like, there's a million people named this.
No, it's a very uncommon name. No. Her father and my grandfather were brothers.
Okay. Yeah. Because I know her from way back. I haven't seen her in quite a while. I guess because she was a seminar speaker, and we met virtually during COVID, so it must be before COVID when I've seen her, but she was in the same area. So I know.
So I frequently will get that question, kind of,
Well, I know
or
I didn't do it from like
as I started entering the field, I was like, there's another first time.
Okay.
But yeah, we
like,
should definitely continue
yeah.
talking. We want to do whatever we can to help facilitate. So
Yeah. Okay. So you were making a mess.
Yeah, oh, I have something for you.
And did you take her? Like, oh, she just walked down. She's the one that's working on the
Oh, no, I didn't. Charlotte drew him a mouse. Yeah.
Anyway, so you tests for projects.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I was trying to call Luna because Charlotte was a little bit. She didn't sleep very well last night, and she's kind of overwhelmed with everything. So we took her upstairs to her room where I can reach him. But we can check upstairs, or we can have lunch together. Because I think it's not.
Kind of make the room and reset. But yes, off and on today, or definitely. But she'll be on.
Yeah. Sit with you and yeah, that's perfect. Sorry, thank you.
Keep the flow.
I'll go next.
Oh, you're going
Go
that
ahead.
way.
have any control over the slides, do you?
I do not, but I think he does.
He does?
Yeah. Perhaps.
Is there a way to back up a couple of that last meeting's slides?
It's all on YouTube.
Oh.
So if you go to the live stream on YouTube, you can go and look at those.
Oh, okay, cool.
But
I just wanted to give you an image of it because, yeah, my son's buried.
Oh, I see.
That was...
Go check the break.
Todos por la misma cosa.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Vamos a acomodar
Ooh, extra good. Wait, I feel it's the department. It's the big one.
I ended up becoming really good friends with this girl.
Sure.
Sales guy on the road.
Nada más ahí con ellos, no se preocupe.
Yeah, they caught it. We're called A. I find it. So they're waiting in line for us. He gets up and goes in.
Yeah, geez, that's something. My nephew, so my dad had his first heart attack at 47. And they, at that time, they had stents, but they didn't want to put them on because they talked about it being sort of the plaque risk or something. And for some reason, they never did a stent. So he must have his life, but it was very, very touching. No, I didn't have this, but I write my mind. I don't want to call it chest pain, it's bad news. And so I went in and got looked at, and the guys gave me, so I ended up with a stent. And my brother was like, huh. And so he finally got checked out. Of course, I was feeling chest pain, but she had bypass. Yeah. And then but that all now, I say my brother's home because he's the kind of guy who's like, no, let's just get back. So he well, no, 2 months ago, ended up having a heart attack. So on his way to work, he was 47. Same age as my dad. And he's Chief Justice for county. And he was luckily not driving too fast, but ran into the car in front of him, and everybody deployed and everything. They got him in, put him in, and watched him for 3 days. Good to go.
Yeah. He got out of the hospital next day.
It's kind of crazy.
Sorry, it's just keep wanting to try things faster. Yeah, go back and fix it. Put this right here. Yeah. Yes, your volume is down, so I will bring it up when you go.
Make people hungry. SMRs. SMR. SMRs. I'm John. I'm doing the video side. There should be a clicker up there. Your slides. The clicker if you're used for link, that's fine. So yeah, and the problem is I'm running out of line. So you'd be relying on me to go left a little, go left. So, but if you want to. Oh, okay. Great. Yeah, so if you can otherwise refer to it, you see the upper left corner.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or if you want me to point out something, you can tell me and I'll drive over there.
Good so far. Good so far.
It'll be awesome.
Thank you.
Different aspects of it. Something like it's got a compressor.
Yeah, I know.
It's kind of a big old tube sounding compressor that sort of does everything. A lot of guys do with they're releasing that in case of needing to compress and stuff or whatever, so I use something like this thing on that. But it's got one that's right with the top. Pretty cool. And the engineer that designed it. Yeah.
Square up that.
Do you want to see it? Yeah, then right. So they have, that's right. So, we still have to go over this one, was consequences of GRIN2B variants for external transmission to neurons. Then they have GRIN2B family presentation, family story, and then they have clinical research sessions, updates on Registry, Ulcerine trial, Center of Excellence, and lunch is at 12:20. Lunch and group time is 12:20 to 1:20. Then they have understanding of autonomy, Roche norms, and GRIN patients. Approach to communication individuals with GRIN2B. That one might be. I'm totally interested. I don't know what that one is. Oh, I was. Most of yours are research. Specific study for developmental establishment. Dance party is at 6:50. Reception audience party, so that's one. Last group, they had like, just want to say that we have practice about setting up financial stuff for your kid. Breakout ones that you could pick like what you wanted to do. I guess this one's just more research based. I'm saying maybe like communication. I think it's that you're going to have to be open to a different way of consequences.
2 o'clock.
I don't see a constant redirection or setting physical boundaries. Well, a lot of it is repeat. Austin's not somebody that you can just tell one time to and then he just does it. And he needs
Oh, this is very different. As in the level.
good kids though. If you actually
You lose your mind after a couple of minutes.
they do. I can say
when Austin got involved with
it's confusing. It is. We do correct them. We had a lot of conversations with them. I don't want to be big on spanking. That's just not something that I want to do. I say it. Joseph to get here, and then you can talk to him about it.
I would say it would be
your expectation of me to take them outside while I'm working for 10 hours, where I can't leave my computer. And I mean, it's a lot for him to do by himself all the time, too, you know? When school's not in session. But I'm hoping that next year I can reduce my hours of work. And then once I'm done with the grant thing, then I can go like part-time. I do that stuff.
Okay. So thank you for coming back from the break to join the session. This should have been at the end of the last session, so we've just tagged this on to the beginning of this session, and what I'm going to be talking to you about is some work that my lab has been doing at the University of Sussex in the UK over the last few years, trying to understand really the consequences of GRIN2B variants for signal transmission between neurons. So I'm actually only going to present two sort of data slides really showing the outcome of that work, but I am going to show quite a lot of background, trying to lead you into this work and trying to get you to understand why we're interested in doing that work and sort of setting the context also of some of the work that you've been hearing about today. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about GRIN variants, the NMDA receptors that they encode, and synapses, which are those connections between neurons where signaling between neurons occurs. I'm going to talk to you a little bit at the end about some of the results that we have about GRIN2B variants and how they affect the NMDA receptors at these connections and the way they affect the signaling at these connections. And I'm also going to tell you a little bit about some of the potential implications and some future directions and sort of the things that I'm looking at for the future in future directions. So GRIN2B is one of the GRIN genes. There's 7 GRIN genes, and the GRIN genes are among a larger family of related genes that encode receptors that bind and respond to glutamate neurotransmitter. So the community has collectively called these the GRI genes, although to us scientists, these are glutamate receptor ion channel genes. So we all would have heard of genes, and genes represent a stretch of DNA sequence, and this DNA sequence is unique to GRIN2B, and that's what makes it GRIN2B. And when your cells actually want to make the receptor, what they do is they make a sort of a temporary copy of this gene called an RNA transcript. It looks very similar to the DNA. And our cells, what they do is they decode that information, and every 3 of these letters in the sequence of the RNA then actually correspond to a very unique part of what's called the protein that's formed. And the protein in the case that we're talking about in relation to the GRIN2B is actually called GLUN2B. And so this forms the receptor that was really well introduced by Stephen Traynelis. So what happens, so we've all got GRIN2B actually. We've all got the GRIN2B gene, but what happens is that sometimes, very rarely, there is a change in the genetic code, right? So a single, one example is that a single letter in the DNA can change, and that change can result in as you can see in the bottom, a change in the part of the protein. So in this case, an R to a Q. So Q is a glutamine amino acid. And this could actually change the structure of the protein and the way it works. So we all have 2 copies of the GRIN2B gene, and individuals with GRIN2B disorder tend to have a disease variant in only 1 copy of GRIN2B. The parents don't usually have a GRIN variant themselves, so we call the GRIN2B variant in those children, it's a de novo variant, and this variant, or this genetic change or mutation, occurs usually in the germline, that is the sperm or the egg. So all the cells in the affected child have the GRIN2B variant. And so any cells that are expressing this RNA and protein will have 1 copy of the variant being expressed and making multiple copies of that protein. So I'm referring to them as variants here. Sometimes, in the scientific community, we tend to call them mutations. But to this audience, variant, it means the same thing. So GRIN2B variants are not new per se, but they are new in terms of discovery. It was really only sort of around 2010 where sequencing became economical enough that instead of that not only 1 or 2 individuals being sequenced, having their genome sequenced, so that we can see what the sequence of the human genome was back in around 2000, it became possible to sequence individual, either the whole exome or the genome of individuals for the purposes of identifying genetic causes of rare diseases, and often these are sort of neurodevelopmental disorders. So I've introduced the GRIN2B gene, which is one of the NMDA receptor genes, and it encodes GLUN2B, which is one of the subunits that forms among 3 others into a receptor. And these receptors are found at excitatory synapses. So these represent about 80% or so of the connections between neurons in the brain, and that's where the signaling occurs between neurons, sort of rapid communication between the neurons. And ultimately, this determines brain function. Now, you'd have heard from Lonnie that actually they are involved, sort of non-synaptic signaling of NMDA receptors are involved in other tissues as well, especially during early development. But today I'm just going to talk to you about the effect they have on the signaling between neurons. So the genetic variant can affect the way that this NMDA receptor is functioning at synapses and contribute to the neurological disorder. So NMDA receptors are actually expressed very early in development. So you can see here the timeline of development of a human compared to that of a mouse. And the reason I show the mouse is because actually our experimental model system that you'll hear some data about is actually from is using the mouse. So we have before birth, post-conception, and then postnatal after birth. And actually, NMDA receptors play a really important role throughout the whole of nervous system development. But it's really sort of the synaptic modification stage and the sort of the signaling between neurons that occurs, fast synaptic transmission, which occurs sort of later on in postnatal, sort of as in the postnatal stages at least. But there are really important roles of NMDA receptors early in development as well. And I'm just going to give one example here because I think some people might find it useful to know that actually, mice that have loss of function, and I'm really pleased that Stephen introduced loss and gain of function as well as he did, because I haven't gone into that in these slides, so it's as if we planned this. Mice that have loss of function of both alleles of GRIN1 or GRIN2B actually have very severe failure to thrive. I mean, so severe that actually they die within a few days after birth of nutrient deficiency. And this is a very severe form because actually both alleles are affected. And you'll remember I said that actually only 1 copy of GRIN2B is usually affected in human patients. This is because the connections have failed to organize correctly, and so these mice can't feed themselves properly. So I talked a little bit about development and NMDA receptors, and actually the GRIN2B is mostly expressed in the hippocampus and the cerebral cortex. Now I show a mouse brain here, again for the reasons that our experimental model system is in the mouse. But when you see a picture of the human brain, the cerebral cortex is that sort of folded structure that you can pretty much see from the outside. Okay, so it's the bit that you would recognize as the brain. And so GRIN2B is expressed highly in that brain structure, particularly early in development, but its expression continues into adulthood. But we get expression of another GRIN gene during development, and that is of the GRIN2A subunit. And one of the points I want to make today is that I think the GRIN2A subunit does play an important role in modifying how GRIN2B variants affect communication between neurons. So the consequence of GRIN2A expression as development proceeds is that we see the electrical signal, or otherwise known as the ion flow through the channel when the receptor is activated, has a different time course. So early in development, when there isn't very much GLUN2A expression, you just get these GRIN2B containing NMDA receptors, which you can see at the top in green, and you can see that the electrical signal, which is that kind of that line that goes down and then decays back up again, you can see that it's quite slow. So these receptors have very lots of current is passing through those receptors. As GLUN2A expression increases, we see that this current accelerates. So you can see that it decays much more quickly. So the question that my lab was really interested in answering was, to what extent, if GRIN2A expression is affecting the currents like this through the NMDA receptor, and we can see actually that both GLUN2A and GLUN2B proteins from the GRIN2A and GRIN2B genes are actually, you can get them in the same receptor, so you can get a green and a blue subunit, as shown in my picture, in the same receptor. To what extent then can the GLUN2A, the introduction of GLUN2A, modify how GLUN2B variants affect this current which we see during development? Okay, so I'm going to jump straight to 2 data slides. I won't go into too much detail about the methods that we use, but they're not high throughput, that's what I'll say, and they involve cutting the brain up like a loaf of bread and of the mouse, and then putting that into a culture, into an incubator to culture, and the mice are genetically engineered to allow us to manipulate the expression of the different GRIN2A and GRIN2B genes and substitute in the genetic variant of GRIN2B. So we've done this, and in the absence of any GRIN2A, we see we've looked at a few different variants. I'm going to talk to you about 3 different variants on this slide. 2 of them are putative mixed or gain of function variants, R540H and R696H. And what we see in the top left-hand corner is that compared to the normal receptor, which is in green, we can see that these genetic variants are leading to sort of a slower time course. So these receptors are open for longer, the channel's open for longer. So this actually recapitulates very nicely some work from Stephen Traynelis' lab and Honji Han, who've been using heterologous expression systems, which is what Stephen was talking about earlier, to try and get a functional characterization of the receptor. And we can see the outcome of that being borne out in the responses that we get in neurons too, when GLUN2A is not expressed. And we can see a putative loss of function variant at the top right-hand corner, where we've got C456Y, If we replace the wild-type GRIN2B with this C456Y, the current is very, very small, so we think this is a loss-of-function variant. And it's so small that actually we can't tell the difference between expressing that and not expressing it, so with the no GRIN2B, which is in blue. And the graph on the very right-hand side just helps to, it just shows the quantification of that. Now, the bit that I was really interested in was when we allow expression of endogenous GRIN2A, the GLUN2A subunit can incorporate into those receptors along with the genetic variant of GRIN2B, the GLUN2B subunit genetic variant. And what we find is actually, if we compare the bottom left-hand corner to the top left-hand corner, where we're looking at the R696H and R540H variants, we can see that the effect of the variant is completely flipped. So we've got now, the time course is even faster now than the normal variant of, than the normal GLUN2B. And in addition, if we look at a loss-of-function variant like C456Y, we actually see that compared to not expressing any GRIN2B at all, which would be like a null allele, we actually we start to see some current again. So this leads us on to thinking about GLUN2A very differently, perhaps as a chaperone. And then this is my last data slide. This is really to illustrate that in heterologous expression systems, we've got the characterization of those genetic variants, again, color-coded for gain of function in red and loss of function in blue. And what we can see is that we've got some mixed phenotype. Some R696H is perhaps a bit more gain of function, and then the C456Y and the C461F more loss of function. And so there's a lot of, you can see just how different they look in terms of their numbers and the colors in that table. But actually, when we look at them in the presence of the expression of GRIN2A, we don't see these differences so much anymore. In fact, they all looked more like loss of function compared to, say, the green traces with the normal receptors. So just to sort of summarize what I've been saying, then we think that there's the effect of GRIN2B variants that they have on the signaling between neurons when GRIN2A is expressed. It can really be different because of the GRIN2A expression. So we now better want to understand how signaling between neurons with GRIN2B variant changes with development. We've seen what it's like if we artificially remove GRIN2A or keep it in. But what we don't know is the extent to which GRIN2A changes during development. Is that really enough to give rise to the sorts of flipping effects that we see on the consequences of those variants? And also, we would like to know to what extent, therapeutics that are being developed and tested at the moment, would they be better used early in development if we're really thinking about receptor classification as we are through sort of the heterologous expression systems? Is this something we need to be thinking about when we're looking at therapeutic approaches? And also, to what extent these sorts of findings generalize to other variants. I think some of the very strong gain of function variants that Stephen was talking about, I'm not sure we're going to see quite the same effects with those. And we've only looked in variants around where the glutamate binds, and in the ion channel, we may see some different things. Okay, so I'd like to just then acknowledge the people who did the work. Most of the work was done by my former PhD student and then postdoc, Marwa El-Masri, and was funded by the Medical Research Council. We're going to follow some of this work up with some funding from GRIN. I've got an excellent person just eager and waiting to start a PhD studentship funded through the GRIN. I'd also like to thank my collaborators, James Lottie, Casper Hansen, for some of the work that we've done with that, and the provider of the genetically engineered mice, Kenji Sakimura. And also, I didn't want to forget today, because I forgot yesterday, Stephen and Honji for providing the human GRIN2A and GRIN2B constructs which were used in this work that we've done. So thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm going to intro our next speaker, but I'm also going to tell you about some schedule changes. We've had some unfortunate tech issues that we can't quite resolve, and also because we're behind schedule and a bazillion other reasons, we are going to no longer do the L-serine clinical trial presentation. However, that was going to be a virtual presentation, and we are just having trouble with that part of it. What I think we're going to do is we'll do a webinar with Dr. Garcia-Cazorla at a later date, hopefully in the next couple of months. We'll arrange a webinar, and that will, I think, be easier for then everyone to watch and hear and ask questions. It was going to be hard to ask her questions to a remote person anyway. So we are going to skip that, and then hopefully by the time we get back from lunch, we'll be able to figure out how to do the virtual presentations after lunch. Also, Keith Kaufman, who I really want everyone to hear from, he is one of the people whose flight got canceled. So we are going to attempt to have him present virtually. And if that doesn't work out, that will also be a webinar at a later date. And so that's all I've got for now. Now I would like to ask Dianna Richards to come to the stage. She's a GRIN2B mom. She's been on the planning committee. She does a lot of volunteer and advocacy work for us, and she is going to tell you the story of her son, Jack. Thank you, Dianna.
Thank you. All right. Hello. First, I want to thank Liz and the GRIN2B Foundation for having me and getting us out here. It's been such an honor and a pleasure to be here and tell our story. I am not a public speaker, so please forgive me. But if this goes well, my fee is my credit card bill, so I can invoice that to whoever will take it. Also wanted to say a huge thank you to the doctors and the researchers here that are here and sharing their vast knowledge of this incredibly diverse and rare disease. That's amazing, and thank you so much for being here. Also, your version of what a cartoon is different from what my version of a cartoon is. That doesn't make sense, okay? No. So, let's keep it real. Okay. All right. Let's see, I'm not good at this, let's see. Okay. All right. I did this slides, kind of, so we're just gonna go. We're just gonna do this. Okay, my name is Dianna Richards. I specialize in sarcasm and spending my husband's money. I am a stay-at-home mom and a full-time advocate for Jack, who is our son with GRIN2B. I have a wonderful husband. I am a wife of Chris, who loves me, I mean, obviously. And I'm originally from Jackson, Mississippi, and I now live with my family in San Antonio, Texas. And I am here to share the incredible journey of our son, Jack. My family has been deeply impacted by Jack's condition, and today I want to walk you through our experiences, challenges, and the progress we've made together. By sharing our story, I hope to raise awareness and provide support to others who might be going through similar experiences. Let's see. I'm going to start by telling you a bit about myself and our family, which I've already done. Clearly, I can't read. My husband Chris is a software engineer for a bank in San Antonio. His work has been crucial in providing for our family. Our son Jack is 5, and he's been the center of our life for his whole life since his very premature birth. Jack's story begins with his traumatic birth. He was born at 25 weeks gestation, weighing about 1 pound, 3 ounces. That was him already ventilated when he was weighed, so we think he was smaller than that. The early days were incredibly challenging as he spent 144 days in the NICU. Watching Jack fight for his life during those initial months was both heart-wrenching and inspiring. Despite the odds, Jack showed remarkable strength and resilience. During his time in the NICU, Jack qualified for SSI benefits due to his low birth weight. To help with the ongoing healthcare costs, we applied for disability waiver in Mississippi for Medicaid. This was the Disabled Child Living at Home waiver, which allows children with disabilities to qualify for Medicaid without considering the parental income. When we left the NICU, our tab was $2.3 million. Fortunately, we did not have to pay that, thankfully, to Medicaid. In the NICU, Jack faced numerous hurdles, including infection. He had a MRSA infection in his elbow that spread to his lungs and throughout his body. In the early days, MRSA infection, he required 5 days of nitric oxide. Eventually, we were able to come off that, and then he started weaning down off the vents and was able to eventually get on low-flow oxygen, and we came home on oxygen. Almost lost him. Gosh, he's so cute. Oh my gosh. Look at him. Okay. So this was at our 100 days. Difficulty making connection. If you've had any time in the NICU, I was not able to hold him, have skin to skin, because he was ventilated and he was really, really sick. So I wasn't able to really make that bond and really make that connection that you're supposed to as a mom. So we had a lot of family drama and a lot of stress, and oh, that's right here, I can see it. And we were just trying to put the pieces together and trying to get life normal as it could be. So that was pretty hard for us. So as they told us as well that once we hit the age of 2, that things were going to settle down and that he would start picking back up and we would hit our milestones. But as Jack grew, we started noticing that his developmental delays were a little more pronounced and that we initially expected. We thought it was just because he was premature. At 20 months, Jack underwent an MRI, which revealed polymicrogyri. Oh my gosh. And he was not jumping on his right leg in his bouncer, and that was kind of like the first thing that we noticed and showed to his neurologist that we wanted to kind of say, well, maybe this isn't just because he's not hitting his milestones. Not using his right arm as much, he would stare into space and he would just focus on one thing, and all of a sudden, after about 30, 45 seconds, he would kind of snap to and be like, oh, I'm alive, I'm here. Receiving these diagnoses was very overwhelming. We were faced with many unknowns and had to quickly educate ourselves about these conditions. We connected with specialists and began to explore various treatment options. Despite the challenges, we remain hopeful and committed to finding the best care and support for Jack. Further testing was conducted, leading to the discovery of the rare genetic mutation known as GRIN2B. This mutation affects the NMDA receptor, which is crucial for synaptic and memory function. Understanding his genetic aspect helped us piece together the puzzle of Jack's condition and open up new avenues for targeted therapies and interventions. That's his, you probably can't see that, but that's his genetic results. It's a bunch of gobbledygook. I have no idea what any of that means, although Dr. Park explained that to me yesterday, or her team. Our Our therapeutic interventions, we did a lot of OT, PT, speech. That was our main. They didn't know a lot about GRIN2B. It was, you should probably just go online and find a Facebook group. I think there's a Facebook group for GRIN2B, and there you go. And so we were like, okay, well, cool, thanks. So we reached out and we got connected with the GRIN2B Foundation and started connecting with Liz and started doing all that. To support Jack's development, we pursued a range of therapeutic interventions since he was 1 year old. He attended weekly sessions for physical therapy, occupational, and speech therapy. In addition to these regular therapies, I discovered DMI therapy through TikTok, of all places. Impressed by the outcomes achieved by other children and mobility issues, we decided to enroll Jack in DMI program. His first intensive therapy session took place from February to March 2023 in Nashville, Tennessee. The top one is the Nashville session, and then the bottom one was we went to Napa later that year. Let's see. The progress Jack made during these sessions was remarkable. Before therapy, Jack couldn't sit unassisted. By the end of the 3 weeks, he could sit on his own for up to 30 minutes at a time. This achievement was a significant milestone for Jack and a testament to the effectiveness of the intensive therapy program. This trip was made possible thanks to generous grants we received from GRIN2B Foundation, the Giselle Lauren Foundation, and the Oracle Health Foundation, because they are expensive and insurance does not cover them. So we are going to move to, that was some more, that's therapy at the local hospital in Jackson, Mississippi that he would do. We also are working on getting a Trexo device. It's in the works. I don't know if anyone has ever gotten one or knows anything about it, but in March 2023, I learned about Trexo Robotics and their Trexo Home System, which uses robotic legs in conjunction with a gait trainer to aid with walking, rolling, and sitting. Excited about the potential benefits for Jack, we reached out to Trexo to inquire about getting Jack a set of robot legs. After confirming that Jack was a good fit for Trexo, we paid the deposit to reserve a spot. However, the cost was incredibly high, so we began looking into grants to help cover the expenses. For months, we filled out applications and submitted documentation to various charitable organizations. On June 17th, so just last month, we received an email and a phone call from Be an Angel organization in Houston, Texas, informing us that Jack had been awarded a grant covering the cost of the whole Trexo device and the additional insurance cost. Huge, huge win for us and for Jack. This was an incredible moment for us as it meant Jack could access the life-changing technology without the financial burden. And that is what it looks like. And that's just a list of all the grants that I have reached out to and gotten help for, as far as therapy, as far as going to intensives. They are, I would highly suggest if you, insurance is amazing, but it also has downfalls. So if you need any type of help with that, I highly suggest reaching out to them. They are more than happy to help you. I know it's kind of, you feel kind of icky, asking for money, and trust me, there is a certain level of, you kind of have to put your pride away on that aspect, and so I will do anything for my kid, just like probably all of you in here, and I'll do it over and over again. So our journey was not possible without the incredible support we've reached. That's early, but okay. We received from various organizations and foundations. We also received invaluable support from the Giselle Lauren Foundation, Oracle. These organizations have provided financial assistance, resources, and a sense of community that has been crucial in helping us navigate Jack's journey. We are committed to advocating for better resources and support for families like ours. By working together, we can create a more inclusive and supportive environment for children with disabilities and their families. Our future is unknown. I think it's always going to be when you have kids, but it's always more of an adventure when you have a kid that has disabilities. So our goals and what does the future hold for Jack is scary, and these are really kind of what I want to be and what my future looks like. Jack is going to do his own thing. Jack's going to learn and live and do the things that he's supposed to do. And I tend to push, like you said, I tend to push and put a lot of pressure on myself to make sure that he's getting everything he needs. But he's fine, and he's going to be fine. And that's something that I have to work on. And I'm very thankful for Effexor and therapy and prayer and a supportive husband and a supportive family. I want to end this with some wonderful pictures of Jack. The one with Will Ferrell always makes me laugh because, I mean, seriously, twins, right? Oh, he's so adorable. Okay. I just want to thank you for taking the time to listen to our story. If you have any questions or would like to know more about Jack's journey, please feel free to ask. We are always happy to share our experiences and offer support to others. I'm active on social media. I have never really spoken to a big crowd. I'm usually more sarcastic and more funny and more crazy on online. So, but yeah, that's us. That's Jack. Okay. I can steal that.
Hello, my name is Ilona, and I hope you can see the slides soon. A huge thank to Liz and the whole GRIN2B Foundation. I assume most of you know the GRIN Registry and the GRIN portal, but to make sure that we are all on the same page, I will guide you through the GRIN portal in the next minutes and focus mostly on the new things we included and the updates. So, there was something went wrong with the pictures, but before I will talk about the updates, I would like to show you who's the international and interdisciplinary GRIN team. We are a team of human geneticists from Leipzig, Johannes, Lemke, and I, clinicians, and you may know Tim Benke and Kristen Park, pharmacologists from Atlanta, and for now I'm working at Emory at Steve's lab, so I'm somewhere in between Atlanta and Leipzig for now. And at least our bioinformatics, Dennis Lala and Tobias Brünger. So let's start with the GRIN portal. The portal combines genetic, clinical, and functional and research data. And the question why we created this portal is because we don't want to hide our data. We don't want to hide what we found out, what we see with the phenotypes, what we see with the functional results. So we try to combine everything in one portal. And the first update is that we changed our landing page, and the most important fact is that we, you see how many individuals are enrolled in the registry, how many variants were functionally tested and integrated into the portal. You see some links to updates of the GRIN portal team. So this is the new landing page, and the portal is divided into 5 sections, and I will start with the basic informations. You see basic informations for each gene, and we are working on an update to give more information to the history, to the publications, This is coming soon. And then you see a short summary of the GRIN-related disorder and a link to the GRIN review article, which is a nice overview about the disorder. And then you see a short overview about the clinical information. And we did this for all the 4 GRIN genes. Next is the educational resources. It's divided into 3 parts. You see the GRIN related disorder video. You see a tutorial and all the family organizations. We are updating this every few months, and we added new languages of the video. We have a growing number of organizations, and this tutorial was added recently. So this is how to analyze your variant. So if you want to know how to put the variant of your child into the portal, it's a good idea to watch this video prior, so you know how to do this. This is the interface of the variant analysis. On the left side, you see the gene and the variant. We simplified the entering, and then if you click on search, you see this variant panel pops up, and you see the ACMG classification, and you can download the report. And what is new, you can, or we allowed that you can customize some information. So you can add the information if it's de novo, and you can add some phenotypic informations. I said that we entered the ACMG criteria, but the ACMG criteria is a tool to classify new variants. If we find, like I said, I'm a human geneticist, so when we find new variants, we need a tool to say this is a pathogenic variant or it's a benign one. And this is, therefore we have the ACMG criteria, and our working group is working on a VSEP. It's a variant curation expert panel, and we try to define the ACMG criteria for every GRIN gene. And we recently submitted our VSEP for SVI review, and as soon as it's accepted, we will integrate it to the portal too. This is also part of the variant interface, and here you can see how many patients with the same variant is in the portal. You also can see paralogous pathogenic variants in the other GRIN genes. You can see the information of the origin. You can see if the other patients have seizures, ASD, ataxia, or CVI. And this is, and if the variant is already functionally tested, you can see the information, you can see the assays, you can see the result, and you can see the final call if it's a loss of function or a gain of function. This is the research interface. You can see this is mostly for researchers, but also for families who are interested in like a little bit more information about where in the gene is our variant. You can see it in a 3D model, and you can see it in a 2D model in the other genes. We have the phenotype interface where you can see like all variants in all genes, and for example, the degree of intellectual disability or the proportion of individuals with seizures, and you can play around what domain you want to see, what phenotype you want to see, whatever you can change, and then you can see the results. And the last part here is the functional interface. You can see all the assays, the results, and the number of variants tested per domain. But this is only like a short overview. You can see a lot more, and we upload with more than 100 additional phenotypic data and functional data soon. So we will have more data to see very soon. This is the registry. So we have one registry, but it's divided into two parts. It's because of data security. We have to store the data in Europe differently than in the US. So the European, Asian, and African part is stored in Leipzig, and the North and South American and Australian part is stored here in Denver. So, but to make sure we are one registry, and we are working on harmonizing the questionnaires of both parts. The Leipzig registry will have a natural history part soon, which has the Denver part already. And in Leipzig, we are working, or we do have a cooperation with the GRIN2B Europe to improve our questionnaire frequently. This is what we have. So in the registry, we have more than 1,000 individuals enrolled. In the portal, it's a little bit less. But we are working on harmonize this, and so we try to upload new cases, new variants every 2 to 3 months. And we try to go from GRIN to GRI, so to also include the other individuals. This is a short overview about some phenotypic data, and I'm working on a GRIN1 project, so we try to analyze or functionally test all GRIN1 variants we have in our registry, and we are close to finish this, and then try to do some genotypic, phenotypic, and functional correlations, and we think that GRIN2B is our next candidate to do the same, so to make sure that all GRIN2B variants are functionally tested. My last slide is a summary and an outlook. So behind the portal and the registry is an international and interdisciplinary team. The portal will be updated every 2 to 3 months with new genotype, phenotype, and functional data. As soon as the VSAP is approved, we will integrate these criteria and update the ACMG tool. The registry or the questionnaire of the two registries will be harmonized and updated soon, and we are close to finalize the GRIN1 project, and hopefully GRIN2B can be our next candidate to make sure that all variants are functionally tested, because we think this is the basis for like future precision medicine approaches. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just continue with a project that we are running in Leipzig, where we analyze faces of children or patients with GRIN or GRI-related disorders. And I only would need the slides to share with you what we have done so far. No. Or maybe it's in the end of Ilona's talk. Was it not? Okay. No. You can take the same slides as I had yesterday as well. What presentation? The very last one yesterday. The one before that. No? About that. Yeah, I wanted to talk about how we use artificial intelligence to analyze faces of patients with GRIN disorders. And if you look at your websites of the GRIN Foundation, of the GRIN2B Foundation, you already have loads of images of patients. So actually, all of the families already have consented to sharing these images and to showing them online to the public. And this would be a really great resource that we would be happy to take part of as well. And I'll explain you a little bit more in the next slides. When we have a photograph, a frontal facial photograph of a child, then there are two tools, two algorithms that can investigate this face. One is a commercial tool called Face2Gene. There's also a commercial app that you can download on your iPhone or whatever phone. And there's Gestalt Matcher, which is a bit different, but yields the same results more or less. And this is an academic algorithm and hosted by universities. And so both algorithms they check the face for specific landmarks and measure the distances between, and so they can see how big are the eyes, how long is the nose, are the palpebral fissures going down or going up, and how thick is the chin and whatever. And from all these dots, they create a web which is calculated and merged with other faces. And if you now have a cohort of patients with the same diagnosis, you can look at them as a cohort and overlap all their data information of these facial photographs and compare it with other disorders. So if you have here an individual with an abnormal facial gestalt, then the algorithm looks at it, measures all the dots, and shows you that it is actually located down there. Where's the? So no, that's not the one. Anyway, yeah, so you can see that the dot for this patient is located in a cloud which belongs to a particular syndrome. And when you have a dot positioned in such a cloud, you can already say there's quite a high probability that this patient has this syndrome because his face very much looks similar to other patients with this syndrome and with this diagnosis. This is just a two-dimensional image of a cloud system, but actually we're talking about a 320-dimensional image. So this is nothing I can show you. But we have so many data points to compare with, so this is really a very complex situation. And yeah, how to use this? I just have a example, so I just downloaded this image of a worker from our institute and uploaded it to Face the Gene. So you just drag and drop, and then the algorithm shows you these are the top 6 hits from this face, saying that you have, or that I have, low to medium overlap with the first one, Loeys-Dietz syndrome, which is a disorder of individuals with tall stature, but also other disorders that I don't have. And all the other diagnoses, you can see there's very low confidence in a similarity of my face to the faces of this syndrome. So I was quite relieved that there's no diagnosis with a high confidence. But if you then choose a picture of a patient with a more obvious disorder and diagnosis, then you can see that the face-to-gene algorithm easily can identify this face as Down syndrome and has a high confidence in that. And even there, most of the other, number 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, are already only low confidence. So it's quite specifically picking Down syndrome, and only has one syndrome where it's unsure because there's medium confidence for this disorder. Anyway, the question is, how can we apply this for GRI disorders? And does this work for GRI disorders as well? And long story short, yes, probably it does work. We have so far a cohort of 44 facial images of 44 patients. Most of them, half of them are GRIN2B patients, and also quite a few GRIN1 patients. Not that many GRIN2A, and just only one GRIA4 individual. And if we try to put them into a cloud system, then you can see that, at least for the 3 GRIN genes, the blue, bluish cloud is GRIN2B. That overlaps a bit with GRIN1 and with GRIN2A, but there's also a significant fraction which is outside, which is obviously not very similar to the other GRIN diagnoses. And if we go into a little more detail, for GRIN1, as a first example, you can see the blue peak. This is the cohort of GRIN faces, GRIN1 faces. The red peak is a cohort of other faces or normal faces, anything that is not GRIN1. And if you then take a GRIN1 image and take all the properties, the 320 data spots that I talked of earlier, and compare it with these 2 peaks, then there's a threshold, and you should have 50% of your information below this threshold to be sure that it is similar to the GRIN1 cohort. And if you have less than that, then it is not similar to GRIN1. And for GRIN1, we have a 66%. That means it is below 50%, so 66% certainty that we can find similarities to GRIN1 and can distinguish it from healthy and other disorders. So yes, we can do, but 66% is not really striking. It's a little bit better for GRIN2A, 78%, and it's even better for GRIN2B, 84%. So I think certainly we should be able to have a quite reliable tool to identify GRIN2B faces, probably also GRIN2A and GRIN1. And if we compare the GRIN disorders with each other, then the threshold, then the percentage should be 50% at least above the threshold. And you can see that only 13% is below the threshold. So actually, yes, there's no similarity between GRIN1 and GRIN2A, and also even less similarity between GRIN1 and GRIN2B, and even less similarity between GRIN2A and GRIN2B. So what I wanted to say is a little bit easier here. if you have a face of a child with a GRIN1 disorder, this is usually quite similar to other individuals with GRIN1, and it can be differentiated from GRIN2A and GRIN2B, and this holds true for GRIN2A and GRIN2B as well. So yes, we probably can identify only from a face whether a patient has a GRIN disorder or not, or at least have some evidence. What do we need? We need your help for this. So in maturing this algorithm, we need a lot of more photographs. And as I showed you on the first slide, you already have put a lot of these photographs on the website. What we would need is a photograph. So this one is just a random photograph of, I think, of a GRIN2B child from the GRIN2B website. And we would need this photograph. We would need the consent of the parents to use these photographs. And you can find the consent in this QR code. So if you would be willing to join, then just scan this code and you will be directed to the consent where it is written how you should proceed. So we would only need this signed consent that we are allowed to use this photograph and to use it for our facial recognition program. And we would not need the photograph. And you could send this to me or to Ilona or to our GRIN email address, which is also on the consent form, which you can scan there. And this would help us to sharpen the profile and the algorithm and to have a tool that is probably really helpful in, for example, helping evaluating variants of uncertain significance. Sometimes we have a GRIN variant which is suspicious, and we cannot prove that it is de novo because the father is not available or both parents are not there because it's an adopted child. And if we had an algorithm saying, yes, but the algorithm is sure that this is GRIN2B, and this would be strong evidence for pathogenicity of this variant. It perhaps could even help in predicting the functional consequence. We have two little phases to differentiate between gain of function and loss of function. But you know that gain of function phenotypes are quite different from loss of function phenotypes, and the severity is quite different. So probably the face will be different, but we don't know yet. We would suspect that there is a difference, and maybe we can already predict from a facial scan whether a patient has a GRIN2B gain or a GRIN2B loss of function variant. Not with a 100% certainty, but at least some guess. And it could also help to predict the outcome. So if a family has a novel diagnosis of a GRIN2B disorder, we can, with the help of such an algorithm, possibly align this patient with other patients and already say a bit about what will be the severity of intellectual disability, what will be the likelihood of epilepsy, and so on, compared to the other patients that are in this data cloud close to the patient that is novel. So I would be happy if you would think of this and share photographs of your children, and everything is under data security protection laws and everything, so you don't need to worry. And actually, if you could send not just one photograph, but even if particularly if you have older children, we would be interested in having photographs of as a baby, as a small child, as a young kid, as an adolescent, so every few years a novel child, and it just needs to be a facial photograph as you would put in a passport, as frontal as possible. So, thank you very much, and yeah, I hope you can go on with this.
Appreciate it. You say
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Johannes. Just have my slides come up. So I'll start. I'm Kristen Park. I'm one of the epilepsy doctors here at Children's Colorado and the head of the Center of Excellence that Liz mentioned, so that's what I'll be talking about today. here are my slides. Liz has asked me to keep it short so we can get to lunch. So I think I'm also doing an interview, so there'll be more time for questions and thoughts there as well. All right. So this is me when I had longer hair, and I've been taking care of kids with epilepsy since about 2008, and I have a special interest in genetically based epilepsies, including GRIN disorders, and have been involved with the natural history study here in the North American part of the registry since about 2019. This is my co-director, one of the developmental pediatricians at Children's, who unfortunately is away right now, so she couldn't join us, but she has been with Children's Colorado since 2020 and works in the care of children with neurodevelopmental disabilities and autism, and has been involved in a number of our neurogenetic clinics. And she's also working on helping with transition for adult patients as they move into other systems of care. So I think this is a little bit about how our clinic works. Riley is off helping gather some supplies for Combined Brain, so she's not here either, but she's our nurse coordinator who gets the referral and works with people to obtain medical records for kids, to create a chart, to give information to families to fill out ahead of time, so some surveys and you know, getting copies of things and correspondence before the visit actually happens. The week prior to the clinic visit, we have a meeting amongst genetics, developmental pediatrics, special care clinic, and we'll go over those, and myself to review the patients who are coming in for that week to discuss what are the parents' concerns, what are the particular needs that that patient might have, and maybe coordinate any testing that we could accomplish that would be helpful during the visit. And then we have the clinic, and they're usually on Fridays, and that clinic begins with an educational presentation that I or one of my colleagues will give to the staff to help increase their knowledge about GRIN disorders and some of the various presentations and issues that kids might face. And then we give an overview of each of the kids, the issues that need to be addressed that we've been identified. And then we have a wrap-up session at the end of each half day that kind of says, okay, well, oh, I heard this other thing and I need you to follow up on it. And we're going to take the plan and talk with a colleague and come back and communicate with the family just to make sure that we've closed all of the loops that happen during the visit. From the family side, or from the clinic side, this is exactly what happens. We have some families who are being seen by a neuropsychologist, Dr. Miele, ahead of our visit. And I think this is really important for characterizing the breadth and spectrum of how GRIN disorders affect children's development and learning. So we want to see not only kids on the more severe end of the spectrum, but kids who are doing well in school and who maybe only have a few issues and trouble learning math or something of that sort. And that is certainly a limited resource, so not every patient has been able to do that, but we also have the opportunity to follow up at a different time if they come back. We also have kids seen by a special care pediatrician who is an expert in taking care of kids with complex medical needs and chronic conditions. There is a dietitian in that clinic who also provides recommendations about nutrition and weight gain. And that's usually done before or after the visit in the main MDC. And this is the composition of our multidisciplinary clinic. It's staffed by myself, a neurologist. Our geneticist is here today, Dr. Sines. And then we also have a rehab doctor, some therapists. I mentioned the developmental pediatrician and neuropsychology. And then we also have a social worker who comes and joins us as well to help families. This is our team. I am not the very tech-savvy person, so I've had to leave off a few people whose pictures I couldn't find, but that's not because they're not important. So there's our geneticist, who I mentioned is here today. Dr. Santucci is our special care pediatrician. Dr. Miele, our neuropsychologist. Dr. Mann, our rehab doctor, although we also have a second special care pediatrician, Dr. Malik, our genetic counselor, Katie Angioni, and then Riley, who is also here, is our nurse coordinator who helps kind of keep everyone on track, a speech therapist. There's another physical therapist, occupational, and then we also have a research assistant who will join us in clinic and help get families enrolled into the registry or other clinical trials. She's also here in the back, and she will be here for a little bit while this morning. This was our first clinic. I think Liz told you about Donna, and she has been our family advocate who's joined us at clinic. She has, I think, family here in the Denver area, and so has come out to meet people as they come to clinic. But I think that's been a bit of a challenge, and so we are looking for a local family. If you have any desire to work with us and participate in clinic, please come see myself, Liz, or Riley, because I think that's been a very valuable resource for families as well. We also have a partner, the Rare Bears Initiative, which is a patient organization that creates rare teddy bears for kids with rare genetic diagnoses. And so that's a questionnaire that Riley sends out ahead of time, and each bear is kind of constructed for each kid based on their interests and their favorite colors and these types of things. And then they get that when they get there. Now, that's not the greatest picture of me, but I was really excited because I thought the bears were very cute. So, and then that's done by Rare Science, which is another organization that's very active in the rare disease space in raising money and working on developing cures for other rare diseases. So our goals as a clinic to provide this consultative care, and what I mean by that is that we're seeing kids from a lot of places in the United States. We're not trying to replace your primary team in your home state, and sometimes we can't prescribe medicines or get things for you, but we can certainly make recommendations about what we think you might need and how to go about obtaining that and help your primary team to do those things. We also want to give you up-to-date information. We want to help other members of your team. We want to have kids be able to enroll in clinical trials that are either in existence or current or going to be coming, and then have kind of a team approach with you and your caregivers. We had our 5th clinic yesterday, and I think we've seen a total of about 25 patients. This is the breakdown between the different GRIN disorders. We're seeing kids and adults, so no age limit for anybody. Please come. We initially were open only to kids from Colorado or people from Colorado just until we got our insurance issues sorted out, and so now we've opened it up to the United States, and we were almost able to have a patient from Canada, but at the last minute there were some sort of insurance issues, so we're still working on getting our international patients sorted out, but it's going to happen. And the range of patients we've seen so far, our oldest patient has been 38 years of age. I did want to say that initially we wanted to also see patients with variants of uncertain significance and see if we could help guide their clinicians to make determinations, but I think we're also not holding clinic very often, and so I think we've put that on hold and are really seeing patients where GRIN2B or GRIN disorder is their major diagnosis, and I think maybe we can revisit that over time and certainly would appreciate any family perspectives about that. Finally, we do provide a bit of research information to every family that comes to clinic. I think that's a really important part of what we offer. And so Dianna often comes to clinic based on whether the families that we're seeing that day are already enrolled and not in our registry. That's the email if you would like to reach out to her and get involved. We also give QR codes and links and descriptions to families for Johannes' Faces project, a caregiver survey that's being done by Neurobiology and GRIN Therapeutics, and then finally a local effort that's looking at the origin of de novo genetic variation, and that's because we're not sure how often are families carriers of risk for having another affected child, even if the variant is de novo from whatever source it was obtained. So this is looking at variants present in sperm cells by a local researcher in the OBGYN and maternal fetal medicine program. And then finally, as Ilona mentioned, we're working to standardize our assessment tools and our measures that we're using in clinic with the other clinics and registries involved. And I know Liz has been in discussions with a number of other places who we're also kind of looping in to work on having other places for families to visit in the United States besides just Colorado. So here is our last piece of information. This is how to contact Riley, our nurse coordinator. She has a dedicated email and a phone. And then finally, I'm happy to hear from anybody about what you think might be useful to add to this clinic, people you'd like to see participate, things that you feel like you're not getting at home. Happy to hear from you during this weekend. So thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Burke. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so some announcements. We are going to do the group photo in a few minutes. I'm waiting for the photographer to say if he's going to do it in here or in the hallway. So no one disperse. The other thing is I'm going to call out some people that I need to talk to because I've been trying to find a lot of people all day, and no one's ever in the place I want them to be. So Dr. Park, Cassie, yes, Miranda, and Yelena. I need to talk to you all. So right after the group photo, stay in a group so I can talk to you guys. And then also the blood draws for Simon Searchlight. I don't know if anyone was hoping to do that. They are trying to make it work. They lost some of their shipments that had the supplies and something to, I was part of that whole Microsoft outage. I don't know. So they are working to obtain supplies. Yes? Oh, that's what Riley's doing. Okay. So that can hopefully be, we'll make an announcement when it's ready to go. And then if you want your child to do that, you could go, if you have them somewhere, or if they're in the childcare room, take them from the childcare room and go do the blood draws, which are right next to the childcare room. And then where are we doing the group photo? We're going to try it right here. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Do you want to start directing people? Or do you want me to tell me what to do? So we're going to be in the middle.
We're going to try to get everybody right in this space. Okay, we have tables to work around, but let's see if we can make this work. Right in front of him? Yep. Yep.
I don't know. Let the professionals handle it. She did. Yeah. I'm front and center because I'm short.
All right, so we need to fill in the front here, okay? Are we able to turn off this light?
Guys, who's in charge of the light? Are we able to turn that off? Okay.
All right, you guys got to squeeze in. Come on, get close. Big happy family. All right.
nothing. I don't know why we have his. And we got the volume.
still dropping off their kids at childcare, so they're just going to be a few minutes late, but we're going to go. Okay. Okay, hello. Hello, welcome back. We're gonna get started. There's people still trickling in. They have to drop off their children at childcare, but we're just gonna get started so we don't get behind on time again, because we've got caught up. But just a couple quick updates, although most of the parents with kids aren't here, but if you are, and you have your kid here, the Simon Searchlight team has the stuff for the blood draws, so if you want to do the blood draws, that is up and running now in the conference room next to childcare. And then the speakers, all of you guys that spoke yesterday and today, obviously we hope you'll come to the dinner tonight, but if you don't, just make sure you check in with our team before you vanish, because we have a gift for you. I think that's it for me, and then I'm going to introduce our presenter who was supposed to be here in person, Dr. Keith Kaufman from the Mayo Clinic, and his flight got canceled yesterday because of all the craziness. So he is now presenting remotely, and I would like to say it took an extraordinary effort for us to sort this remote part out. Kudos to Rocky Mountain Audiovisual Productions. That was a bit of a, I'm sweaty. All right, so take it away, Dr. Kaufman.
Okay, well, good afternoon. Sorry I couldn't make it. My flight was canceled, and there was really no way for me to get there. And my 18-year-old is still stuck in Philadelphia about 24 hours after he was supposed to be back here in Rochester. So it's been quite the wild weekend. So as Liz said, I am now at the Mayo Clinic. I joined Mayo in March of this year. A couple of disclosures. One, I have no financial relationships to disclose. Two, I saw in the program that I was given an awesome extra degree of a PhD. I don't have that. Wish I did. And Liz used my prior academic credentials at Children's Mercy Hospital, where I was for the past decade. I was professor of pediatrics. I don't yet have a academic rank at Mayo. So the academic rank was correct whenever I agreed to do this before I moved here. So, okay. So we're going to talk about the key points today. We're going to talk about what the autonomic nervous system is, what parts of the brain regulate the autonomic nervous system, what is the phenomenology, what's the clinical picture of what happens when the autonomic nervous system is dysfunctional, and then why patients with GRIN disorders, why they may develop autonomic dysfunction. So our autonomic nervous system is responsible for the automatic functions of the human being, heart rate and how hard your heart contracts, respiratory drive, temperature regulation, intestinal motility and digestion, bowel and bladder control, sweating, skin vascular tone. So what do I mean by skin vascular tone? So the color of your skin and whether your skin gets bright red or whether your skin gets blue whenever you get hot or cold. And then arousal state. So how alert and awake are you? As well as sleep-wake cycles. And then it's also partially responsible for your pain response. So there are three branches of the autonomic nervous system. The first and the most extensive is the enteric nervous system. So this nervous system goes from your esophagus, so right after you swallow food, right at the top of your back of your throat, all the way down to the rectum. And then there's the sympathetic nervous system, which is your fight, flight, or freeze system. And then your parasympathetic system is the opposite of that. It's your rest and digest system. So here is a diagram of the autonomic nervous system, and you'll see starting all the way up at the eye and coming down your salivary glands, your blood vessels, your sweat glands, lung, heart, liver, intestinal tract, bowel, bladder are all controlled by and regulated your autonomic nervous system, okay? So we're talking about the brain regions that regulate autonomic output. So the hypothalamus is one of the key regions. It is control central for the autonomic system. Controls hunger and thirst, sleep-wake cycles, temperature, heart rate, blood pressure, and blood vessel tone, as well as pain, sweating, and drooling. Lastly, the hypothalamus has regions that are involved in hormone release. So the hypothalamus has different nuclei that send signals to places like the pituitary gland and the adrenal gland to tell those glands to release their hormones. We're going to talk about the substantia nigra. So this is down deep in the brainstem, and this is the region of the brain where dopamine is produced. Dopamine in my world as a child neurologist is the movement disorder neurotransmitter. It's also the neurotransmitter most involved with things like learning and memory and motivation. In the autonomic nervous system, it plays a huge role in heart rate, blood pressure, blood vessel tone, as well as intestinal control. Serotonin, which everybody thinks of as the happy neurotransmitter, yes, it's involved in mood, but it's also the main neurotransmitter that induces vomiting and also changes blood vessel tone. And then down at the base of the brain in the medulla, right above the base of the skull where it joins the neck, you have the medulla, and there you've got heart rate, breathing, sneezing, and vomiting. So what happens when this balance gets disrupted? Okay. My colleagues, Ann Berg and Deborah Spira and I, published a paper a few years ago now, where we looked at children who have developmental and epileptic encephalopathies, and we used a well-established autonomic disorders dysfunction questionnaire. And we surveyed 18 symptoms in six different functional domains. And what we found was that symptoms were present in 81% of the subjects that we surveyed. And impairment in one functional domain, meaning they were having symptoms such that quality of life was negatively affected every day, was in 90% of subjects. So when your autonomic nervous system gets severely disrupted, this balance between your fight, fright, or freeze state and your rest and digest state, what happens? What does it look like? So in a pictorial diagram, typically you have one down arrow and one up arrow, and these two systems remain in balance. And that's how things go normally. What I'm gonna talk about is what happens when the sympathetic system, this fight or flight, freeze, agitation, sweaty system, goes ballistic, for lack of a better term, explosively worsens. Okay. What we talk about here is the phenomenon known as paroxysmal sympathetic hyperactivity. So let me break that down for you. Paroxysmal is sudden onset. Sympathetic is that fight, flight, freeze state. And hyperactivity, we all know hyperactivity, way too much, okay? And this causes autonomic storms or neurostorms. It's a well-known entity within the world of child neurology, neurosurgery, and even rehabilitation medicine. We typically think about it in patients who have had severe acute brain injury. However, we now know that it occurs in patients with developmental and epileptic encephalopathies much more commonly than was ever thought about before. Okay. What happens with these events is a patient will have a sudden onset of increase in temperature, increase in heart rate, very fast respiratory rate, flushing, sweating, drooling, agitation, and with abnormal body posturing called dystonia. Many of you who have seen children or adults who have seizures would say, yeah, this sounds like a seizure. Yes, it's often mistaken for a seizure. The key thing is these episodes last multiple minutes to hours. They're exhausting, painful. They don't respond to anti-seizure medication, and the EEG does not change during these events. So this is one of those things that we in child neurology see very frequently, children coming in who are having these events, and we've been treating them like seizures, and we hook them up to video EEG, and lo and behold, the EEG doesn't change, and we then have a diagnosis of PSH, or paroxysmal sympathetic hyperactivity. Okay. So hopefully this video will play. And you can see this little girl. You can see how red she is. You can see how agitated she is, this shaking, okay? So was everybody able to see that and sort of see the redness, see the agitation that that child had? Okay, so those events were going on in that child for quite some time, being treated as seizures until we brought her into, her neurologist brought her into the hospital, hooked her up to EEG, and found that they were not seizures at all. They were, in fact, these events. And her events, unfortunately, were so profound that during one of her events, she actually broke her own femur from the dystonic posturing that she had with those events. So unfortunately, with PSH, there's no way to stop them once they're going on. So we have to prevent them. And there's very little in the medical literature about how to prevent these with medication. So we talk about environmental things to prevent them. So controlling room temperature. Children who have this, they get very, very hot. They're very temperature sensitive. So you keep the room a little cooler. You use fans, you use cooling vests to help them stay cool. Low stimulation environments. So low light, low noise. Do everything you can to regulate sleep-wake cycles. As I said earlier, these events come from the same part of the brain that regulates sleep-wake cycles. So if sleep-wake cycles are not regulated well, you're more prone to have these events. And then work as best you can with your medical team to regulate bowel and bladder control, because urinary retention, constipation are also going to trigger these kinds of events. And then evaluate for other sources of pain. Kids with limited mobility, kids who are wheelchair users, are there sources of pain in their seating environment? Are there sources of pain in their car seat that are more likely to have these happen? Okay. When we use medications to prevent these events, what we use in the pediatric world are medications that are pediatric safe and pediatric friendly. In adult patients, you'll see medications like morphine and other narcotic medications. We do everything we can in the pediatric world to avoid using those. So what we usually use are medications that decrease autonomic output, right? I mentioned earlier that these episodes happen because the autonomic nervous system is overly active. So we have to quell that response. Okay. We also use medications to treat the underlying dystonia or movement disorder. And you can see here, both medications that decrease autonomic output and medications to treat dystonia both work on dopamine. And we'll talk about the other neurotransmitters as well. Okay. So I've presented you with the phenomenology of PSH and autonomic dysfunction, and talked about how to prevent it and an overview of how to treat it without mentioning specific medications, because that's outside of the scope of the talk. Now I'm going to present to you sort of the science and hypothesis as to why patients with the family of GRI disorders, including GRIN2B, might develop these kind of episodes. Okay. So I've mentioned over and over again the hypothalamus, and you're like, okay, fine, Kaufman, where is this? What is this? Okay. So the hypothalamus is an incredibly small structure in the brain. It lives deep in the center of the brain. So this cartoon shows the brain right down the middle. You've got your spinal cord, you've got your medulla that I mentioned earlier, you've got your corpus callosum, which is your bridge between the two hemispheres, and right down there in green is your hypothalamus. Okay. And I'm going to pose to you that there's evidence that altered glutamate receptors affect hypothalamic function. So back almost a decade ago, paper looking at the role of NMDA receptors in gastric erosion. So it was a study of NMDA receptors and how it contributed to ulcer formation. Another study looking at vasomotor activity. So that's blood vessel tone in high blood pressure, and showing that the alpha-2 receptor, which is a norepinephrine receptor, couples to the NMDA receptor in the hypothalamus. And then glutamate receptors that lack AMPA receptors increase excitability in the hypothalamus and increase sympathetic tone. And then when we look at the NMDA receptors in sleep, the NMDA receptors in that lateral hypothalamus are essential for maintaining normal sleep. So we look at GI, we look at hypertension, we look at sleep, and all of them have interaction with the NMDA receptors and glutamate. Okay. So what about the other symptoms in the family of GRI disorders, GRIN disorders? I talked about the autonomic. What about the things like the dystonia? What about the other differences in movement that occur? So this is from the Cure GRIN website. I use this model because it is the one that fits the best on a screen. What's maybe the downstream effect of NMDA receptor dysfunction in conditions like GRIN2B? Okay. Are there problems with neurotransmitter activity? We already talked about physiology, right? We talked about the altered effects of the brain and the different systems and the different structures. But what about the neurochemistry, the regular parts of the brain that make things happen, like dopamine and serotonin? Okay. So in my world, as a pediatric movement disorder neurologist, we think very frequently about the neurotransmitter disorders. So these are disorders whereby patients, because of a genetic difference, don't make or metabolize the essential neurotransmitters to run a human body properly. Okay. The symptoms of those disorders include hypotonia, epilepsy, autonomic dysfunction or dysautonomia, gastrointestinal dysfunction, movement disorders, oculogyrate crisis, where your eyeballs deviate and get stuck up in different parts of your eye sockets, sleep disturbance, irritability, intellectual disability, and developmental delay. Okay. Sound familiar to those of you in the audience who have loved ones or take care of patients who have GRIN disorders, right? So the same types of symptoms in a completely different disease group. Okay. And that's because dopamine, as we mentioned earlier, affects all of these functions. Norepinephrine is alertness and arousal. Epinephrine, pupil dilatation, blood sugar control. And serotonin, we talked about earlier, mood, thinking, learning, nausea, vomiting, sleep. Okay. So why might GRIN disorder symptoms, the movement disorder, the cognitive symptoms, the hypotonia, the GI dysfunction, why might some of these resemble neurotransmitter disorders? Okay. Now we're going to switch to my part of the brain, the basal ganglia. So in this figure here, the basal ganglia are these structures in dark red. Okay. And their job is to inhibit voluntary movements that the patient doesn't want to generate, okay? They are literally the brakes of the brain. When the basal ganglia do not function properly, extra movement signals get out and patients have involuntary movement disorders. The basal ganglia have a robust network of neurotransmitters that work within them. Okay, so on the right side of the screen, you see all these little abbreviations. Okay, and I'm going to walk you through them. Glutamate is GLU, dopamine is DA, ACH is acetylcholine. Acetylcholine is the neurotransmitter that is most critical for production of saliva and production of sweat, okay? GABA, throughout the whole slide here, is the main inhibitory neurotransmitter in the brain. GABA helps to put the brakes on, okay? So this is from a very famous neuroanatomy book by Dr. Hal Blumenfeld at Yale. And what we're going to do is we're going to use this figure and we're going to walk you through different known disease states involving neurotransmitters in basal ganglia, and then close with how might that relate to a GRIN disorder. Okay. So the first is one of the most well-known basal ganglia neurotransmitter disorders on the planet Earth, which is Parkinson's disease. Okay. Parkinson's disease is characterized by a slowness of movement, a stiffness of movement, decreased autonomic output. So patients with Parkinson's disease, because they're losing their dopamine output, their guts slow down quite dramatically. They have terrible problems with constipation. They have very poor autonomic control, so they tend to fall over, pass out very easily because they don't have enough autonomic output. And that's because they're just losing dopamine, okay? Huntington disease. So in Huntington disease, where patients get a very profound movement disorder, develop severe dementia, and develop bad autonomic dysfunction, the part of the basal ganglia called the striatum is affected, and they get all of those same similar symptoms. Okay. Going to pediatric onset genetic conditions, SSADH deficiency. We call it that because saying succinic semialdehyde dehydrogenase deficiency is a mouthful, so we just call it SSADH deficiency. In this condition, you don't have enough GABA. And what happens? You get epilepsy, you get intellectual disability, you get an unrelenting movement disorder, you get autonomic dysfunction, and you have terrible regulation of your sleep-wake cycles. Okay. So is part of what happens in the basal ganglia and neurotransmitter system of children with GRIN disorders, including GRIN2B, is the problem that whenever you have alteration or disruption in your glutamate circuitry, that you end up with all of the symptoms that you see in the GRIN family of disorders. This is science that's yet to be looked at. Okay. So my closing thoughts, autonomic nervous system must work in a balanced way to effectively work at all. Disruptions in the autonomic nervous system causes wide-ranging symptoms. PSH is under-recognized. I love being in the audience for meetings like this and talking about this and seeing light bulbs go off in patients and families like, oh my goodness, my kid has this, and I'm just now hearing about it and learning about it. We already talked about abnormalities in hypothalamic function resulting from altered function of glutamate receptors. And then other neurotransmitter and basal ganglia dysfunction may be some of the downstream effect of GRIN mutations and result in some of the symptoms. And with that, I am done. And I'll take it from those there for timing and any questions that anybody may have.
Does anyone have questions for Dr. Kaufman?
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. My question is there any role for deep brain stimulation in treatment of autonomic disorders?
Is there any role for DBS in, what was the question, the end of the question?
In autonomic disorders, more specifically those in genetic conditions.
So DBS for autonomic disorders. I am not aware of any studies that have looked at DBS for the treatment of autonomic dysfunction alone. DBS is FDA approved for pediatric onset dystonia for children 7 years of age and older. It's also FDA approved for essential tremor, but I'm not aware of any data that shows that has shown DBS being used to treat autonomic dysfunction.
Questions? Okay. Oh boy. So
okay.
You guys might need to come to me. I can't run back and forth.
Can I just ask it from here?
Yeah.
Okay, hi. My question is, so let's say, hypothetically, obviously, we have had several 48-hour plus EEGs, which have shown up as regular per se, but some of those symptoms of the PASH that you just talked about, what should we be doing short of coming to Mayo Clinic? I mean, let's say we're in California.
So when I was trained as a child neurologist and where I was trained, the faculty that ran the program at the time, they had one rule for us as trainees, and it was true for all the faculty as well. You couldn't say what the problem wasn't, okay? When you have a video EEG for things like PSH and the person who's reading it, your treating physician says, well, it's not seizure, okay? Then tell me what it is. And if you don't know what it is, would you share the videos with somebody, anybody, to see what somebody thinks the problem is, since we both know it's not seizure? Tell me what it is. That's how I advocate.
I'm going to run the microphone around, give Liz a little break. Or not. Anyone?
Sorry, I don't know if I can ask this question, but so what are some current treatments for children who are experiencing neurostorms?
Sure, and I will tell you what I do.
Okay.
I will tell you what I do, because when it comes to what science there is, it's very, very minimal. There's never been, like when it comes to treating epilepsy, there have never been any medications FDA approved to treat autonomic storming, either in adults or in children. So it's all very much based on what the phenomenology of the problem is. So what does the child look like? What are the symptoms that they're having? And then making sure that whatever you're using isn't interfering with the other medications the patient's receiving. So from my standpoint, what I typically use for treating paroxysmal sympathetic hyperactivity is I typically use a very old medication called clonidine, C-L-O-N-I-D-I-N-E, because it is incredibly safe. in children. It's actually FDA approved for use in children as a non-stimulant, so a non-Ritalin, non-Adderall treatment for ADHD. So it does have a pediatric approved FDA use. That's what I go to first. There are other medications that we use. A medication called propranolol, which is used for treating pediatric onset migraine. It's also used for treating anxiety in children. So propranolol is also a very effective medication. Those are my first go-tos. Now, a word of caution, you cannot use clonidine and propranolol at the same time because they're complementary. One of them works on the alpha receptors in the autonomic nervous system. The other works on the beta receptors. And if you use both together, you end up lowering heart rate and lowering blood pressure severely. So it's one or the other when it comes to using those.
Thank you very much.
No questions? I have a personal anecdote that I can share, and maybe that will stir some questions because we have time. So my daughter has this, and I figured it out after watching a webinar he had done several years ago for GRIN2B Foundation, and then simultaneously, 2 years ago at our family weekend in Chicago, my daughter was present and she had these unusual movements that we didn't know what they were, and I thought maybe they were seizures. And I literally just walked her up to Dr. Tim Benke, who works at the Children's Hospital Colorado but is not here this weekend. He's at a wedding. And I said, "Here's my daughter. What is happening?" And he said, "Oh, that's a movement disorder." Which had never crossed our mind before. And then, so that realization, coupled with watching Dr. Kaufman's webinar, basically led us to go to our neurologist and say, "We think this is what she has." And this neurologist was like, "Yes, you're right." It was also a new neurologist. I don't know if that helped us or not, but I would say that if this resonated with you, definitely take this to your neurologist and say, "Is this what my child has?" And if you don't like their answer, take them to a different neurologist. Show them these links and videos, because I suspect that this is an underdiagnosed condition of GRIN. So anyways, after saying all that, did that stir any questions? It's fine if it didn't. Oh, Anna's got a question.
You were talking about how some of these are related to like an increase in body temperature, or that's just one of the symptoms. And I'm worried and I'm interested in, as someone who might have a child with GRIN2B, do you think there's any types of, like, should they be thinking about giving their kid one of those medications that you just suggested whenever they have a fever? Or like, or do you see, I guess I can ask this another way, is do you see a relation between these autonomic storms when kids have fevers for whatever the reason?
So yes, great question. So the bane of the existence, of my existence, is the fact that PSH gets worse with illness. So when my patients get sick, their PSH episodes may have been under great control, but something like gastroenteritis or an upper respiratory tract infection can throw all of that great control out the window until we get them through that illness. So oftentimes what I do is I bump up the medication doses that we're on during the time that the child's sick and then return it down to baseline after the illness is over.
thank you. All right, last call for questions. Nope. Okay, well, thank you so much, Dr. Kaufman.
Okay. Again, sorry I couldn't be there, folks.
That's okay. I hope your son gets home.
Okay, me too.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, thanks. Oh, okay. Our next presenter is also presenting remotely, so give us a few minutes to get that all set up.
So I got an SMS or a text message saying, please remember his next test and the scope of research, so they go into his intestines when I come home. It's like, I said, what's going on? And then when they called me, I was very tired. He was in hospital. His kidneys gave out. I wanted to stop treating. He's tired. Yeah.
Oh, was it?
83. He was old enough. I heard you say that. It's not. He was very young. So, but he never wanted to go like that. And not that you're not able to say.
He was gone by 10 years.
Okay. Okay. All right, everyone. We are ready for our next presenter, presenting remotely, as we can see. This is Bryce Reeve from Duke University, talking about the ORCA measure.
Yes, and good day, everyone. Welcome from North Carolina. Can you hear me okay? Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Liz, for allowing me to be here today to talk about the development and testing of the observer-reported communication ability measure, particularly where we're looking at for development for the GRIN2B community. First, I need to open up with some disclosures. I am part of the team that developed the ORCA measure, and just want to make sure that was disclosed to you all. I also want to recognize some of the funding sources that we've received to develop the ORCA measure, including the Foundation for Angelman Syndrome Therapeutics, the Rett Syndrome Research Trust, as well as the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. I would love to spend the next 5 minutes talking about our awesome team that includes speech language pathologists, measurement people, qualitative people. Sadly, I won't have that time, but I do want to recognize Liz in the bottom right corner of your slide there, and her amazing contributions and connections to the GRIN2B community. Thank you, Liz. So I realize that my particular talk today to you all is a little bit different from all the other perhaps great presentations you already viewed today there. So I wanted to give you some background on where we're coming with the development of the ORCA measure. And I want to talk specifically about how important it is to have good quality measurement systems for use in clinical research settings. And I've no doubt you all are very familiar with clinical research. It helps us to learn more about a disease or disorder and how we can improve healthcare for people in the future. Clinical trials is one part of clinical research where investigators are trying to determine if an intervention is both safe and, of course, effective. The US FDA defines treatment benefit in how a person feels, like symptoms, functions, like communication ability or cognitive function, or survives. Importantly, for any clinical research setting, we always need to be asking ourselves, are we measuring what matters to the community? And there are different types of outcomes that you could measure in a clinical trial or any type of research setting. And here I have a few examples. So we could be looking at disease or disorder status and doing assessments of brain function or bone health. We could also be looking at functioning of the individual cognitively using their motor skills. And what I'll be talking about today is a person's communication in terms of functioning. We could also be looking at, in research studies, at symptoms like muscle tone, fatigue, sleep disturbance, anxiety, and seizures. And we could be looking at overall quality of life, relationships, family impact, and satisfaction. Over the past few decades, there has been a greater and greater positive movement to make sure any outcomes we measure in a clinical trial is important both for the patients and for their families. For each one of these types of outcomes, we have different types of measurement tools. So we have what I call like a little toolbox of tools that we can use to assess these different outcomes. What you may have been hearing about a lot today are biomarkers. These are things like blood draws, that could be saliva, that could be x-rays that evaluate a disease or disorder status. We can also use digital monitors like passively collected data devices to assess disease status, a person's physical functioning, or the symptoms. We have performance-based tests. For example, a clinician could ask a child to put blocks together on top of each other. That's a performance-based test. But what I'll be talking about today are surveys and questionnaires that the parents will complete that evaluates your child's functioning or the child's symptoms or the child's quality of life. In particular, for my study today, the ORCA study, we're looking at a child's functioning in terms of communication. It's important to note for all these measurement tools, it's important that we always have regulatory grade measures to make sure that we can assess treatment benefit over time. And it's important that each of these measures we use in research studies have been validated for the GRIN2B neurodevelopmental disorder community. It's also important to recognize that every single tool, whether it's a biomarker or a questionnaire, has some type of error associated with it. And what we do as measure developers is try to reduce that error so we can see more signal through the noise. And so importantly, as we think about the GRIN2B community and think about this key outcome that we know is important to parents to improve their child's communication is, do we have regulatory grade measurement tools available to assess communication for individuals with GRIN2B? Our research team, both with GRIN2B and for many other neurodevelopmental disorders, took a look at the existing measures out there. And while there are a lot of good communication measures out there, they at least have one or more limitations. One of the first limitations is some of these communication tools require a speech-language pathologist to assist the parent to complete the measure, where they ask the child to come to a lab and maybe stack blocks, make a choice between things overall. But we do know that children in that moment in the clinic is going to be heavily distracted and may not perform to the best of their abilities in front of that speech-language pathologist. We also saw that a number of these communication tools were more developed for tailoring education. Where does a speech-language pathologist need to focus to help improve a child's communication? And these measures were not developed specifically for clinical trials. Given that, many of these existing measures were not developed on best practices recommended by the FDA for developing and evaluating questionnaires, nor do they typically include parent advocates like Liz to help to make sure that in the development of the measure, it is making sure we're capturing what's relevant to the GRIN2B community. And many of these existing measures, the fourth point here is oftentimes they only focus on verbal speech. Whereas many children with GRIN2B and other disorders they typically do not use verbal words. They might use gestures, signs, or devices as well. So we need a measure to be adaptable to the modality used commonly by children with GRIN2B. Therefore, our team developed the Observer-Reported Communication Ability, or ORCA measure. The key features of the ORCA measure is that we have specifically designed it for use in clinical trials to be used at baseline before an intervention and then post-intervention to see if the child's communication has changed, hopefully in a positive direction over time. The second feature of the ORCA measure is that the parent or caregiver completes our questionnaire independently without the assistance of any speech-language pathologist. So they can complete our questionnaire from the comfort of their home using a computer or any type of computerized device. On average, it takes about 15 to 20 minutes to complete the ORCA measure. Importantly, the ORCA allows different types of modalities like gesture, signs, use of devices, and vocalizations. And the ORCA captures a broad range of communication types of concepts. And here are the types of concepts that the ORCA captures. We have categorized these by different forms. For example, expressive communication. The ORCA asks parents to what extent their child seeks attention, directs attention, maybe refuses an object or requests more of something. Under receptive forms of communication, we have such concepts such as how does your child respond when their name is being said? And how does your child make choices between like a favorite snack or a favorite video? We also capture pragmatic or social types of communication. Does your child wave hi or wave goodbye? Do they like to play games? So let me tell you a little bit of how we designed the ORCA measure. And what I'm going to focus on is this concept of refusing an object. And so for refusing an object, there are most children are able to refuse an object in different ways. And we went out and talked to parents of GRIN2B, children of GRIN2B, as well as children of other types of conditions. And these are typical things we heard from parents. Their child might cry or fuss. Their child might turn their head away. Their child might push an object away or throw the object. Or a child might have a distinct no, like shaking their head, a gesture for a no, using their device, or simply can say no. We have conducted interviews with parents of children with GRIN2B. Here are two example quotes that we heard from parents. And for this first parent, the parent says, it's either a very stiff arm like he doesn't want you to, like especially if you're trying to feed him more and he's full, he's like, no, 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 or he'll just throw it at you. Drops it, throws it, I'm done with this kind of thing. From another parent, we heard for the child, she'll say, all done, but then she'll sign it too. So again, we had interviews, we talked to parents, and it's your feedback that helped us to develop the ORCA measure. So what we did with your feedback is we thought about how we can design this questionnaire, the ORCA measure. And we recognized when we talked to our speech language pathologists that the different ways a child communicates refusal falls in different hierarchies of ability. So we identified that when a child cries or fuss, that represents some of them are easier. Most children can cry or fuss to refuse something. That's the lowest level. In the middle, a child might turn their head away, push an object away, or throw the object. Or some kids might have their own distinct no, whether it's shaking their head, using a gesture, their device, or saying or vocalizing no. So we turned these three levels into a questionnaire. And so at the first level, the ORCA asked, did your child cry or fuss when he or she did not want an object? At the second level, did your child turn their head away, push the object away, or throw the object when he or she did not want it? And at the highest level, did your child use a distinct no, shaking their head, a gesture, sign, word, or word approximation when they did not want an object? And so this is how the questionnaire on the ORCA actually works. So here are those three questions. And what we've added to it are response options, or no or only once, sometimes, or the child almost does this all the time over the past 30 days. And we use typical things that children refuse, like a book, toy, or food, as in our example. The original development of the ORCA measure was originally funded by the Foundation for Angelman Syndrome Therapeutics, or FAST-THER, specifically for Angelman syndrome. To develop the ORCA measure, we followed a cookbook recipe that is recommended by the FDA and many other organizations that follows a number of steps. I'm not going to go through all these in detail because of the limited time there, but just to note that we started off looking at the literature and existing measures to see how well they assessed communication in children with neurodevelopmental disorders. We then conducted a lot of interviews with parents to understand how their child typically communicates. We then drafted the ORCA measure. We then performed more qualitative interviews of parents called cognitive interviews to make sure the ORCA was easy to understand and answer, and made sure the ORCA captured relevant communication in their children. Recognizing that we need to make sure the measure works in a number of different foreign languages, including English, we made sure the ORCA questions were written in a way that could be translated to multiple languages like Spanish, French, and Chinese. And then ultimately did what we call statistical or quantitative or psychometric testing, where we asked a number of parents to complete our measure that make sure it captures this valid concept called communication ability. This is the scores that emerged from our testing for children with Angelman syndrome. And what you can see in this distribution along the x-axis are the actual ORCA scores. The highest possible ORCA score is around an 84. The lowest possible ORCA score is about a range of about 25. And what we can see is these are the scores for 249 children with Angelman syndrome. The shape of this curve looks nice to us researchers. Is what we call a normal or bell-shaped curve. Important about this is every child with Angelman syndrome got a score. No child was at the ceiling of our measure, which is important when looking at changes over time, and only 1 or 2 children was at the basement of our measure. So again, we felt like we are accurately capturing communication in children with Angelman syndrome. However, we recognized when we developed the ORCA measure that we did not develop this specifically for Angelman syndrome by themselves. We recognized that the ORCA could be used for other types of neurodevelopmental disorders, including GRIN2B. So our research team was funded by the Food and Drug Administration to expand the ORCA measure to 12 other neurodevelopmental disorders you see in this green square box in the upper right of your screen. And I have bold highlighted GRIN2B in the second bullet here as one of the conditions for which we're expanding the ORCA measure. Now, the 3 core steps we plan to do with the ORCA measure is our first step, which we've now completed, is to conduct similar type of interviews with parents of children with each one of these conditions to make sure that we understand how your children typically communicates. And we have now completed those interviews, and that's why I showed you some of those quotes earlier in my slide set. Where we are now is based on those initial interviews, we have made some modifications to our ORCA measure to make sure we're capturing concepts that are relevant for GRIN2B and all the other neurodevelopmental disorders you see on the screen there. We've made changes, and when we make changes, we need to go back and make sure that all these changes are clear and relevant. So we are currently conducting these type of cognitive interviews with parents, again, from each condition. Some of you have probably participated in those interviews, again, just to make sure that we're capturing this concept validity for your child. The third phase where, again, we're going to be reaching out to you all to help us out there is once we've passed the cognitive interview phase, we will then ask you all to fill out our survey from the comfort of your home, and we'll use your responses to make sure, again, we get valid, reliable assessments. What you're seeing on the screen is for each of these 12 conditions. If you remember, we did interviews of each of the parents from each of the conditions there. We actually scored the ORCA measure just to make sure we're getting accurate estimates. So what you're looking at on the x-axis is the ORCA score. Remember, the highest score possible is an 85 on the right, and the lowest possible score is about a 25. And then what you see in each row is each condition that we're including in our study. As I noted in the second row from the top, this is GRIN2B. And we can see for those 8 parents who completed our interviews, we can see what their respective child's scores are. And to us as researchers, this is a good indication that the ORCA is capturing scores from the child with the lowest level of communication to the child with the highest level of communication. But of course, we have more testing to do. So with that, I'd like to conclude that we have specifically developed this ORCA measure for use in clinical trials to look at treatment benefit. This measure is completed independently by the parents themselves because you know your child the best. So why not ask you to fill out the ORCA measure? While we have validated the ORCA measure for Angelman syndrome, Rett syndrome, we are now expanding, as I just described to you, to other types of conditions, and we're always looking for feedback from everyone of how we can improve the ORCA measure. And with that, I want to send a special thanks to you all, the families, for all the help and the time that you have given us to help us make sure that this tool, the ORCA tool, is going to be relevant for your children for use in upcoming research trials. And with that, I will stop. And if there's any time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Hi, Bryce. This is Liz. So we don't actually have time for questions, but I just wanted to make one comment. And I apologize I wasn't 100% listening, mainly because I already know it all. Not all about the ORCA. I'm in monthly meetings about the ORCA, or whatever. But my question was, and maybe you said this, was that the next step of a recruitment is imminent, correct?
Yes. So currently where we are now is we are, and it's not going to be a lot of people. I think we're asking maybe just 2 or 3 parents to go through with one of our interviewers and go through question by question ORCA measure just to make sure each question makes sense and that each question is capturing something that's valid for the parent. So, for example, going back to the refusal, when you answer those questions on how your child refuses, whether they cry or fuss or push an object away or use their device or gesture there, does one of those questions capture your child's ability to refuse? And if it doesn't, that's a problem. If it does, we're in good shape. So that's where we are now. Again, that's going to be a very small number. What I expect is probably about maybe 5 or 6 months from now, there'll be a much larger request for almost all the parents in the community to fill out our questionnaire. So that's, again, where we're reaching. And I think that for most of the parents in this room and not in the room, that's where there's going to be a strong request for you to help donate your time to help make sure that we are capturing this validly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Bryce.
Thank you so much. And I see this as a very early start of working with your community, and we look forward to making sure that we have a very strong friendship, partnership, and collaboration. Thank you, Liz.
Yep, you're welcome. Do you need me to intro you? Or? Oh, okay. Okay. Next up is Hillary. I don't want to say your name wrong. Savoy. GRIN Therapeutics.
Give us just a minute to switch over to the other computer.
Oh, we're back to real people up on the stage here.
Give us just a minute.
Okay.
We got to switch our computer back over.
Oh, okay, no problem.
So we'll give you a cue.
Okay. Good? Okay, thanks. Someone familiar on the screen, huh? It's one of my favorite pictures. So as Liz said, I'm Hilary Savoy. I'm here from GRIN Therapeutics. And I'm going to share a bit with you today about the work that we're doing in our program to develop investigational radiprudil in GRIN-related disorder. Before I start, I just want to thank Liz and the GRIN2B Foundation for inviting us here and letting us participate in this really wonderful day. Oh, hang on. And my computer shut down. So there are my notes. We'll let it restart, but I can keep going. So just an outline for what we're going to be talking about today in this presentation. I'm going to talk to you a bit about who we are, GRIN Therapeutics, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the advocacy function in a biotechnology company, which is my role. And then we're going to spend some time talking about clinical trial readiness and the work that we've been doing in the community to be clinical trial ready and what you all can do as families to be clinical trial ready. I'm going to share some preliminary data from our patient experience survey that we conducted earlier this year. And I'm going to give an overview on our current global clinical trial that's enrolling. So starting with GRIN Therapeutics, who we are. So we are a New York City-based biotechnology company. Neurobiology and Neuroscience oversees our company, and we have full funding from a single investor through approval. The company formation was actually inspired by a number of people in this room, by the 2019 GRIN conference that some of you may have been at with our founder, Pierandrea Muglia, at Emory University. After that, a partnership with Neurobiology and Neuroscience happened, and the formation of a patient-focused leadership team happened in 2021. As I said, we're developing investigational radiprudil for the potential treatment of GRIN-related disorder with gain-of-function variants and what we're calling the honeycomb trial. Recruitment is underway in the trial globally, and we do anticipate disclosing some interim data at a scientific meeting this fall and expanding the study in early 2025. And of course, we are working really closely with the GRIN community. That means academic community, advocacy community, families, to ensure that the the needs of the community are closely aligned with trial objectives. And voila, my computer has restarted. So you get to see 3 of me here. This is very exciting. So again, I'm Hillary. I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Communications. I'm the head of the advocacy function internally at Neurobiology and GRIN. I joined GRIN Therapeutics when the company was founded in 2021. And this is hard to know if you haven't been around a lot of biotechnology companies, but that's an unusual thing to have a head of advocacy as one of the first hires in a company. And I feel it speaks to how patient-focused we are and have been right from day one. Prior to joining Neurobiology GRIN, I founded and ran a nonprofit, much like Liz, in another rare neurodevelopmental disorder called SCN8A. The foundation was called the Cute Syndrome Foundation. And prior to that, I was getting my PhD in communication and rhetoric. I studied storytelling, which is a little bit of a weird trajectory to be on, right? To go from storytelling to running a foundation to joining a biotech company. But I did that because, like many of you in this room, I have a little girl who changed my life and brought me to want to do the work that I'm doing now. She does not have GRIN-related disorder, but she has a neurodevelopmental disorder that's has some similarities. So I too live with seizures, movement disorders, and medical fragility every day. So she's my why. Okay, so when I joined GRIN, I did so because I thought there were a lot of insights that the patient community had into the drug development process that weren't always taken into account. But then as I got rolling in this role, I started to realize that there was a lot about drug development that I didn't understand. So the next few slides we could title the things that Hillary learned the hard way in this role, and I'll explain some of them to you. I really want to bring you under the hood because when I was sitting in rooms like this as a parent, these are things that I didn't always understand. And so I apologize if some of it is simplistic, but I think it's important to make sure that we level set and we all use the same language. So to think a little bit about how advocacy works in drug development in general, as well as at my company in particular, my role as internal advocacy at my company is to represent your voices, patient voices, across the functions in the company as we advance our development program. And I can really only do this if I do the second thing, which is to be here and engage with all of you and learn about your priorities and learn about who you are and your children. And then my job is then to help ensure that we are leaders in how we bring forward therapies with that in mind in the communities that we work within. And the North Star we have is that we leave this community stronger for having been in it, regardless of the outcome of our trials. So how do we do this? We do this by including the patient voice and representation across all functions, by understanding the community, who are your trusted sources of information, how you like being engaged, what you want to learn, by communicating transparently and consistently, and understanding your unmet needs, so the things that this community needs. And I think it's really important, you can see that these efforts, while they are there to support a trial internally, they're also there to support and understand and empower the entire community, not only the individuals who enroll in our trials. And this is really central to the advocacy role. So I want to take a moment to ground us in all of the players that are involved in the clinical trial and the terms that we use to describe them. Because they're often sort of tossed around, and I think we don't always pause to talk about who each of these people are. So when we talk about a sponsor, that in the case of our trial is our company, GRIN Therapeutics, but in other trials, the sponsor refers to always the company that's conducting the clinical trial. You'll often hear people talk about primary investigators, or PIs for short, sites, study sites, and those are really the institutions and the individuals who carry out, sometimes at many different sites around the country or around the world, carry out the studies where your children would go to enroll in the study. And the patient and family, which I think everyone in this room knows, we can talk about a patient, but really in the case of a pediatric disorder, we're talking about the whole family. The whole family is involved in this trial. And patient advocacy groups, which like the GRIN2B Foundation. And each of these entities has a really particular role to play in a trial. So the sponsor, like GRIN Therapeutics, would be responsible for designing the study protocol, the instructions, training the sites to carry out the study, working with your advocacy groups to understand the community needs and their feedback, and to communicate directly with the site about the study. The study site, their responsibility is to select, screen, and consent patients. They are responsible for the medical decision-making for all of the patients in their study at their site. They carry out the study as it's designed in the study protocol and the study instructions. And their job is to communicate back to the sponsor as well as to the patients and families in the study. As a patient or family in a study, your job is to be informed, consent to participate, to follow the study and site instructions, to understand decisions to join the trial, to respect trial privacy, and to communicate any concerns that you might have in a trial back to the site. And a patient advocacy group, their role is to make sure that the community is educated and aware about clinical trials, both in general and in particular, any trial that might be enrolling in the community, to understand patient and family concerns, needs, barriers to participation, and then communicate those to the sponsor. And each of these players, I think it's really important to understand, has a particular view on what the trial is and how it works. And we don't always necessarily speak the same language, right? Because we all have different experiences. So as a company, we have been trying to think creatively about how we can improve the experience in our trials by working more closely across stakeholders and sharing the things that we know across stakeholders to improve the trial experience in our current study and future studies. So we've been piloting these efforts to bring advocates in the UK to study sites to walk through what families will experience in the study with the study site and the study staff to come together and troubleshoot any challenges that anyone might have, answer questions that anyone might have. And we've done this in 2 locations, in Glasgow and in London. And what is really interesting is that because, again, everyone has a slightly different view on how the trial works, the interaction results in everyone learning. So the advocates can educate their communities better about the trial and what the experience in the trial will be. The site staff can support patients better because they understand the patients better. And the sponsors can improve, that's us, can improve the current trial in some ways and learn how to improve on further clinical trials. And we've all taken away key learnings, big and small. And so I just wanted to highlight, this is just one of the things that we've been working on. There's a lot of thought that goes into trying to improve this study for everyone involved. So we've now talked about what sponsors and sites and advocates might be doing to be trial ready and to improve our trials. But as we've heard today, there's a lot of things that the broader community can be doing. And it's so important to the process, regardless of whether you intend to or can participate in a clinical trial personally. As we know in rare communities, we don't really do things as individuals, right? We do them as a community. We help each other through. And so that's why taking part in these steps in whatever way suits you is really important for the entire community. So here's a few steps that I thought of to talk through today. The first is being an engaged community. And I really do like to make a to-do list in which the first thing on the to-do list is something I get to tick off and say, yes, we did it. So today we did it, right? We ticked off the first thing on the list. We've attended events like this and are engaged in learning and ready to work together. The second thing that we heard about today over and over is that we need to be an informed community. The key takeaway being know your variant. Right? And we heard from Steve Traynelis today about all of the work that goes into elucidating those variants, and from Ilona about how you can learn what you can know about your variant. So that's really, really key. and so important to so much of the ongoing scientific activity these days, including our trial and many, many, many more efforts underway. As we've also heard today, registries. I thought Liz's comment about just get used to it, you got to put your data everywhere. I'll be a little softer. I'll just say, I think it's wonderful if all of you can participate in as many registries as possible. This is really, really important, and we know it's exhausting for you to be entering your data, but this is really important for how your community comes to be better understood and able to be engaged in research. And it may not always be apparent how important these efforts are, but I assure you they are hugely important. And then another thing that you can do, and I see Dianna has just walked in, and I wanted to highlight what she did, sharing her story, and Laura, by sharing your experiences publicly like this, you are able to participate in helping make sure that your community is better understood, your experiences are better understood. And we also conducted a recent patient experience survey, and many, many, many of you in this room participated in that, and we are so grateful because those are opportunities to answer questions that we have in the moment that can help us improve on our study design. And with that, I wanted to share a bit of some of the learnings from that survey. We're still in the process of analyzing this data. We had conducted a number of a survey series that many of you participated in. Again, the GRIN2B community was just right there, top, very well represented in the responses. And what we were trying to get at is a glimpse of what the signs and symptoms and impacts of GRIN-related disorder are, the things that are most important to you. I hope you see yourselves reflected in these, but we are continuing to work on these data, and we'll be conducting further interviews to understand the information a bit better. And we're so grateful for the community taking the time to share that with us. Moving on to our clinical trial. I agree with you, Dianna, this is not a cartoon. We've seen this in a couple of different versions today. So of course I have to show it again. But I have a treat for you. This is a cartoon. This is how we like to, we've talked a lot about gain of function and loss of function today. Steve gave a wonderful explanation as well. The way I like to think about it is by thinking about a gate and a fence. The fence being the cell wall, the gate being the receptor. And that when you have a loss of function, it's a bit like your gate getting locked or sticky. And in this instance, we've got some chickens on one side of the gate. We want to get them somewhere else. We're having trouble because the gate won't open fully. And that a gain of function is like a broken latch. So your gate is opening up and your chickens are leaking out everywhere. And it's just but I know it might be silly, but for me, this is the thing that I always think of. And it's a difficult concept, right? So now that we've decided that gain of function is like a gate, an open gate, we can talk about the NMDA receptors that can be overactive in a gain of function in GRIN-related disorder. So when the NMDA receptor is overactive, I know we've talked about this today, the cells in the brain have trouble communicating and developing normally. And GRIN-related disorder, again, telling the experts what they already know, patients can present with epilepsy, neurodevelopmental symptoms. Most patients have severe, profound disabilities requiring continuous supervision. 30 to 50% of GRIN2B patients experience seizures. 50% of those are resistant to treatments with standard anti-seizure medications. And behavioral symptoms can include self-injurious behavior, inappropriate behaviors, elopement, tantrums. And we all know there are no therapies specifically targeted for GRIN-related disorder. These symptoms are typically resistant to standard treatments. And this is why targeted treatments are needed to manage these neurodevelopmental symptoms. Again, looking at the receptor, and to shift to talk a bit about Radipridil, Radipridil is designed to target the NR2B part of the NMDA receptor. It's what's called a negative allosteric modulator, meaning it's meant to bind the outside of the receptor to reduce its overactivity. And the hypothesis here is that by binding to NR2B in this way, overactivity may be reduced, and as that is the underlying cause of the disorder, that there would be the potential for fewer seizures and improvement in neurodevelopmental symptoms. We do have a phase 1b trial called the Honeycomb trial that's currently enrolling globally. A phase 1b trial is going to have primary objectives that are associated with evaluating safety and identifying optimal dose range. And that's the case in our study. We also are looking at key secondary objectives. So first, safety and dose. Then the key secondary objectives are looking at signs of efficacy, signs of effect on seizure burden, EEG, behavioral symptoms, sleep, motor function, caregiver burden, and global impression of effect. And as a clinical trial is an experiment, has certain controls in place. Some of those controls are called inclusion and exclusion criteria, right? Who's allowed to be in the study? What is the population we're studying? So our key inclusion criteria include a confirmed gain of function variant, individuals aged between 6 months and 12 years of age. For the seizure cohort, so we have 2 cohorts. The seizure cohort needs to have at least 1 observable motor seizure per week, and the seizures must not have improved with the use of 2 medications. And the behavioral cohort, separate cohort, must just have significant behavioral symptoms. For next steps, how to get involved. You can read more about the Honeycomb trial at clinicaltrials.gov. This is a government resource that lists all of the clinical trials enrolling. This number here, the NCT number, is the number associated with our study. So you can look up using that number or search on clinicaltrials.gov to look at our clinical trial or any other currently enrolling clinical trials. Again, it is so important to stay connected with your advocacy organizations. They will tell you what's happening and make sure that you have all of the information that you need when you need it. Again, I encourage all of you to participate in efforts to better understand GRIN-related disorder, registries, all kinds of studies that I think we'll hear even more about another study this afternoon. And you're more than welcome to learn more about GRIN Therapeutics at grintherapeutics.com and to contact us at patientadvocacy@grintherapeutics.com. That email goes directly to me. And with that, I'll end. Just want to thank everyone. Thanks to the GRIN2B Foundation again for the opportunity to speak. Liz, do we have time for questions? Okay.
For questions. Before I just saw our break. Okay, we got pigs in a blanket. Yeah, does anyone have questions for Hillary? Oh, they're a quiet bunch.
I think there's one over there.
Can you explain a little bit about how you picked your age criteria, how you picked 6 months to 12 years of age?
So I think that the age criteria have to do with looking for the age that we would expect to see, potentially the most effect. It also had to do with decisions around formulation and dose, the size of the dose. So it was really looking to try to make sure that we were representing the community that we could first best serve with the potential treatment and where we might see the most effect.
Is there a timeline for potentially being able to enroll our child in a site in the United States?
We do anticipate expanding the study in early 2025.
So I know you mentioned that the study is already happening, the trial in Europe.
Yes.
Is there any data that you can share about the study as of today?
There's nothing that we can share today, but we will be sharing interim data in the fall. And so we'll be presenting at a scientific conference in the fall, and then we will certainly be in touch with all of the advocacy organizations to make sure that that information gets disseminated in the best way possible. Yeah.
Is that a hand? No. Just checking.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, go enjoy some pigs in a blanket and pretzel bites.
You don't want to be the person standing between people and pigs in a blanket.
Okay.
It's a great question. We should be announcing a little bit later in the year exactly what that will look like, but I think it would make sense to pay attention to be sure that you look out for both. If your child has those, are you wondering about a behavioral target? Yeah, so we don't have an exact method we're ready to but I think
but she did say they changed. So he hasn't done it for a while. Not for this. Right. He would do this sometimes too. We have your slides, yes. And then that was that one. Oh yeah. Yes, correct. Yes. Right, exactly. Gummy bears. Yeah. So you almost got. So that's a piece. That works.
Okay, thank you.
So I did test her laptop. She does have audio out. I think it was a Zoom, something set up in her Zoom that couldn't actually.
Liz, I was like, I'm paying for this trip.
So we need to come up mini RCA about that. And they can kind of have their own dance thing going on. I didn't bring my adapter kit. Yep. And a little bit of reconfigured terminal. So they're gonna put chairs up there? And they're just gonna pass the mic around, so, right? That's what they do this. You eat much honey? Perfect. Honey, the only food that never expires. Never has. It'll crystallize. And eventually it'll turn into salt or something. So I got a mini cable that does that. If you got a few minutes. Oh, okay. Yeah, she'll just set her laptop there, get the playlist and play music. So she doesn't do that. Won't be. Will not be. Oh. Yeah. That's right there.
talking earlier about beetles, rubber soles, stereo was hard and hardly anything's ever
Oh, really?
all the bases on one side, all the drums were over here.
Well, today it would be, back then.
They were just trying to separate. I mean, I think they did. Well, I mean, I just remember that they talked about being a listening party or something. The person at the listening party had one of the speakers in one room. So,
Oh, you
couldn't
different.
hear the whole thing, like, in one room.
Where did I find my folder?
I know, they don't really do that like at shows either. Saying both sides, most speakers aren't that far away from each other. They totally miss one thing, then fan out to sort of cover. I mean, you don't have to do really solve hard things, but right. I think it sounds cool if the guitar player's on the left, it's coming out heavier.
I was thinking of several years ago. There ought to be a system of exercise where you could for theater. So we thought they had a way to time out, but we really understood. What?
I think Liz will do your time.
I'm not worried. I'll turn myself on
Exactly.
These are my weeks.
Any sass or what?
What do you make? Oatmeal raisin?
That way.
It's the dough I like more than anything.
Liz, I have that same dress right over there.
Coles, yes.
Oh, like the dough ice cream? Yeah, I've had that. My ear infection? When I had, I don't know if I told you. I was deaf. In this ear, I got it week after Easter. Severe inner ear infection. I've had one since I was a child. And I lost first day lymphocyte for about a month. And then it started slowly coming back. And it's much better today. But the eardrum, I guess, when it gets that infected, it thickens. And so it doesn't vibrate to sound for you to hear. And it takes time for that thickness of the eardrum to reduce down back to where it was. And it was the most dysphoric thing. But I still struggle if I'm in a busy area, like out there where all the food is. Everybody's hot, here's all this noise. I still struggle with that environment. As far as hearing it just gets all mushed and confused. It's getting better.
Okay, welcome. Welcome back, everyone. We've lost some people. Maybe we'll close that door again. Someone want to close the door? Thank you. Okay, and for our next presentation, I would like to welcome Ian Miller from Longboard Pharmaceuticals. Originally, I thought he was going to present remotely. That's why it says virtual on the agenda, but he decided to come at the last minute. So thank you, Ian.
Thank you for inviting me, Liz. Like Liz said, my name is Ian Miller. I am going to talk to you about some of the same things that Hillary just talked about in terms of clinical research. We have a slightly different perspective because I am a clinician by training. I was in practice as a pediatric epileptologist in Miami for a long time, and have been with Longboard only for about a month. So several disclaimers that kind of kicks in. One, I am not nearly as funny as Dianna is, so don't expect to laugh quite as much. Two, the work that I'm gonna present isn't any credit to me. That all preceded me at Longboard, but I'm excited about the potential that it presents. And I'll be kind of talking to you about what our goals are over the next several months and maybe years as we do our phase 3 trial. And I will definitely piggyback on some of what Hillary mentioned because her comments about clinical research and kind of how it fits in are really spot on. So I will try not to repeat anything. So this is the slide about Longboard Pharmaceuticals, but I'm going to gloss over this because this really isn't about us. This is about kids with epilepsy. On this slide, this actually kind of dovetails nicely with what Hillary said earlier. She had a beautiful slide about kind of phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3 and how that process goes from start to finish and completes, hopefully in a way that benefits human beings that are suffering from some kind of medical problem. This slide is a little bit of a callback in my mind to some of the incredible scientific presentations we've seen earlier today in terms of the cartoons and the physiology and the way the channels open and close. All of those really hardcore scientific presentations we've learned from are kind of things that happen before phase 1, right? What happens before phase 1 is what's called preclinical research. And so this is the preclinical data that makes us hopeful for the longboard trials. So the longboard trials are being done with a molecule called bexicaserin. That's that mouthful on the top of that left block of text. Bexicaserin is also written as LP352 in some places because when you have a lot of possible treatments, they just get kind of a serial number assigned to them, and that was the serial number assigned to bexicaserin early on. And the preclinical information that we have about bexicaserin is that we know that it is a serotonin agonist. So the same way that there's glutamate channels that are, GRIN1A and GRIN2B, et cetera, serotonin has multiple letters and numbers also, and it's the serotonin 2C receptor type that is thought to be the mechanism of action for bexicaserin. And I know that the pointer isn't the best tool. Yeah, and it's not working for me either, but on the diagram on the right side that has the cells, there's the yellow cell and there's kind of the blue cell. And the yellow cell is the one that we've been talking about primarily that has the glutamate in it, right? If we have a GRIN2B mutation, it's the glutamate that's not working, not able to achieve its function the way we'd want it to. Well, there are other cells, obviously, that connect to that cell in the brain, and those are the GABAergic interneurons, which are the blue ones. The GABAergic interneurons are where bexicaserin is thought to work, and they will affect the glutamatergic cells and the excitatory cells. So that's the reason to think that bexicaserin might reduce epilepsy in individuals that have a GRIN2B mutation. It's because of the effect on the interneuronal cell on the glutamatergic pyramidal cell, which is thought to be the excitatory piece of that circuit. So, I kind of mentioned that that's the preclinical piece, and it happens before phase 1, 2, and 3. As much as we need the preclinical piece, and as much as that helps us kind of prioritize different options, it really doesn't matter if you actually give the medication to human beings and they don't get better, right? Like, that's the only thing that matters. And one message that I hope you'd come away from this talk with is the fact that the mechanism, which is what I just finished talking about, is far, far, far less important than how it actually helps your child. And that is the difference between a lot of kind of the high-promising alternative therapies out there that have a great story behind it, right? It might sound like they have great justification or the mechanism sounds really exciting, but the question is, does it actually work? And it's the second piece that is going to help our kids. So let me talk to you about what's been done already in the phase 1 and phase 2 trials with bexicaserin in kids with different forms of epilepsy. So this is the way that the study was structured. It had a 5-week screening period during which they would make sure that they met eligibility and have their seizures counted. Once that happened, the participants who all had a developmental epileptic encephalopathy, or DEE. And what that means is that they have an epilepsy that affects their learning, right? So clearly, kids that have a GRIN2B mutation that have epilepsy fit into that category because the epilepsy is affecting their learning also. So once we identified those individuals, they then were assigned to either the blue line or the gray line in that graph, which is the active treatment with bexicaserin, or LP352, or placebo. And it was a blinded study, which means that the patients don't know which they're assigned to, and the investigators don't know which they're assigned to. And they go through the treatment the entire time, both the titration phase, which was days 1 to 15, where they slowly go up on the dose, and then they stay steady during the maintenance period for a total of 75 days. And over that period of time, we look at how the seizures differ in terms of people who were treated with the bexicaserin versus people that were treated with placebo, and we look at whether there's a measurable difference. And that's where the rubber meets the road. That is what tells us the most about how effective it is. In addition to understanding effectiveness, we also care a lot about safety. And so we also had an opportunity for the first time to look at safety in kids with epilepsy who received bexicaserin for several days and weeks. So those are kind of the primary outcomes and endpoints of the study. So we'll talk about safety first. When we randomized these patients, we wanted to make sure that as many individuals as possible were helped by the study. It's very hard when you get randomized and don't see any improvement because you're on the placebo group, for example. So we, or not we, Longboard at that point in time, which excluded me, randomized 4 patients on treatment to every 1 patient off treatment, which just kind of gives 80% of the patients or participants an opportunity to see the medicine. As a result, when you looked at the final counts, 43 were on bexicaserin in the blue column, and only 9 were on placebo in the green column, right? And that's why. It's because they wanted to make sure that as many people as possible could benefit. This is the total outcome of kind of the safety analysis. On the right-hand side, you can see the incidence or the percentage of patients that experienced any given side effect. And the top side effects that we saw were sleepiness or somnolence, a reduction in appetite, constipation, diarrhea, and on and on and on. Every single side effect that gets reported during the study gets reported here, even if it is thought not to be related by the investigator, and that's just to make sure that we have as much truth and transparency as possible. As a result, you can see that one of the side effects that's kind of bulleted on that gray box on the left side is an ankle fracture. There was one individual who fractured their ankle, had it fixated, and then fractured it again later on in the study. So is that a cause of the bexicaserin? Is that unrelated because they have epilepsy and maybe weren't weight-bearing? We need to be humble about what we know or don't know, especially about safety, but we don't know of a reason why bexicaserin as a serotonergic activator would cause a fracture. During the trial period, 16% of bexicaserin-treated participants discontinued due to an adverse event, right? So that kind of gives you some general sense of how well tolerated it was. It was well tolerated enough that 84% of patients stayed on it. During the maintenance period, 4.7% of bexicaserin-treated participants discontinued due to an AE, and that's the maintenance period versus the titration period, which was the 84% number. So once you got to the goal dose, if you were tolerating it, you tended to stay on it. And then the last bullet item there is that the most frequent AE leading to discontinuation was dizziness. So we have some sense that tolerability was okay and safety seemed okay. We didn't have any really major concerns that made us think we missed something in the preclinical work. So tell me something about how effective it was. Did patients actually benefit? This is the slide that makes me tremendously excited as an epilepsy specialist because of how hard it is to help kids that have epilepsy once they've already been on medicines. And all of the participants in this trial had already been on medication. So in the placebo-treated group, which is again shown in green, there was a 17% improvement in seizure frequency. And that's not surprising that they'd get a little bit better because the placebo effect is real, and when you're in a clinical trial and expecting to get better, you tend to improve. What's important to me is that there was a 60% reduction in seizures for individuals who are on the active treatment compared to the 17% on placebo. And that is a highly measurable result when you compare the two arms, given the size of the study at 0.054 level of significance. But the absolute magnitude of that number of a 60% improvement is quite exceptional in terms of epilepsy trials. Typically, we see on the order of about 40%, so we were happy with that. We can further subdivide that improvement into different types of epilepsy because we already talked about the fact that GRIN2B would be a single type of epilepsy underneath the larger DEE umbrella. And if you break it down into different types of epilepsy, 2 big groups were Dravet syndrome, which had a 75-ish% improvement in seizure frequency, and Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which had about a 51% improvement in seizure frequency. If you exclude LGS and you exclude Dravet syndrome, all other DEEs, which are presumably where a GRIN2B mutation would fit, unless they also had an LGS diagnosis, that improvement was 65.5%. So those are the results of the actual 75-week period where the primary outcome was measured. We have since continued to measure seizure frequency data and have longer-term outcome data, which is summarized here. 100% of the people who completed the Pacific trial opted to go into the open label extension. And in the open label extension, everybody was put on active treatment. The sustained response over a 6-month period was durable. There was a favorable safety and tolerability profile that was observed. The placebo participants all successfully titrated up and entered the maintenance phase of the OLE, and the motor seizure reduction was consistent with the improvement observed in the slides that I showed you previously for the active treatment group during that 75 weeks. And the global phase 3 program is on track to initiate later this year. We're trying to kind of finalize what that protocol will look like, and we expect to have the first patients enrolled in the phase 3 trial in January, February timeframe. So the median observed countable motor seizure reduction is kind of graphically demonstrated here from the time of enrollment at the 0 time point through the Pacific data set, which was maintenance, titration, maintenance in green and gray, and then through 6 months, which is as much data as we have currently. And you can see that the average improvement is greater than 50%. So I think we've hit on all of the summary points in the interim analysis. I want to make sure that we highlight the fact that the phase 3 program is starting in January. We are expecting the same kind of general groups. One is Dravet syndrome, and the other will be Lennox-Gastaut syndrome and other DEEs. And the study 2 is the group into which GRIN2B individuals or individuals with GRIN2B mutation and epilepsy would qualify. The ages are between 2 and 65 years, and there will be about 80 sites worldwide for participation. And the nice thing about clinical trials is that there is often a travel support option if the trial is not happening very close to where you live, or if you need to travel in order to get to the site. And then most importantly, I want to provide the email address for point of contact. The same way that Hillary is the patient advocate at GRIN Therapeutics, Sophia Cacciatore is our patient advocacy director at Longboard, and she is a phenomenally assertive person and a supportive person. So if you think you might be interested or that a clinical trial might be appropriate for you, she is the best point of contact at Longboard to make sure that you figure out where the study might be available and where to make contact. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions if we have time, but thank you for your attention. If you have a question, I'll repeat it.
How should we think of this in relation to many other sort of seizure medications out there?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
How should we think of this in relation to the various other seizure medications?
Yeah, so the question is, how should I think of this in terms of other seizure medications? And that's a fantastic question. And it's a little bit easier for me to answer just because of the clinical experience that I have. And the conversation that I would have with families is that when the proven and existing treatments aren't meeting your needs, it usually kind of feels obvious, kind of emotionally. But in epilepsy, which is obviously where this trial occurs, there's pretty unanimous agreement that if you haven't achieved seizure freedom after 2 medicines, the chance of achieving seizure freedom after a third is really, really low with conventional medicines. And that's a really brutal statistic, but it's the reality of the world that we live in. So when you reach that point of having failed 2 traditional seizure medications, I would say you need to talk about 4 options with your doctor. Number 1, a vagus nerve stimulator, because that is different than traditional seizure medicines. And that would, I guess, include neurostimulation. It might be a deep brain stimulator or something else. Surgery, because some kids, even with a genetic mutation, can be a candidate for epilepsy surgery, and the only person who can answer that is your doctor. Number 3 is the ketogenic diet, because some kids become seizure-free on the ketogenic diet who didn't respond to medicine. And number 4 are investigational medicines, because those haven't yet had the chance to help that group of kids who have failed 2 or more medicines. And in this trial that we just discussed, there was a 75% improvement in seizure frequency in those kids who are really hard to treat. So that's kind of eye-popping. It wouldn't be eye-popping if you were taking kids with a first time or second time or third time seizure, but when you take kids that have failed 2 or more medicines, wow, you have my attention. Does that answer your question?
Okay, thank you, Ian. We're going to move on to the next presenter, Caitlin Hudak.
Thanks everyone for sticking in. I know it's been a very long day. How's everyone feeling? You ready for the end? You're like, whoa, wait a minute, what's at the end? So I'm going to tell, some of you actually were able to even participate in this study today, right? So it's really, really fresh for some. This might be the first time you're hearing about it for other people, but really I want to just kind of acknowledge the fact that this work was entirely possible because of the GRIN2B Foundation. I received in 2019, when I was a brand new faculty person, my first grant to work on this project. And science is slow, and I'm excited to show a little bit of where we are today. Some of you might recognize Lucy, who's sitting here holding our bee. I'll talk a little bit about some of the work we're doing with some fly stuff, but I really want to make this be about what you as the families have been doing and how we're starting to understand that amazing data. So just to kind of give you a little bit of a background, I am not an MD, I am not a biologist, and I'm moving too much.
I am not a speaker. It fell.
Oh no.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, hopefully you can still hear me. So I'm kind of obsessed with the brain and time. And I look at the brain in a lot of different ways. We really are interested in how do we understand the world as it's happening to us, but then also how do our brains change over time, right? And the idea here is that if we understand things that could be a risk factor, then we can actually work with the kids in lots of different ways. It might be drug development and drug studies, but we can also think through different kinds of therapies that our kids can be doing to help them kind of come back onto that other kind of the corrected brain track. So when we think that we've talked a lot about this today, so I'm not going to kind of belabor it, but I sit kind of in this basic science side and the translation side. But my goal, by the time I'm done with science and retired, is to make it all the way through. So the idea would be that we're developing biomarkers potentially that can help with clinical trials that get implemented, and we're using the things that I'm going to share to track how well different clinical trials are doing, how your child is improving. So that's the long-term goal, and just know that I'm in it for the long haul. So we're ready in my group. So we spent a lot of time today thinking through a lot of these different pieces. And when we think through what GRIN2B is, I'm not going to belabor all of the beautiful work that was done by basic scientists that we're presenting, particularly this morning. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've found in terms of how our kids and who they are. So we've talked a lot about the language and learning delays, intellectual disability. I come from this from an autism lens. This just was my training. But we also know that there's parts of the brain, particularly parts of the brain that help us remember and pay attention to things in the world that are a little bit different in GRIN2B. And we know this from our zebrafish, which we heard from Lonnie earlier. We know that there's differences in the brain structures themselves. But we really want to also understand what it is that you see in your child on a day-to-day basis. And so we're still in the process of adding some of the new data to this data set, and we'll push it out eventually. But we went through all of the clinician-reported reports that we had, and we looked at all of the surveys that you've been filling out. And one of the things that was really, really clear to us is the fact that we see these strengths in social motivation. And that's how our kids want to engage with other people. They might not always, we were just talking about it a couple minutes ago, they might not always do it in a conventional way, but they're really interested in people in their own way. And that's an incredible thing. And so I think it's really important that we're highlighting not only the strengths, not only like the parts that we want to kind of help bolster, but also acknowledging the strengths. So this is just some of that data. So you can see here we've split off GRIN2B from kids that have different mutations and have autism, but without any sort of known genetic cause. And in general, their social skills are kind of on par with these other groups. But when we look specifically at this motivation piece, here you can see the green GRIN2B group is actually lower, which in this case means that there's fewer social motivation problems. So if you're a parent, maybe you're listening on the web later or now, or you're in the room and you don't have your child with you, any parent can complete what we're calling the CHASM study. If you did the BioGene study today, you've already done this, so you don't have to do more of it. Thank you. But this is really meant for us to kind of target this idea of social motivation and understand a little bit more about what that phenotype looks like. I'll have a slide at the end too with the QR code, and I'm happy to send you that information. And it's just a bunch of surveys you can do kind of at your leisure as well. This is my postdoc, Kaylee Nelson, who just started with me, who created this little graphic and has kind of designed the study. She's hoping to resubmit it potentially for another grant this year. So I talked that I'm obsessed with the brain, right? So we're trying to develop these brain biomarkers. And so the first question you have to ask is like, where do you start? Because we've talked a lot today about different parts where we could potentially use as a jumping in point, right? So like what is that kind of piece that we want to focus on? So in my group, we've decided to kind of thinking about like how these two pieces kind of connect together, language and learning, as well as memory. Remember that hippocampus difference I mentioned earlier, which is really implicated in memory. So we are kind of sticking in this, filling in the gap here by looking at biomarkers that specifically are about attention. So kind of what is it, how are you understanding all of the moving things in your world? How do you learn about what's important? And these are really basic skills. So the BioGene study, it stands for the Biomarkers of Genetic Etiology of Neurodevelopmental Disorders. It's BioGene study, much easier to say. We use a style of EEG net that does not require glue or long application. You can see that the net goes on really, really quickly, and we're able to kind of record in a lot of different settings. I'll kind of give you a teaser of some of those in a couple minutes. And what's really, really great about EEG in my mind is that this is something that we can measure across all stages of development. So what your brain looks like as a baby is going to relate to what your brain looks like with EEG later on. So we have really like a nice way of kind of connecting the dots across different ages. And we're collecting a ton of data. We get a data point every millisecond, and you see all of the different channels on the net. So we're recording from over 100 channels, and it tells us a lot of really cool information. I'm here, I have my system, so if this is starting to pique your interest, we could still potentially fit in a slot today if you have a child you're interested in, so come talk with me after. But what the GRIN2B Foundation grant enabled me to do is right after COVID, I packed up my car and I drove across the country. So I went all around the country, not purposely avoiding places, I just went to where the families were. And so in about 3 months' time, I saw over 55 kids. There was one parent and 55 kids who either had a GRIN2B mutation or an SCN2A mutation. And it was amazing, and we're not done. We still need to get some more funding to do this in a bigger sense, but I know for other projects we're gonna be in some other areas. So the idea is that as we're in these locations, if you know people that are close by, let me know. I'd be happy to connect with them and have them come and do a session. So what it kind of looks like is something like this. And this is also on our website. I'll probably just show you a little bit of it. But I can take our equipment, it just fits in 2 suitcases, and I set it up not always this quickly, but pretty quickly. I'm down to about 20 minutes. And then we went into the homes, and we were wherever the kiddos felt more comfortable, right? So sometimes we were in the kitchen, sometimes we were on the couch, sometimes we were buried in blankets on the couch. We had 5 a.m. pancake breakfasts. We had kids fall asleep, and that's totally fine. They were able to stay asleep while we did the session. So we really were able to accommodate a number of different kind of family needs. We had kids that had anxiety that we were able to work with them. I think there's a session where I'm wearing an EEG net because that helped kind of reduce the anxiety about the participant wearing the EEG net. We had siblings who helped us. This is our pancake breakfast. And it just was a tremendous experience to kind of be there. And I cannot thank the families enough for allowing me into the home, working with me around a really weird schedule to figure it out so that it worked. And you can't hear the video, but at the end, Talia was saying, I want more, want more. Not always something you hear in this kind of work. So what the kiddos did, we do about 5 minutes where they kind of sit and they're still and chill, and that's a task for another time. But we did 2 what we call oddball tasks. And this is meant to kind of look at the attention system by looking at for these like pop-out effects. So like how is information that's new or different actually understood by the brain? So you hear this same sound, and I hear these sounds all the time. You hear it over and over and over again, and then you hear a sound that's a little bit different. We have these like weird, interesting noises, and I don't think you guys will be able to hear these, but here's another kiddo who's, I think she was enjoying the experiment. We also started during this road trip a second experiment that I also won't talk about today, but because of that language piece, we were doing the same kind of thing by looking at these kind of repeated sounds over and over again that are speech syllables, and then looking at those kind of pop-out effects as well. So what is it that we measure? So every time you hear a sound, we can look at even the first 500 milliseconds, so half a second, and we can plot out how the brain's electricity changes. And what's really cool is that every place you kind of see like a mountain or a valley are different, what we call components. So each of those actually means something to us. Today I'm going to focus on what we call the P3, which is an attention orienting response. So it's really big, so it's easy to see, and it's how your brain is saying, oh, there's something different in the world. So we see this as a big effect to these kind of new information that's in the world. So we expect to see this much bigger response. And this is work that I did in my postdoc in just autism, not just autism, but in an autistic population. And we see that in autism, it's a much bigger response, right? So you might not be able to tell that it's big, but as a EEG person, that's huge, this kind of bigger above that kind of dotted line response. And what we do is we take every time you heard this sound, and we take kind of the peak point for every single sound you hear, and we're able to plot it over time. And this is a way for us to understand not only that like attention orienting response, but also then how it relates to how you're learning and processing the world around you. And what we see in neurotypical controls, you get kind of bored, you realize this information isn't really helpful, so it's what we call habituation. So you kind of move on with this information, your brain's kind of done, and then your brain is free to do other things, right? You're able to think about other things. In autism, we have what I call sticky attention. You get kind of stuck on this information. So even though it's really not that kind of relevant to you, it's just a silly noise that you're hearing, in autism, kids get stuck on this information, and we see this much kind of like slower process. So what do we see in GRIN2B? And I apologize, I'm just gonna try to like fly through some data results. If you're really curious, come find me, we'll talk more. But we see, and here I'm trying to plot each of the different kids, so you can see a little bit more about that there is variability. So you see the very top kid, I don't know that these are working, but there's a couple kids that are showing this bigger response to that red condition, that novel response. But most of our kids aren't showing any difference between that repeated sound and that novel sound. So this is very different compared to our comparison groups, and that's just the tones. But then when I plotted out the habituation piece, we also aren't seeing that this is changing over time. So the people that sat through it today, it's about 8 minutes of listening to sounds, but their brains were just as responsive at the beginning as at the end. So we're kind of seeing this kind of lack of change in our GRIN2B brains. And so that's very different compared to kind of what we were seeing earlier in neurotypical kids and autistic kids. But what's kind of cool is that I've been working with some folks who work with fruit flies. So they're looking at how fruit flies habituate to kind of annoying things as well. And what they've found in this kind of like light jumping array is a very kind of similar response. So we see habituation absence in our human kiddos, and then our Drosophila, these kind of fruit flies, also show this atypical learning pattern. So we're starting to see some linkage across species, which is really kind of cool. So what does it really mean? Well, we know these attention signals are different. All of the parents in the room are probably looking at me being like, duh, right? Like, my kid doesn't really listen to me or is not like actually paying attention, right? But this is starting to help us understand what is it about the attention system, just not just broadly, and we can map it onto those kind of broad behaviors as well, but we are starting to piece apart, is it an auditory thing, or how you initially hear things? And as we learn about the mechanisms of the system, then we can think through how to actually help work with kids, to kind of get them to the stage where they can pay attention to the things that they need to pay attention to dynamically. So I really see this as exciting evidence that we're kind of starting to understand kind of how the brain is working. And the fact that we're seeing this similarity with the flies. I think Lonnie did a great job earlier describing like, well, why fish? Flies also, not the most human-like, but really we can do what we call high throughput testing. So if we wanted to try drugs to see if that would change our attention patterns, we could do that a lot more quickly and safely in flies within a matter of weeks. So these findings are also consistent with some of our kind of the other outstanding findings about things like the hippocampus. And I really do like attention as kind of something that unifies across species. The mice and the rats and the zebrafish and the frogs and our kids should, if it's all a similar mechanism, then we should start to see that. And attention is something that we can measure very well across these different species. So like, here's a little toy example of like where I see us going. I really like this idea of habituation because I think that learning is really an important thing that we could be able to tackle in GRIN2B. So the idea is if we have this kind of alignment between the human and the fly, let's say, just as a toy example, we actually saw a bunch of other genes that had this like low habituation pattern. And we had GRIN2B, which was one of other genes as well that showed this kind of atypical like sticky attention pattern, and some genes that didn't really show kind of any effect. Well, we know that we can kind of start to look at this, and with our flies, it might be a little easier to do some of our drug development or other kind of animal species, whereas in our human kiddos, we should be thinking through how is OTPT helping in different ways, right? So kind of understanding and leveraging the things that we get with our kiddos and using that information to understand how these mechanisms might be shifting as we're working with them. So where we're going next, we kind of had this little alignment between fly and human, but it really is going to be important to map it back onto the clinical features. So you'll hear about Simon Searchlight again tomorrow, and I think we've all been talking about how many surveys you're doing. We use those surveys to also kind of understand, are there kind of commonalities? Is it, our kids that have more communication skills are showing stickier attention, so that's something that we're still working through. I'm also really interested in kind of understanding how is the brain developing, how are kids getting older, what does that look like for them? And then is there kind of an optimal space? Like, do we want attention to be really fast, or could it get to be too fast, right? So kind of understanding kind of what is our sweet spot for some of these measures. So what I want to be doing, this is kind of our big wrap this weekend of our first phase of GRIN2B data collection. The next steps for us as scientists is to write bigger grants to places like the NIH to ask for more money. And what I personally think I want to do, but I would love to hear if this jives with what other people are thinking, is to actually look at the natural history of the brain. So you can see these are the ages of the kids and young adults that we've seen with GRIN2B. It's pretty broad age range, right? So what we need to do is bring kids back in, and as we start to do that, we can start to fill in the gap and understand developmental time courses, what might be happening in things like puberty, looking at kind of how stable is this signal. We heard from some other kind of clinical trials that are really interested, and the ORCA study was saying, okay, what is communication today, but also is it the same as communication next week, right? Making sure that this is a stable biomarker is important. So I've been starting to work with Simon Searchlight to look at, I know you fill out those medical history forms. I've been looking at the puberty scales to understand kind of what does precocious puberty maybe look like. So that means like early puberty. But really, I wish in some ways I could have gone at the beginning, because these are the questions I have for you, right? We really want to know what the next steps are for what you think we should be doing, right? I have a student who's very interested. She's just starting in 2 or 3 weeks, And she really wants to look at emotion dysregulation. So how are our kids kind of managing the way that they feel and what's going on for them? So that's a potential direction for us. But if you come to me and say that's not really a main focus, then we also can kind of pivot. So we're at that stage in our group where we could start to focus on something new. So if you have kind of a need, I encourage you to fill out the survey. I think that the QR codes are probably in the packet from caregivers about what your needs are. We'll keep working on kind of the science and the data we've collected to push out things, and we'll bring that back to you when we have kind of final findings. But as we're doing that, we start the next thing. So that's just how scientists work. So we're always busy, like bees. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop there. Hopefully enough time for questions or an early break. I have information here. Here's the QR code again if you're interested in the CHASM study. I have the system still set up in my hotel suite. If you have a kiddo and you're interested in potentially doing this, let me know. I'm happy to kind of find a time to work with you. So thank you so much for sticking through towards the end. Any questions? Yes, Anna.
Oh, here.
Anna, you're like the QA maven today. Questions for all, I love it.
Well, I can pass it on. Well, does somebody else have another question? Because I'm hogging the microphone apparently.
No, it's good. It's fantastic.
Okay. Is there any need for unaffected siblings? I know you mentioned like one was a champion sibling and did it just for the heck of it, but is there like from a scientific point of view, I always have an affected arm and an unaffected arm to make sure my affected arm is acting weirdly or differently. So do you need affected children just as much as you need non-GRIN2B kids? And then the other thing is that I know you didn't show any of your I would call it raw EEG data, but I'm interested in, you don't have to show it, but do you have sort of a baseline, any sort of indication or preliminary data that would suggest that there is a unique EEG signature in GRIN2B? And if so, how many people did you need to get something like that?
Great question. So the sibling question, that wasn't needed for this, let's just call this the first phase of what I kind of showed where we are, because we had these other comparison groups that we just decided to use. It was post-pandemic, but I could see that in the next kind of iteration, that being really important of using kind of siblings as case controls, particularly as we maybe start to fine tune and try new tasks that are maybe better suited to this population. The siblings were all really curious to do stuff and be involved, so I could see that being a great use of their time. The other piece I'll say related to siblings, and that we are super early on, but we are very interested in how two brains interact together. So literally a week and a half ago, we had our first sessions where we're doing autistic kids and their friend. So we have them bring in their close friend. And it turns out our autistic kids don't have very many friends who aren't family members. So we've had a lot of family members come through. So I think we're gonna start to really focus on like love and liking of the people in our area, because it doesn't matter who it is that you love, we just wanna understand what is making those relationships successful, right? So is it that your sibling can read between the lines? Is it that your friend is helping promote the conversation? So those are some of the things that we're doing on the side that I think could also be very relevant here. When we have our kids that are really socially interested, but kind of on their own terms and in their own space, we could bring two systems and do some of this kind of friendship level dynamics pieces. So that's something that is a lot more time intensive. It's 300 pounds of equipment instead of 150. So we might wait for some funding before we move into that, but I see the potential there for that. And then the other part was related to unique signatures. And I anticipate having a nice, strong answer for you later on. There was not something that was GRIN2, so far that we looked at was there other gene groups also clustered with GRIN. And so one of the GRIN2B, so one of the things that we're trying to do is understand, is there alignment between some of those? So I didn't present on like the big group data, but you can kind of see some of the other genes there in the corner, right? So is there something common across these genes that makes sense? And it's hard because sometimes we only have 1 or 2 kids, whereas in GRIN2B we have almost 40 kids now. So I think that we're at that stage to make those decisions. The next stage is to kind of finalize this attention and habituation piece. And then the next thing you'll hear me talking about, probably the next time we have a science meeting, we're really looking at excitatory and inhibitory processes. So the same way that in the basic world, we're kind of trying to understand how the NMDA receptors are kind of really regulating pieces, we can look at that in real time and understand the variability in our kids that have gain of function, loss of function. So that's, I think, the next like analytics step. That was a very long answer, but you asked questions that I'm very excited about, so thank you.
I think we could do one more question if there's any. Nope. Okay, then I think we're going to take a couple-minute break because they're going to reset the stage for the panel discussion. So just hang tight while we. Oh, there he is. We are ready to reset the stage.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
For the next?
Yeah,
is that
we'll
what we're doing?
We'll have 2 up there, and I'll just pass it back.
Okay,
Oh,
so no lobs, or we have a lob, or?
We only have 2 total, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then I guess they're going to have to share one, right? One of these, and then the audience will have the other one?
We have 2 of these, and we have 2 lobs.
Oh.
You need 2 lobs as well?
Well, there's more than 2 people. Are they just going to pass it like this?
No, probably wouldn't be the best.
Yeah.
I mean, they could.
Right.
Or if you want the panel to pass the mic and this one be out in the crowd.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because everybody goes on by his own transportation, so
I think so, but and then just if someone needs help, that I don't know.
2 o'clock over there, what's the plan? We're leaving from here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
Okay, everybody, we're going to get started with the panel discussion. I'm just going to start calling people to the stage. KP, 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 Andrew, Johannes, Ilona. That's all I see. I'm missing somebody. Katherine. Oh, Katherine ducked out. Wow. Katherine left? You too. Yeah. What? I don't know. We'll just stay close in case someone has a question for you. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Hillary, thanks. If someone wants to sit down here too, that's fine. Okay. Anna, no, I'm kidding. Anna, you want to come? I don't. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Okay, so you guys are gonna have to pass this back and forth, and I will pass this to the audience. So today was a lot, I know. Thank you all for hanging in. And I just wanna say that there are no stupid questions. Like, please don't feel intimidated to ask a question. I am not a scientist, you guys. I don't know this stuff either. So don't be fooled and think that I'm like an expert in it. Like, I ask them stupid questions all the time. So this is a safe space. Ask whatever you want. People at home, please put stuff in the chat. We're monitoring the chat, so Alyssa, wave your hand if there's a chat question. So yeah, let's open this up. What do you guys want to talk about? Anything? Chat? Oh, you should be here too. Lyra. Oh, there's Katherine. Katherine, you wanna? Oh, maybe you sit down there so it's not. Yeah. Okay. This is your chance, guys. Oh, Nisha, thank you.
I was wondering about the Center for Excellence and the patients you guys have been seeing, and just getting a sense of like what you thought you would be accomplishing or helping with versus what you are doing, and like, I don't know. I just have a lot of questions about that.
I'm not sure how to answer that, but I will say it's been a very rewarding experience for us. As I said, we've seen about 25 patients, and I think we're learning, as I said, my goal is to learn from patients that we see, as well as help support and take care of patients. And so it's been fantastic in both of those regards. And I'm really excited to come here together with everyone to work on some of those research goals and to start moving things forward with all of the people that we've mobilized and engaged in this room.
And you mentioned it was like a consultative approach. Like, are people generally coming for like a one-time consultation, and then those notes are being like sent back to their primary team? And like, do you get all their reports and imaging like prior?
Yep, we have somebody who helps us to gather everything, all the medical records ahead of time, so we have that all available to us. And then by consultative, I mean, you know, that, yeah, we're not going to be seeing people day to day who are coming to see us from Utah. That's not practical. But what we are going to be doing is helping to kind of assess where things are, what are things that could be optimized, what are treatments that you may not have heard about, or, you know, interpretations of results that might be helpful for you to know, and then take that back to the team. I think that's not just a practical approach, but also insurance is also, you know, kind of finicky here. And so sometimes places don't like it if I in Denver am ordering and prescribing medications for someone who's in Virginia. Like, they just don't like it. And so I think some of it is also logistics. But we do want to see kids back, so we want to see kids over time. I think we haven't necessarily worked out the timing of how that's going to go, since we're at a quarterly pace at this point. What we've been saying to families that we've seen so far is every 2 years we would want to see you back, so that we could again see what's happened. Last time we saw you, your seizures were not doing very well. How are they now? Or last time we saw you, you were doing these things from a developmental perspective. What are you doing now? So that we can get some of that information over time as kids grow.
All right, so I have an assumption leading into my question, but I'm assuming that there's a financial incentive to be like on the forefront or the leaders of some of these breakthroughs that you guys come about. Maybe it's from like a grant acceptance or those types of things, but what is the frequency of collaboration that you guys use so that as a whole we get closer to the cure rather than individually trying to be the one, maybe more from a competitive aspect, to be the one who finds that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll let other people speak too eventually, but you know, what I would say is that for rare diseases, you're not going to be the one. There's no way that any one of us are going to be the one for rare disease. You have to collaborate because there has to be enough patients and people to be able to learn enough. So all of us in this room have to collaborate. I think the other hope is that a lot of us also work on other neurodevelopmental diseases and neurodevelopmental diagnoses. You saw that list of genes from Carolyn Hudak's lab. That what we also hope is that the techniques and the tools and the therapies that we're developing are going to lift all the boats in that realm, right? It's not just going to be GRIN2B. It's going to be all the GRI disorders, and it might not just be all the GRI disorders. It's also going to be, you know, other neurodevelopmental genetic disorders that we're helping. And so, yes, I think there are grants, there are pharmaceutical companies that are looking for that, but we're also hoping that what we learn and what we develop can help lots and lots of people.
Sorry, I'm done with very important emails now, so I can join. So their Biogen sign-up email is very important. So the other thing I would say is that across a couple of different groups that I work with, it really is the foundations that kind of have very forceful language about collaboration, right? So I do all these survey measures. I'm happy to share them with other GRIN2B researchers. So, but there is just, we're all across the country, so, and we join, I think, research calls as much as possible. So I think, I know that I pull data from Simon's Searchlight, where you'll hear a presentation about where they are tomorrow morning. So to me, it's figuring out how to make it accessible. And we were even talking earlier about the fact that we don't necessarily know if a family who did the Biogen study has also done Simon's Searchlight, right? So there's some logistics stuff that I bet you the researchers could use some help with to make sure that we're not making you do a Vineland every 3 weeks if someone else has already made you do it. So I think that there's ways that we as a community could also tighten it up to make sure that you're not doing redundant work and that the work that you're doing is reaching as many people as possible.
I think it's also fair to say I've worked in a couple of different rare disease communities, and I think that the GRIN community is particularly collaborative and quite special in that way. So those things don't happen by accident. And as Caitlin said, I think the foundations are really helpful in pushing for collaboration, and I think you have a really special community here from that respect. So you should be proud of it.
Yeah, there's it's events like this actually that get us talking more, and you know we all have sort of different circles that we'll go to conferences and we'll meet different certain people every time, and this is an opportunity for us to meet some people who we might not see in necessarily those meetings, but we all have a common goal here, right? And that is in everyone. Your interest and our interest as well.
I think what's also really impressive with the GRIN community is, which is different to many others, as you said, the size. So it's quite big. We have a registry where there are hundreds of individuals already registered. That is also quite rare for genetic disorders. There is a scientific community in the surrounding of the patient and family community, which knows each other well, and we meet at these occasions, in addition to probably some other meetings where we usually met, but less frequently. And there's even a pharmaceutical company that is involving and engaging in the community, and I think that's something rare to have all on this in one community. So, and I think this is special, and this is thanks to you all.
Yeah, I will basically agree with everything that's been said and how important the community is, but also how we want to collaborate. We don't want to waste our time because resources are limited. So I don't want to do what someone else is doing and compete with them because it's just kind of a waste. So coming to these meetings is really important to me because I'm at NIH and our resources are done a little differently. I can make mice and it's not necessarily that expensive compared to some places, but I don't have the staff to characterize them in depth. So it's to my advantage to try to make a model where there's maybe multiple patients and or I know there's a community that I can collaborate with. I study other proteins that are involved in neurodevelopmental disorders, and one whole family is the neuroligands, and neuroxins were some of the very first genes and proteins that were shown to be highly associated, and they have no advocacy group. And I cannot tell you the difference between, and that's about half my lab, and we have really important work on that. We have drug screens going with the small molecule wing of NIH with that, and there's no advocacy group. So I interact with some of the various parents, but this GRIN2B and Cure GRIN community is incredibly important and incredibly powerful to really steer us in the right direction so that we're collaborating and using resources wisely.
I'll just add one final thought too, is that I don't think there's going to be one solution, right? So I think it's not like, oh, I'm competing to find the one thing, right? We need to have people who do biological models. We need to have people who do pharmaceutical therapies. We need to have people who are doing gene therapies, because those things may not apply to every patient with a diagnosis, or every family assesses things differently. Some families may say, okay, fine, there's a gene therapy that could work for my kid, but I don't want to use that. I don't want to take those risks. I'd rather use this medicine, or I don't have seizures to deal with, so I'd rather just use this medicine. We're going to need a lot of stuff, and there's plenty of it to go around, right? We need to understand things at multiple levels with multiple different scientists, multiple different clinical outcomes. We need a lot of stuff, and so there is not a competition, because we are just, all of us are contributing something that is going to help us to get to the place where we are going, which is not one place, which is a lot of places.
Thank you all, that was awesome. I have a quick question before, I know you had a question. Hopefully you haven't forgotten it. Hillary, maybe this is a question for us to talk about privately, but
But here it is.
I don't know, I know
Doesn't get more private than this,
things you
Liz.
can't always share, I understand. I signed an NDA. She can tell me things. The conference you talked about in the fall,
Yes.
Are you allowed to say what that is?
We will be presenting hopefully at a couple of conferences in the fall, but we are on the agenda at ILAE in Rome in September. So.
Okay, cool. I think Brittany wants me to go to that. Oh, Brittany wants to go to that, sorry.
I mean, who wouldn't want to go to that, right?
Okay, all right, here you go.
Okay, hi, my name is Megan, and I just had a question. From what I understand, I'm just reading my question I wrote down here. GRIN2B has a role to play in the neurotransmission down the neuron. But then why do children with GRIN2B have structural brain changes? Like, why do they have abnormal MRIs? Why are brain structures different?
No, you do it, you do it.
So I was hoping someone could talk about the pathophysiology of that.
So I'll start the answer, and then I'll let Johannes finish the answer. And because he really looks at the backside of the brain changes, but the reality is NMDA receptors are involved in two general aspects of the brain. The first is what you've heard a lot about, is a process of neurotransmission where these cells communicate with each other, and then those get disrupted, and then their signaling's changed. The other thing, GRIN2B, and it was Andrew alluded to it, is it's also involved in the building of the brain. So it's involved in the development of the brain. And that can so basically alter some of the things there. And this is why, as a downstream, that this overall structure of the brain, it can be changed. Is that it's involved both in the development as well as in the mature brain, how it signals, okay? So it's got multiple, and now it's also involved, as we're learning, that its NMDA receptors are involved in many parts in the brain. I mean, not the brain, outside of the brain also. So it plays a lot of roles.
No, you can start.
No, I don't have a lot to contribute, but as Lonnie said, so GRIN2B is also, or the NMDA receptor is also involved in building of the brain, and the variants that cause brain malformations, these are just a handful of particular variants, apparently. And as you may have seen in Steve Traynelis' talk, every variant is investigated from a functional perspective, and there are, I don't know, 6 parameters that are being measured, and all of these 6 can be altered in the one or the other direction. We do not know yet quite well which profile of these 6 variants actually will result in such a severe condition that the brain malformation will occur because the brain growth is altered. But you can say that these variants that lead to a brain malformation are very severe variants and possibly mostly gain-of-function variants, but we have still to look a bit deeper into the cohort, the small fraction of patients with this brain malformation. But again, so it's involved in growing and development of the brain.
That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, I just want to say that the functional analysis, it's not like a black and white result. We have so much between, and what we've seen or what we've learned from GRIN1 is that we know that mostly the gain of functions lead to the severe MRI phenotypes. But we need to learn so much more, and that's why we need your data in our registry. We need the MRI screens. We need study more details, and additionally, we need the functional results to do correlations. So this is something we really need to figure out in the next years.
Sorry, just as a side note, that's why when we often talk to the families, or maybe it's just me, one of the first questions I ask is, what is your variant? Because there's so much differences in all throughout it, so for us to sort of understand where you're at, it helps us to know where that variant is. Is it a nonsense mutation? Is it somewhere distributed in the protein? So we find that helpful just to know where it's at, and so.
Is there, to add to that, I guess, is there any GRIN registry currently that that you guys want the MRI result in conjunction to, I must be missing a piece.
Yeah. The I don't think the actual images are going anywhere, but but our registries have questions about the MRI. So did you have an MRI?
Right.
Was it normal or abnormal? When was it done? Was your child 6 months old? Were they 3 years old? And what were the abnormalities that were in the MRI? Was it a thin corpus callosum? Was it a focal cortical dysplasia? Was it polymicrogyria? So I think there are questions about it. There's not a place necessarily where images are uploaded at this point.
Or reporting is uploaded.
But just the
Okay.
report, yeah. And,
Yeah, yeah.
and of course, you know, if you came to a center or came to see someone, they would get those images, they could go over them with you. That's another layer. And then certainly many reports have been written of kids who have abnormal MRIs, and those have been kind of looked at together by researchers as they kind of compile those results.
Okay, so the GRIN2B mutation isn't fully well known on the impacts it has on brain development for all the variants that are out there to date. We don't have all that information. Okay, good to know.
We're working on it. We're
I'm
working
trying to
on
piece
it.
this together. I'm not a scientist.
That's the whole issue, is that the GRIN2B is a huge protein, and there's, I don't know how many different positions, and that's why they have the GRIN portal. They're functionally characterizing, and I don't remember how many Steve has done, but but each one has different effects, right? So a GRIN, even though there's commonalities, GRIN2B variants are not the same, right? There's commonalities, but we don't, for the vast majority of them, as scientists, we're trying to understand and collaborate to figure out, how does a phenotype arise and how could we treat it?
Yeah, and to make it a little bit more complex, we do see individuals with the same variant but with a different phenotype. And we see different variants at the same position leading to a different functional result. So there are so many open questions. But for coming back to the MRI, we are asking if the MRI is abnormal or normal. And if it's abnormal, you can upload the report. And what we've did for a GRIN2D study recently, we contacted all the families who said the report is abnormal and tried to contact the clinicians, and then they send us the MRI scans and we could take the pictures we need.
We are not yet that sophisticated in the United States, so we will work on it, but we are not accepting images at this time, so hold your horses.
Yeah, so for now, we need the information if it's normal or abnormal and what is abnormal, and then we can come back to you and ask if we can get the report.
Right, but in the United States, you will come to me, and I can't do that yet. But I'm working.
Okay, I'm slowly walking over to Dianna, and I'm going to ask a question. Will I walk to her? Just a little tired. I don't know. No, I can't remember it. Seizures. Let's talk about seizures. Do we have much data on the, age onset? I know they can happen at any age, but is there a point where we're if they haven't happened by this age, they're not going to happen? Or is it still just a free-for-all?
Yeah, so that's a difficult question because for this, we cannot look at GRIN2B alone.
Right.
We have to look at different fraction of the patients. For example, the most knowledge we do have on GRIN2A, and we know that patients with GRIN2A null variants, with stop variants or frameshift variants or so, truncating variants, they have a particular seizure onset, which is preschool, 4 or 5 years, and they have a seizure offset in early puberty, around 12 years, plus minus. So this is standard for GRIN2A patients with this particular sort of variant. If you have a missense variant, it's again important to know, is it a gain of function, or is it a loss of function, or is it something in between? So each of these fractions will have a specific seizure or epilepsy profile. And we do not have yet the data to really separately look at the different fraction of patients in GRIN2B, or we just try to do this for GRIN1, and as soon as we have that, we will publish and let you know what is the probability and the onset and perhaps also the offset of seizures for what fraction of patients. But so far for GRIN2B, we cannot really say.
Okay, but I'm asking because I was on a meeting with Anna and Zali from Combined Brain, and we were looking at the portal, and because they were asking me like, oh, gain of function has more seizures than loss of function, and this is where I'm gonna look stupid, and I was like, well, I don't know, they say that, but I don't think that's true, because my daughter's gain of function and she doesn't have seizures. And then they pulled up I don't know, they know how to navigate the portal better than I do, and they were like, oh, here's this little graph that shows, you know, whatever, what was it, Anna, like 80% of gain of function had seizures? Yeah. And so the data in the portal show that way more gain of function kids have seizures than loss of function.
Yes.
So then, yes, personally, that made me think like, oh, I should be a little bit more hyper aware that Lucy could still develop seizures.
Yes, so what generally is known, or what we think we know, is that gain of function, no matter what GRIN gene, will result in a more severe phenotype, will result in a higher probability of epilepsy, and a higher likelihood of difficulties in treating the seizures, and a more severe developmental delay and intellectual disability, so a more severe phenotype. But that's seen as a group, and there will, of course, always be patients that are on the milder end of the group and will perhaps not have epilepsy, and others that will have severe epilepsy, which is really refractory and will not respond to many medication. So it's a spectrum, and collectively you can say gain of function is worse, if you can say so, than loss of function.
Boo, I don't like that. Don't say that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go back to my room and cry now.
Yeah, but still, also in the gain of function group, there will be individuals that take a milder course, which can even be milder than some individuals with a loss of function variant, which you would say they usually have less likelihood of epilepsy and so on.
Okay.
Do you want to go first? Oh. I was just going to say that unless you're monozygotic twins, no two individuals are genetically the same. And epilepsy is a nice example where lots of genes, when they become mutated, can drive neuronal circuits in such a way that the patient can have epilepsy. So, but also genetic variants in those same sorts of genes can actually reduce the risk of someone developing epilepsy if they've got a variant, for example, in GRIN2B. So it does depend on sort of the genetic makeup of the individuals as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I really love this topic because it's we call it the polygenic risk score, which is or polygenic risk scores are in other disorders already implemented in the diagnostic setting. It's not yet in epilepsies, but we are working on this. So, for example, a GRIN with a GRIN2B child with a gain of function variant could have a high or low polygenic risk score, and this plays a role if this child will develop epilepsy or not. So GRIN is a monogenic disorder, but epilepsy is not. So both things play a role in, like, if the patient develops epilepsy or not. I hope I didn't confuse everybody.
I know you have a question, but is your question, you want to go, is it on?
Yeah, an answer, yeah.
You have an answer? Oh.
So if I understood your question right, part of it was related to the temporal expression of the phenotype in a specific child. And even though I totally agree that we don't have hard and fast data, like I would be willing to stick my neck out as a pediatric epileptologist that if you make it through puberty without having epilepsy, your chance of developing epilepsy is extremely low relative to the GRIN phenotype, just because puberty is kind of the last major opportunity for your brain to profoundly change protein expression, right? So, puberty I think is scary for parents of kids that have epilepsy already because they don't know how it's going to change. But I think it is a little bit of a milestone to reach if you haven't had epilepsy by that point. Like, that's awesome. The other point that I would make that I think is really important for all the families with GRIN2B to just think about is the fact that the epilepsy phenotype can be very mild, right? So it's worth making sure that you have an EEG to make sure that the seizures aren't there during sleep, especially just to make absolutely sure that by the time you get to a point where you think you're out of the woods, you're truly out of the woods.
That's regarding this topic, sorry. So I guess I have a hard time, at least with my child, like really putting a lot of emphasis and gain or loss of function, because as I was explained, like there's those different subtypes you look at gain and loss, and my daughter has some gain and some loss, and it averages out to slightly loss. But I guess I don't know if there's been any understanding of like which sites are more important or like which points, or if you are one with these mixed results, like if that changes the way you categorize someone or a risk of seizure.
We need Steve.
I was going to say that I think, all of those things, all of the assessments that we're doing are really proxies for what's actually going on in the body, right? So I think we've gotten to the point where we've said these are the 6 measures that we're going to use to assess this, but that doesn't tell us exactly what's going on inside of the brain at the cellular level in the context of all of the other functions that NMDA receptors do. And so I think it's our best approximation with the abilities and the knowledge that we have, but as we get more and more knowledge from our animal models, from our researchers, from the C-terminal domain that we've ignored, from all these other things, we're going to be able to kind of piece that together and say, yes, when we use these 6 tests that we started with, you were a mixed person. But now that we've gotten our organoids and all of our models, now we can understand that this is exactly, in more detail what's happening in some of those ones that we couldn't resolve before. So I still think it has value now, and it has value for clinical trials. It has values for how we conceptualize things, but it's not the end-all answer. And no biological system is going to fit into 2 categories, gain or loss, right? No biological system does that. So eventually we will need to have multiple categories because that's how the body works, but we just haven't gotten there yet. I think you were going
to. That was a very nice explanation, and again, I think the frustration for the families is they'd like to have a definitive answer. And I think all of us apologize. It's hard for us to give an answer because, as Steve was pointing out, and when he showed his graph, he showed how much time it took just to do one, and again, you may have to redo it, and those are just 6 parameters, and we know those are insufficient to describe the way it works, but that still takes a month to 6 weeks of manpower, supplies, and equipment, and all this to do it. And so I know it's frustrating for you. It's frustrating for us. We would like to be able to give a definitive answer. This is definitely a loss of function, but the brain is rather, I hate to say it, is rather complex. And so even, we are just getting a positive proxy, and we're moving forward with that as a starting point.
What we're doing right now with approximately 200 data sets of GRIN1 variants, we try to have a look from a statistic perspective, which parameters are more weighted, because we do not know. So it could be that if the one who is a loss of function, in your case, is more weighted than the functional data for glutamate and glycine potency. So we are working on this to see if some of the functionals, one of the 6 or the combination of 2 of the 6 functional results are more weighted than others, but we do not know yet.
Okay, that's okay. I have 2 questions. We learned yesterday at the Center of GRIN1 was worse, or had the patients that had, or the kids that had maybe worse symptoms, or I can't remember how it was worded exactly. More severe.
Well,
yeah.
that's the subunit that's in all of the receptors, and so
Okay.
when it's not working, then all of the types of receptors have problems, as
Okay.
opposed to ones where GRIN2B or 2A or other ones may be in only some of the NMDA receptors.
Okay, so my question to that was, what is the big difference in when you look at a kid and you say the characteristics between, oh, that's a GRIN1 kid and that's a GRIN2B kid? Because, Jack has seizures, and he has seizures in his sleep that we found out. So, and can't walk, can't talk, do all the things, polymicrogyri. How is he not a GRIN1? If he's worse off or whatever, what makes him different?
Yeah, I think it's more as a group that those kids, almost all of them, have those issues. I think from what I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I remember, I think Jack also has some other things that he had to overcome, right, by being extremely premature and having some consequences of that. So I wonder what he would have looked like if he didn't have also those things that happened, because I think as a whole, yes, I understand what you're saying, that he's that severe, but also if we talk about these broad spectrums of presentations, there are going to be a lot of times when they overlap, when someone on one end of one looks a lot like someone on the other end of another, and they just all kind of make a big Venn diagram, right, with all the circles that overlap. So I think there are, it's up to us to find some of those things that help us parse out what is unique and different about each one, and that may be a small number of things, but eventually we will hope that, like we've parsed out, right, that GRIN2B is the one that's associated with these functional malformations of cortical development. I think we know that GRIN2A is associated with the epilepsy aphasia spectrum. So there are things that stand out, but it's not always a severity thing. Sometimes it's more a particular type of seizure or a particular type of EEG or brain MRI that helps us to kind of put kids in that category, not just how severe they are.
I think I would add to this that this is not a GRIN thing. This is the case across a lot of developmental and epileptic encephalopathies, where you have that heterogeneous presentation. So you have kids who are less affected and kids who are more affected, and sometimes the kids on the less affected end look more like kids that have other disorders than they do look like the kids on the more severe end of their own disorder. And it's one of the things that's very challenging about treating patients that have these types of disorders, understanding what their prognosis would be, and it makes it very complicated. And unfortunately, a lot of this is very, very complicated.
The other thing that I like to say, and I think this kind of goes off of what Ilona was saying, is that each kid is not just one GRIN2B gene, right? They are 22,000 other genes. They are the sum of their experiences and the sum of their treatments and their other medical issues that all contribute to what happens to that child. You can take a look at, say, another genetic condition like Down syndrome, and again, those kids all have exactly the same thing, and yet some, genetically, but some of them will have heart defects, some of them will have seizures, some of them will be able to hold down jobs while other ones will not be able to. And why is that? And the answer is that we do not know that yet, but that is one thing that makes this very challenging, is that in addition to studying the variability within the condition that we're talking about, we're also subject to the variability of humanity and of our 22,000 genes that also have lots of variation and make things very different between us.
And the only way to answer these questions is that we work together and like have all the data from you so we can do our best.
That's very helpful, because as a parent, we want the why, we want the answer, and we're like, give it to us now, you know, hurry up. And so, yeah. And I did have another question too. So we've gotten MRIs, I think, since he was like 6 months old, maybe a little older than that. How often are we needing to do those, and how often are things going to change?
You don't need to do them
Okay.
often. So it won't change. If there's a polymicrogyria, it won't go away, and also it won't get worse. And I don't know, maybe a child neurologist can answer better, but I think in the early stages, you want to repeat that to be sure what you have seen and so on, but actually it doesn't change anything.
I would say that typically when you get an MRI as a baby, the brain has a lot more, it looks different on the MRI when you're a baby than it does when you're a bit older. So typically if we get an MRI on a child who's 6 months old, we will often repeat it after the child is 2 or 3 years of age. And it's because the brain has changed a lot between that time. And because of that, the MRI may show things that we weren't able to see when the child was 6 months old. But after those 2 time points, I think nothing significantly is going to change after that.
Okay. That makes sense. But EEGs?
EEGs change frequently.
Okay. Okay. It's like we just did that, so.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question of the clinicians behind me. So the GRIN Registry, US, and Europe, but there's also Searchlight. So how does the information and the different, that is being collected through these different sources, is it harmonized, or if you collect it, do you then share it with Searchlight, or not necessarily? Does it depend on the parent? That's the question.
Yeah, sure, it depends on the parent, but we really give our best to harmonize the data, and the best way is with the variant and the date of birth and the age. So up to 90% we are able to find duplicates. Sometimes it's not possible to do so if we have like rare information in the registry, but the one from the US and ours, I can say we are good to find duplicates. We get all the cases from Searchlight, so also for the GRIN1 cohort, we included all the GRIN1s from Searchlight. We haven't sent information to Simon Searchlight so far, but we are really open to collaborate.
And Katherine, I would add to that. So I think Simon's is doing a lot more validated questionnaires in their data collection. So they're doing like a sleep history questionnaire and Vineland and a number of other kind of outcome measure parent questionnaires, where we're doing more symptom-focused things like, does your child have epilepsy? And if so, tell us about the seizures. Does your child have, GI problems? Do they have these types of things and their MRI results and so forth. So I think there's a little bit of difference there, but we are working with Jennifer Bain, who's one of the people behind the GRIN part of Simon Searchlight. She's, kind of collaborative with us. And then we just had this big conversation about making sure that our questionnaires were as aligned as they could be, and I think we're going to talk about revising them to make that the case.
Here's a follow-up question. So I don't know, whenever, maybe a year ago, we were trying to figure out about 847, and Steve was going to make the mouse. We've knocked it into the iPSCs. It's a truncation that has quite a few patients, kind of a hot spot. And there was these emails going, from Europe to Colorado to, we were going around and saying, oh, I have 8 patients, I have 5, are those eventually going to be a one-stop shop, or is it going to be an email trail?
So I think the big issue is that the data security requirements are different between Europe and the United States. And so it has been challenging again for us to meet, for any patients in Europe to enroll in something that's located in the US, and for us to send, or for people in Europe to send data and samples and other things to the US. So a lot of things have to go the other direction. And I think there are a few organizations that are thinking about trying to find something. And I think we just had a conversation about a new REDCap module, I think, that was going to be compliant, that you could access, that we could also access. And so I think we're trying to get it so that it's going to be centralized, but it's a matter of IRB and data security and all that kind of stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So right. So I understand it's very complicated, and there's all sorts of privacy issues and IRB issues and different ones. But I guess I always think that other people must know the magic, and I don't. So I guess if eventually it is a one-stop shop, will it be advertised as such so that then we'll know where to go? Okay.
We would not let that go unknown.
And I just was going to add, I think one of the things that would be really interesting to see is if in the caregiver survey, if there are things that you want us to be doing that aren't in any of these registries, then I think that would be really important to know, so that if there are behaviors that are important, that we're tracking them, because we really are trying to help accelerate this work. And if we're asking the wrong questions, we should probably stop.
Some of the work that we did with the survey will get at some of that, hopefully. We were trying to understand the process that they outlined in the ORCA development is a bit the process that we've been going through with the survey, trying to get concepts from the community and then investigate them further to make sure that we're understanding the things that are important to you. So, and we will, and we intend to share that as soon as it's complete. So hopefully that will help also to that end.
We'll sign up for that.
Yeah, that's what I just mentioned briefly in my talk, that we are the GRIN2B Europe. They just sent us a list of questions they would love to have implemented in our registry, and we were like, oh yes, please. So if you think when you enter data and you think, oh my God, there's something really important missing, just give us a note, and it's easy to make the registry better and to implement new questions, but we need to know them.
Yeah, and we have a thing at the end of ours too that asks for things that we didn't ask about. But I think we will certainly work with you to find out, what the results were of that, plus the other organizations to refine and make better.
We know these things are imperfect, and I think that that's really important. Like we know that they aren't all getting at exactly what we want to be getting at. They're imperfect, and that's why, as Liz said earlier, you just, until we get to a better version, it's putting your data in, doing the best that we can. Obviously, I hope everyone can see how aligned and willing to share everyone is. Yeah. We're trying.
Yeah, and I'd also say that we want to also say that perfection is also sometimes the enemy of the good, right? So certainly, we're going to keep working on improving things, but we don't want to stop and lose momentum and not get any information so we can get every single teeny piece of something to make it absolutely perfect. So we're going to do our best to get it to that point, and then we'll continue iteratively to revise it. And as we move forward, we're going to get better and better.
Okay, we have a question over here, and this is going to be the final question, and you're going to have to answer it in 5 minutes. Okay?
There you go. We've been talking a lot.
So I'm going to try to word this correctly. It seemed like the NDMA was the common theme. If we know that that's a huge factor in the GRIN2B, which I guess some kiddos are overproducing that or overstimulating in that, and then some are underperforming in that area. So would that not be like a good starting point in treating their GRIN2B symptoms? And is there a realistic timeline? Obviously, it sounds like a lot of the research is just beginning there. Is there things that are already doing that, like treating the NDMA? Like if someone has depression, they have low serotonin, so then they're treated for that. Are there already things on the market that target that?
If I understand you correctly, you're trying to ask if we have modulators for the receptor. If like a loss of function, we need something that improves the receptor function, and if we have a gain of function, something that reduces the potency of the receptor. And we have radiprodiol, which is for gain of function. It's a modulator of the receptor. It's binding to the receptor and reducing the activity. And we have L-serine, which is a receptor blocker, which is, sorry, it's a stimulator, I'm sorry. It's a stimulator, so L-serine is for loss of function.
So my son takes L-serine, and we've seen, I guess, some improvement, but not a lot. So I was just wondering if there was something additional that would help stimulate some of that connection.
Yeah, I don't think it not, but I think there are other medicines that people are using besides things that are in clinical trials. So also memantine been used, magnesium, a couple of things again for. I don't feel like I'm fading in and out for now, right? Because that's, I think, the question is that those things are in clinical trials. We're talking about gene therapy. We're about other compounds that people are studying, but we want to know about what's available now, and I think those are, it's not as many. The other one that I would add to those would be Fycompa, which is a seizure medication that works on AMPA receptors. It's not exactly the same as NMDA, but it's in kind of a similar family, and so I think some people have used that for seizures, again, for overactivity. So there are some things, but I think we would certainly like a lot more.
And we will let you know as soon as we have.
Yeah, I mean, not to get too much into the biology, but the NMDA is the name of a subtype of receptor, but there's no NMDA in your brain. So these are receptors that respond to glutamate, and there's a lot of different kinds, a lot of different flavors of glutamate receptors. So NMDA is just defining one type, and AMPA, which she referred to, is a different type of glutamate receptor. So, so we're not going at the ligand, the neurotransmitter, we're doing the receptor, and NMDA receptor is the subtype. Did I confuse it further? I was trying to clarify. No one
I mean, I guess I could throw in my 2 cents, is that I think it's hard for us as parents, and I only remotely understand it because of how involved I am with everyone, but like the drug development process is like super, super, super complex and expensive and like years and years long, and just it takes a long time. So I don't know if I'm not allowed to say it, so someone could tackle me if I'm not supposed to say this, but I think there's things in development that people can't talk about publicly yet, but there's no timeline for when those things will be more publicly talked about.
Well, I would just say that NMDA receptors are super complicated and have all these modulatory sites, but they're very important. It's known that they're very important for decades. So drug companies have been working on NAMs and PAMs, the negative allosteric modulators or positive allosteric modulators, or different ways to probe function of it for a long, long time. And for example, the radiprodiol, the reason there's a lot of excitement is it's already made it through safety, if I'm saying that correctly. So that's why it's exciting, because a lot of drug development, there's a lot of ways you can fail, and it's already made it through a certain amount that, so anyway, I think that because because the receptors are complicated, it's complicated. On the other hand, they've been under intense investigation by pharma and by universities for decades. So there are things I think that I guess she's alluding to, Liz, is that might be in the pipeline.
And I think the frustration about the speed, I think, is very real. And I think we've heard from all of us that we also are frustrated by the speed of science as well as the speed of drug development. It's frustrating when you hear, and I'm going to say this as a parent, it's frustrating to sit in the audience and hear scientific presentations that make things feel like they're almost there, but they're out of reach. But I think that there are a lot of people who are thinking about these problems in really creative ways. And again, speaking as a parent, the thing that I always try to think about is like, what is the near term, what is the midterm, and what is the long term? And you're asking the right questions, right? You're asking about what's available now, what's coming, and what in the long term can we look forward to? And that's exactly the way you have to think about it. Because things are, everyone is working toward being able to answer that question in a really clear way. And unfortunately, it takes time.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I know that in some presentations as well, they showed some data, using like a neurosteroid, for example, that would enhance receptor function, but we can't, we've got actually a lot of drug tools for experimental use that we can use in our model systems and feel hope, right, that these could, that this approach could work. But out of all of these drugs, not all of them, getting them through clinical trials and having something that's safe for people to use is a completely different question, and it's getting there is the really is a struggle.
Or you might want to use something in a model system that has a particular effect that you would never plan to give to a child, right? It makes a big response. You can put it into that system easily. You have access to it, but it would be a terrible medicine for a child, right? Because it would cause horrible side effects, or it wouldn't even get into the brain, and it's not an appropriate target. So all of the things that are used for experiments don't necessarily have a goal of getting into children. They are there to help us to understand the biology so that we can then maybe take that information and try to find another compound that would be a better medicine, that would be a better agent. And then the other complexity is that you then also unfortunately have to find somebody that helps you to do all of that stuff, right? To get those things through every different stage that happens in the process of drug development.
And all of that is with the goal of being really safe, right? And that's the primary objective, is to make sure that the things that eventually make it to clinical trial are safe. So, it was alluded to that Radipital has a safety database of, it's 463 individuals that it's been in. We know, a certain amount about it, but then it still has to go through the process of multi-stage trial so that we know that we're doing the right thing, and it's heavily regulated and investigated. And that has to happen with something that's relatively new, has to go through even a longer process.
But I think there are screening programs where people can screen drugs for different effects, and I think that is a goal too, to say, are there things out there that we could be using? I think Steve's lab has done a lot of that, and that's where we've come up with things like memantine and magnesium based on some of the assays that he's done. So people are still also trying to find things that are in existence, and that's drug repurposing. That's been a common process in a lot of neurodevelopmental diagnoses, is to say, okay, yeah, fine, in the medium term, we're going to work towards getting these to clinical trials and onto market. But in the short term, are there things that have already been approved that we could give our kids? And so those are efforts that are happening too. So it's again, just like I said before when we talked about what are we doing, it's going to be a multi-pronged answer. So some people are going to have to be working over here doing repurposing. Some people are going to be having to work over here doing gene therapy. Other people are are going to be working on designing new compounds. All of us are going to have to be doing all of that to get to the point where we've got a treatment for every child or person.
That was not 5 minutes. I'm going to cut this off, but all I'm going to say is that everything that they just said, the other factor that was not mentioned was money. It all costs a lot of money. And the money we have donated, while it's an amazing accomplishment, it's like a fraction of a cost. And we've been lucky because some other organizations are funding their own clinical trials, and we are not, because GRIN Therapeutics is a privately funded organization. I don't know if that's the right way of saying that, but so we're not having to fund that, which is incredible. And then like places like the NIH, they have their funding, and then, but other times things just can't happen because there's just not enough funding to go around for everyone, and we need more people creating fundraisers. So money and manpower.
We can't pay anybody, we can't have manpower to carry out these things unless we have money.
Right. So start planning your fundraisers, and yeah, that's it. So we're going to have to wrap up because they need to completely reconfigure this for dinner. There's going to be a dance floor in the middle. We're going to have a party. Go put on your party clothes. You don't have to, though, if you don't have any, but you're welcome to. Go freshen up, put on your party clothes. There's going to be a cash bar out in the hallway at 6:15. They may still be finishing setting up, so don't come in here yet until we're sure they're done setting up. And speakers, go over there and get your gifts. Thank you. Thank you, guys. That was wonderful.